that Tsundere goddess falls in love with me. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Begging for Mercy. Lu Chuan arrived in front of Wu Wei in the blink of an eye and punched Wu Wei in the chest with the sound of wind and thunder. Wu Wei instinctively raised his arm to block the punch, but because the force was too strong, his body retreated rapidly and his feet left two grooves on the concrete floor. He shook his hands, that were numb from the shock, and shouted in disbelief, "This is impossible. How can you be so strong?" Lu Chuan snorted coldly, "Impossible? Did you stipulate it?" He attacked Wu Wei again, with his fists and feet carrying a force of 10,000 pounds. Wu Wei, with the tyranny of the 8th grade master, could only barely take Lu Chuan's moves. If someone with lower strength came over, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to take even one move from Lu Chuan. After just a dozen moves, Wu Wei felt numb all over his body, his breath became disordered, and he even had some energy loss. "Little brother, I think what you said makes sense. This is all caused by my son who is not doing his best. He deserves to be beaten into a cripple. I will not avenge him. Please show some mercy. Let's stop." Wu Wei lost all his arrogance and even pleaded in his tone. Lu Chuan was still furious and slapped Wu Wei with his palm. "Sorry, you don't have the final say." Wu Wei was unable to resist Lu Chuan's palm and spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body quickly fell backwards. Lu Chuan quickly followed and used a series of moves on Wu Wei. As an 8th grade master, Wu Wei was beaten so hard that he screamed continuously. He completely lost the demeanor of the top master in Xianhei City. Everyone originally thought that the one who was beaten must be Lu Chuan, but in a blink of an eye, the situation was beyond their expectations. They all stared at the battle not far away in amazement, and for a moment they didn't know how to express their shock. Wu Xiu originally thought that Lu Chuan would not be able to hold on for long and would kneel on the ground to beg for mercy from his father, but when he saw that the man being beaten was his father, he almost jumped up from the wheelchair. How could this happen? My father is an 8th grade master. How could this guy beat my father so hard that he couldn't even get his hands back? This is unscientific. Lu Chuan beat Wu Wei to death, but he still hadn't vented all his anger. He pinched Wu Wei's neck, looked at his bloody face, and his blood surged, and the power on his palm continued to increase. Wu Wei felt the threat of death, and begged for mercy. "Mercy, spare my life." Lu Chuan said angrily, "You interrupted the best opportunity for me to break through. My strength could have been improved, but I failed because of your unreasonable desire to avenge your useless son. What would you do if it were you?" Wu Wei struggled hard, and then said, I know I was wrong. My Wu family has a mine in Pinggyang County. Recently, a magical stone was dug out from the mine. If you put plant seeds in this stone, they will be stimulated to bloom and bear fruit overnight. If you are willing to spare my life, I'm willing to give you this stone as an apology." Lu Chuan's heart moved, and the murderous intent subsided. The strength of pinching Wu Wei's neck also eased a little. He asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Wu Wei nodded. "What I said is absolutely true. If I lied to you, you can kill me or cut me into pieces. I will have no complaints." Lu Chuan thought about it and threw Wu Wei to the ground. Stones that can promote rapid growth of plants are not uncommon in the cultivation world, and Lu Chuan is not rare either, but generally, where such things appear, there are often treasures. Although he failed to break through the 9th level of key training, as long as there is a treasure of high enough quality to help, the medicinal power remaining in his body can still be reactivated. At that time, he will not only be able to break through again, but also completely stabilize his foundation and lay a good foundation for breaking through to the foundation building stage. Of course, the premise is that the treasure can really be found in the mine that Wu Wei mentioned. Wu Wei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had saved his life. Lu Chuan stared at him and asked, "Where is the stone you mentioned?" Wu Wei hurriedly said, "The stone is very large and very difficult to dig. It is still in the mine, but everything I said is true. I can take you to the mine to have a look, but Pinggyang County is far away from here, so it may take a few days." Lu Chuan said, I believe you don't have the courage to lie to me. This matter is not urgent. When I find time, I will go to Pingayang County. If I can't see the stone you mentioned, I will send you and your son to see the king of hell. Wu Wei nodded hurriedly, but a look of embarrassment appeared on his face again, and he said, Brother Lu, I can decide to give you this stone, but the current problem is that I may lose control of this mine. Lu Chuan was puzzled and asked, what do you mean? Wu Wei sighed and said, this is a long story. My injury is a bit serious. Can you wait until I recover a little before talking about it? Lu Chuan nodded, and the anger in his heart had dissipated for the most part. But when he saw Wu Xiu not far away, he felt unhappy again, and said to Wu Wei, your son seemed to have been waiting to see me get beaten. Go and slap him twice for me to teach him a lesson. Wu Wei quickly said, yes, I will teach him a lesson now. After that, Wu Wei walked towards Wu Xiu. Wu Xiu was still immersed in shock, and had not recovered. When he saw Wu Xiu coming over, he subconsciously asked, Dad, did you lose? Wu Wei snorted coldly and raised his hand to slap Wu Xiu. Wu Xiu was confused. Dad, why did you slap me? Wu Wei shouted, if you, a bastard, hadn't caused me trouble, I wouldn't have been beaten so badly today. Why do you say I slapped you? Listen to me, from now on, if you dare to be arrogant and domineering under my name again, I will be the first to break your legs. After that, he slapped Wu Xiu again. Go and apologize to Brother Lu. Wu Wei went to apologize to Lu Chuan with a heart full of grievances and promised to reform himself and become a new man in the future. Jiang He and his friends and worshippers did not expect that this matter would end like this, and they all felt that this matter was full of drama. At the same time, they all realized that this young man Lu Chuan not only had unlimited potential, but his strength was even better than that of Xian Hei's top master. Jiang He was lucky to make such a friend, which was enviable. Many people wanted to get close to Lu Chuan, but they were all ignored by Lu Chuan. Not long after, Jiang He sent away those friends and guests, and the smile on his face was hard to hide. It was a wise decision for me to protect Lu Chuan this time. I didn't expect his strength to be so strong, and he is still so young. His future achievements are immeasurable. If I can make good use of this favor, maybe I can directly change the fate of the Jiang family. He returned to the living room. At this time, Lu Chuan and Wu Wei and Wu Xiu, father and son, were sitting together. Wu Wei's injury has been controlled, while Wu Xiu sat in a wheelchair with a stiff face, occasionally stealing a glance at Lu Chuan. Whenever Lu Chuan looked at him, he couldn't help but tremble and dared not look again. Jiang He sat on the sofa. Lu Chuan said, Master Jiang, I hope you can bear witness to what the father and son said today, so that they won't turn against each other. Jiang He smiled and said, don't worry, Dr. Lu, no one will doubt it with my testimony. Although Wu Wei is protective of his shortcomings and has a quick temper, he always keeps his word. Otherwise, everyone would not recognize him as the #1 master in Xianhei City. Lu Chuan nodded, turned to look at Wu Wei, and said, you can explain your situation clearly. Wu Wei sighed and said, although I live in Xianhei City, my real family assets are in Pingayang County. Although my Wu family in Pingayang County cannot be said to be omnipotent, it is not far from this step. Even the county head of Pingayang County has to give my Wu family some face. As the head of the Wu family, I control most of the Wu family's assets, including the mine mentioned earlier. But I have a younger brother named Wu Chao, who is also an 8th rank master. We have been competing secretly since we were young, and neither of us is willing to submit to the other. I took advantage of my age to sit on the position of the head of the family. Although he was unwilling to accept it, he could do nothing about it. It's just that I have been seeking development in Xianhei City in the past few years and neglected the affairs in Pingayang County. Wu Chao took this opportunity to win over the core members of the family and wanted to take the opportunity to replace me and become the helmsman of the Wu family. Now most of the people in the family have been bribed by him, and he has accused me of not caring about family affairs and wants to expel me, the head of the family, from the Wu family. And now if I want to solve this problem, the only way is to break through to the 9th rank master. Once I break through to the 9th rank, no matter how much Wu Chao tries to win over the people of the Wu family, no one will dare to have any opinions about me. The reason they help Wu Chao is simply because Wu Chao and I are both 8th rank. I asked Wu Xiu to buy a 100-year-old ginseng at the auction, actually for the purpose of breakthrough, and I didn't think about what would happen later. Now that the 100-year-old ginseng has been eaten by you, Brother Lu, I will definitely not be able to find this level of medicinal materials in a short time. There is no hope of breakthrough. When the position of the head of the family is taken away, I will not be able to give you the stone dug out of the mine. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was a little speechless, thinking that you want to use my hand to keep your position as the head of the family. What an old fox, the calculation is really shrewd. Wu Wenyi went on to say, actually, I don't have to rely on the 100-year-old ginseng to break through. I asked Wu Xiu to buy the Beiji pill, which is also one of my chances to break through. You may not know that this Beiji pill comes from Yansheng, and there are 2 other kinds of pills that came out with it, called Piyuan pill and Yankee pill. These Piyuan pill and Yankee pill have extremely powerful effects on warriors. Now I have reached the peak of the 8th level, and I'm only one step away from a breakthrough. If I have the chance to get some Piyuan pill and Yankee pill, maybe I can break through in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, these 3 kinds of pills are so popular that it is hard to get one. Beiji pill is better, but Piyuan pill and Yankee pill have been snapped up by those warriors. Everyone is hiding them and no one is willing to take them out, so my idea of using these 2 pills to break through has fallen through. Chapter 102 Prescription Stolen. Brother Lu, I will try my best to help you get that stone, but if my position as the head of the family is taken away in the meantime, I will have no other choice. Wu Wei said dejectedly. Jiang He on the side said, Wu Wei, you don't want Dr. Lu to help you keep the position of the head of the family, do you? Wu Wei coughed twice and said shamelessly, if Brother Lu is willing, it's not impossible. After all, this is a matter of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If Brother Lu is willing to join forces with me, those people in the Wu family will definitely not support Wu Chao anymore. He smiled and looked at Lu Chuan, wondering what attitude this powerful young man would have. Lu Chuan said lightly, let me help you deal with your brother? Sorry, I don't have time. The expression on Wu Wenyi's face froze instantly. He didn't expect Lu Chuan to refuse so straightforwardly. Okay, Brother Lu, don't worry, even if I lose the position of head of the family and lose the control of the mine, I will find a way to compensate you at the same level. Lu Chuan waved his hand. I haven't finished yet. Wu Wenyi showed a trace of doubt on his face. Brother Lu, what else do you want to say? Lu Chuan said lightly, although I don't have time to help you deal with your brother, I can give you enough key nourishing pills and yuan nourishing pills. As long as you can break through with the help of these pills, you will not lose your position as head of the family. Wu Wei did not expect Lu Chuan to answer like this, and hurriedly said, Brother Lu, although yuan nourishing pills and key nourishing pills have a great effect on warriors, I'm already an 8th grade master. If I want to break through, even if I have 3 or 5 yuan nourishing pills and key nourishing pills, it is far from enough. I appreciate your kindness. Lu Chuan said calmly, you can have as many yuan nourishing pills and key nourishing pills as you want. Wu Wenyi was stunned. Wu Xiu at the side couldn't help but said, do you think these Piyuan pills and Yankee pills are candy beans? You can have as many as you want. Even if you go to Yancheng to purchase them now, you may not be able to buy many. With the popularity of these 2 kinds of pills, whoever gets them will either use them quickly or hide them. Even if you have more money, you can't buy enough pills for my father to break through. Jiang He said with some agreement. Divine Dr. Lu, although what Wu Xiu said is a bit exaggerated, it is indeed the case. If these Piyuan pills and Yankee pills are really so easy to get, Qianhe City would probably have a large number of 8th and 9th grade masters. Lu Chuan glanced at them and said, I made these Piyuan pills and Yankee pills. Wu Xiu said, so what if you made them? What did you say? Piyuan pills and Yankee pills are made by you? Lu Chuan nodded. Yes, these kinds of pills are exactly what the Zuanhu Medical Clinic under my name launched. I will make as many as you need for a breakthrough. Wu Xiu, Wu Wenyi, and Jiang He all showed deep shock on their faces. Jiang He murmured. These 3 kinds of elixirs called magic pills were actually made by Divine Dr. Lu. Divine Dr. Lu is really a rare talent. Wu Xiu couldn't accept it. How can he be so powerful? This is unscientific. Wu Wei turned his head to look at his son, then at Lu Chuan, and said, they are all young people in their 20s. Why is there such a big gap between them? Wu Xiu looked at Wu Wei with a dark face and said, Dad, I heard it. Wu Wei said, it's just for you to hear. You useless thing, you still don't let me say it? Wu Xiu shrank his neck, not having the confidence to refute at all. Wu Wei looked at Lu Chuan eagerly and said, Brother Lu, you are really good at giving surprises. If that's the case, then I won't be polite to you. As long as I can break through with these pills and keep my position as the head of the family, I will definitely hand over the stone to you. Lu Chuan looked at him and said, that stone is what you should have given me. Wu Wei was stunned and asked, Brother Lu, what do you mean by that? Lu Chuan said, the stone is what you should have given me. It can't be used as a reward for the pills I gave you. Let's talk about it. I will give you enough pills. What will you give me in return? Wu Wei immediately felt guilty. He thought Lu Chuan was young and could fool him, but he didn't expect that this young man's thinking was so clear and not easy to fool at all. Haha, what Brother Lu said is that you gave me pills to help me break through, and I really have to show my appreciation. I can't take your pills for nothing. Tell me what you want in return. Wu Wei said. Lu Chuan thought for a moment and said, half of the Wu family's property. Wu Wei's eyes widened. Brother Lu, is this a good condition? Lu Chuan shrugged. You can choose not to accept it. That would mean you would lose your position as the head of the family and get nothing in the end. Wu Wei thought about it and felt that what Lu Chuan said made sense. Then he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Okay. Half of the property is half of the property. If I can break through to the 9th rank, these properties will be nothing but floating clouds to me. I agree to this condition. Lu Chuan looked at Jiang He and said, then I'll trouble the head of the Jiang family to find someone to draft a contract and be a witness for us. Jiang He laughed and said, that's easy. I'll arrange someone to do it right away. Lu Chuan nodded, then looked at Wu Wei and said, by the way, you have to provide the herbs and materials needed to refine the elixir. The next day, Jiang He asked someone to draft a contract and found a lawyer to be a witness. Lu Chuan and Wu Wei signed the contract. Wu Wei found many medicinal materials, and Lu Chuan used them to refine Piyuan pills and Yankee pills. Soon, 10 bottles of freshly baked pills were placed in front of Wu Wei and Wu Xiu. Wu Wei carefully checked the quality of the pills, and after confirming that they were real Piyuan pills and Yankee pills, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Wu Xiu was full of envy. You know, these pills are hard to find outside, but Lu Chuan refined so many so easily that even he couldn't help but admire Lu Chuan. Wu Wei didn't want to waste time. After getting the pills, he said goodbye to Lu Chuan and said that he would contact Lu Chuan once he successfully broke through and consolidated his position as the head of the family. At that time, Lu Chuan could go directly to Pinggyang County and the entire Wu family would give him a grand reception. After the Wu family father and son left, Jiang He walked up to Lu Chuan a little embarrassedly and asked Lu Chuan if he could also refine some Piyuan pills and Yankee pills for him. Lu Chuan readily agreed. Although Jiang He failed to stop Wu Wei when he came to his house, his willingness to fight against Wu Wei for himself had already shown his intentions, and Lu Chuan also remembered this favor. Piyuan pill and Yankee pill were widely spread in the outside world, but for Lu Chuan, it was easy to refine such pills, so he immediately refined a few more bottles of pills for Jiang He. After everything was settled, Lu Chuan said goodbye to Jiang He's family and planned to set off back to Yancheng. Jiang He made many attempts to keep him, but they were all rejected by Lu Chuan. Jiang He secretly asked Lu Chuan if he had any ideas about her daughter. If so, let Jiang Lingshan go to Yancheng with him. No matter whether it would work or not, let's try to get along with each other first. Lu Chuan naturally refused politely. Although Jiang Lingshan was indeed beautiful, he had already tasted Chu Mingyao's taste, and it was not so easy for him to fall. Jiang He's face was full of regret, but he knew that this kind of thing could not be forced, so he did not insist. Lu Chuan took the train back to Yuncheng and took a taxi to the Zuanhu Medical Clinic. Although he failed to break through to the 9th level of key training this time, he still improved his strength a lot, so he was in a very good mood. Lu Chuan hummed a little tune and entered the Zuanhu Clinic. He found that there was no one in the lobby of the clinic, and there was a sign outside that said it would not open for medical treatment. Strange, the clinic is closed today. Did something happen? Lu Chuan was puzzled, and then walked through the lobby and into the yard. Mu Nanking, Zhao Siming and other old Chinese medicine practitioners were gathered here at this time. Their expressions were a little gloomy, and the atmosphere in the yard was a little heavy. Lu Chuan walked up to the crowd and asked, "What are you doing here? Why is the clinic closed today?" Everyone turned their heads to look over. When Mu Nanking saw Lu Chuan coming back, an expression of self-blame immediately appeared on his face. He almost cried and apologized to Lu Chuan. "Lu Chuan, it's all my fault. If I hadn't believed that girl Xiao, this wouldn't have happened. I'm willing to accept the punishment. Please punish me." As he said that, Mu Nanking was about to kneel down in front of Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan quickly supported her and said, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Why are you confessing to me for no reason? What happened to Xiao? Can you tell me what happened?" Zhao Siming on the side sighed and said, "Xiao looks diligent and usually looks pitiful and likable, but in fact, she is pretending for us. Her real identity is an undercover sent by Zhao Yun. Under the guise of studying and researching, she cheated Nanking of the prescriptions for Piu and Dan, Yankee Dan and Beiji Dan, and now has handed the prescriptions to Jerry Pharmaceuticals. And Cheng Yang, this ungrateful guy, he hates us for always asking him to do odd jobs, so he betrayed us with Xiao and went to Jerry Pharmaceuticals. These two little bastards are really infuriating." Mu Nanking cried and said to Lu Chuan, "Xiao-chan, it's all my fault. Xiao asked me for the prescription, and I gave it to her without thinking. Who would have thought that she would be an undercover of Jerry Pharmaceuticals? It's me who ruined our clinic." Lu Chuan frowned. He had never expected that Xiao would be an undercover sent by Zhao Yun. Could it be that she was deliberately bullied that day? Xiao acted so sincerely in front of me, but it was just pretending. Her acting skills are really good. Seeing Mu Nanking blaming herself, Lu Chuan hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, you don't have to blame yourself. It's just a few prescriptions. If they are taken away, they will be taken away. We won't lose anything." Zhao Siming said. Xiao said when she left that Jerry Pharmaceuticals will mass produce these 3 kinds of pills as quickly as possible, and they will be on the market soon. At that time, they will snatch all our markets and leave us no chance of survival. Jerry Pharmaceuticals is huge. Now that they have the prescriptions, they want to snatch the market of our small clinic, but it's easy. I'm afraid we really have no chance." The rest of the people shook their heads and sighed, looking very desperate. Lu Chuan showed a teasing smile on his face and said, "Don't worry, even if they have the prescription, they will never be able to successfully refine Piu and Dan, Yankee Dan and Beiji Dan. They are just wasting their efforts by doing this." Chapter 103. Watching the show, Mu Nanking was full of doubts and asked, "But even I can understand the contents of the 3 prescriptions. Cheng Yang has also betrayed us. They should be able to make the pills easily, right? Could it be that the prescriptions they got are fake?" Zhao Siming and others also looked at Lu Chuan, wondering why Lu Chuan said that. Lu Chuan raised his mouth and said, "The prescriptions they took away are indeed real, but I'm the only one in the world who can refine these 3 pills, because there is a special step in the refining process that they don't know and can't learn." Zhao Siming was curious and asked, "What step?" Lu Chuan said, "This is kept secret for the time being. Even if I tell you, you won't understand it. In fact, in the refining process, it is necessary to inject spiritual energy into it to stimulate the medicinal properties. This can only be done by people who practice." Lu Chuan couldn't expose his identity as a cultivator, so he could only use the excuse of keeping it secret. Although Zhao Siming was still very curious, he had to suppress his curiosity because the theft of prescriptions had just happened in the clinic. He said, yes, it must be kept secret. No one else can know about this." Mu Nanking asked, "Then we don't have to worry about Jerry Pharmaceuticals targeting us?" Lu Chuan nodded. The more they mess around, the more they will regret it in the end. Let them mess around. Mu Nanking breathed a sigh of relief, and the guilt in his heart was relieved a lot. Xiaochen is still the best, Mu Nanking said happily. At this time, there was a noise outside. Hey, isn't your clinic usually very popular? Why are you closed today? A shout sounded. Lu Chuan knew it was Xiao Yun's voice. As soon as he heard it, he couldn't help but smile and said, it seems that they are here to show off. Let's go and see how arrogant they can be. After learning that there was almost no consequence of the theft of the prescription, Mu Nanking, Zhao Siming and others felt more confident and walked out with Lu Chuan with a smile. In the lobby of the clinic, Xiao Yun came with Xiao Yu, Cheng Yang, and some people from Jerry Pharmaceuticals, looking very proud. Lu Chuan walked up to them, his eyes fell on Xiao, and said disappointedly, Xiao, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Xiao immediately took Xiao Yun's arm, with a flattering look on her face, and said, what kind of person am I? My heart belongs to brother Xiao Yun. I will do whatever he tells me to do. Who made you so stupid to believe me so easily? Zhao Siming looked at Cheng Yang with anger and cursed, Cheng Yang, you are a traitor. Taking you as my apprentice is the most wrong decision I have ever made in my life. Cheng Yang sneered and said, old thing, it is the most wrong decision in my life, to worship you as my master. How much suffering and scolding have I suffered following you? After all, I'm also a well-known doctor, but you only let me do odd jobs in this broken clinic. I have wanted to break up with you for a long time. Now that I follow President Xiao, he promised to let me be the general manager of this project. The treatment is much better than what you have here. Lu Chuan stared at him and said, General Manager, if your project fails, you will not only have to bear all the responsibilities, but you may even have to go to jail. Cheng Yang laughed. Failure? Are you kidding? Jerry Pharmaceuticals project this time cannot fail. Xiao Yun stood up and spoke at this time. He looked at Lu Chuan with a sneer and said proudly, Lu Chuan, you have made me fall twice. This time it's finally your turn to fall into the pit I dug for you. Let me tell you, our company has already established a Chinese medicine department, and we will soon open a Jerry Chinese medicine on this street, right across from you. We have already purchased the equipment needed to produce the elixir, which cost our Jerry Pharmaceutical a lot of money, and I have also had people stockpile the medicinal materials needed to refine the elixir for a whole year. Now all we have to do is start refining the elixir and launch it on the market. Now everything is ready, and we only lack the east wind. It won't be long before your clinic will be completely trampled under our feet. By then, you will have no choice but to come and beg me for help. How about it? Do you want to come and beg me while there is still room for easing the tension? I don't ask for much. Kneel down and kowtow to me, and then transfer the Xuanu clinic to me. If you work for me in the future, I will let you go. How about that? Lu Chuan looked at his confident look and found it a little funny. He said, sorry, I don't think it's necessary. Xiao Yun snorted coldly, Lu Chuan, don't be shameless here. I will only give you this chance once. After today, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Lu Chuan shrugged, whatever you want. Xiao Yu on the side said, brother Xiao Yun, don't waste time with such a brainless guy. Let's just make their clinic dead and see if he will regret it later. Cheng Yang followed with a harsh remark, you really don't know it when you are about to die. It's ridiculous. Everyone in the Xuanu clinic was calm and calm. They looked at Xiao Yun and his group as if they were looking at a clown. Xiao Yun noticed something unusual and thought to himself, why are they not panicking at all? Logically speaking, their most important prescription is in my hands. Shouldn't they be anxious? He looked at the calm faces of Lu Chuan and others and thought to himself, they must be pretending to be calm and pretending to be indifferent, but in fact they are already like ants on a hot pot. Otherwise their clinic would not have suspended business today. He sneered, thinking that I'm the smartest, and saw through your disguise at a glance. You guys just pretend here. I wonder how long you can pretend. Xiao Yun shouted, and then left Xuanu clinic with Xiao Yu and others in a menacing manner. Mu Nanking looked at Lu Chuan and asked, Xiaochen, what should we do next? Lu Chuan said lightly, everything is the same as before. The next day, opposite Xuanu clinic, Jerry Chinese medicine opened grandly. The crackling sound of firecrackers attracted many people to join in the fun. Xiao Yun gave a grand speech at the opening ceremony, saying that their Jerry Pharmaceuticals will soon put all their efforts on the research and development of traditional Chinese medicine, under the pretext of benefiting the people. They claimed that they would defeat Xuanu Clinic within a month and become the best TCM clinic in Yuncheng. Lu Chuan responded to this statement by moving a recliner in front of the clinic, grabbing a handful of melon seeds, and lying on it, eating them while watching the fun. Xiao Yun felt that Lu Chuan was just pretending to be calm and ignored his behavior. That afternoon, Jerry Pharmaceuticals' powerful marketing department began to build momentum, saying that their TCM department had spent 10 years and tens of billions to finally develop 3 magic pills. These 3 magic pills have magical effects. Just taking one pill can bring about huge changes in a person's body. They also released the names of these 3 pills, Peaky Pill, Yangjing Pill and Wanji Pill, and said that these 3 pills were all independently developed, and slandered Xuanu Clinic for stealing their research results. Everyone regarded this as a joke, but one thing still attracted the attention of countless people. These 3 pills will be on sale in 3 days, and the price is only half of the 3 pills from Xuanu Clinic. No matter how these 3 kinds of pills from Jerry Pharmaceuticals came from, if the effects are really the same as Piyuan Pill, Yankee Pill, and Beiji Pill, then this will really be a blessing for everyone. After all, these 3 kinds of pills are too difficult to buy now, and the price increase is so high that it is really annoying. Seeing everyone's feedback, Xiao Yun believed more and more that he could completely trample Lu Chuan under his feet this time. That night, at a 5-star hotel, after Xiao Yun and Xiao Yu finished their fitness exercises, Xiao Yu lay in Xiao Yun's arms and said coquettishly, "Brother Xiao Yun, Cheng Yang has become the person in charge of this project. Xiao Yu's contribution is much greater than his. Brother Xiao Yun wants to give Xiao Yu some reward." Xiao Yun smiled and said, "This time it is indeed your greatest contribution. I really should reward you well. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Xiao Yu thought about it and said, "We set up a company specifically for this project. Otherwise, let me be the legal person of the company." In her cognition, the legal person of a company and the chairman are at the same level. If she becomes a legal person, she will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life. Xiao Yun was slightly stunned, then a playful smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Okay, since you want to be the legal representative of this company, then you can be the legal representative." Xiao Yu immediately looked happy, kissed Xiao Yun, and said flatteringly, "Brother Xiao Yun, you are so kind to me, I will make you feel comfortable again." After that, she crawled into the quilt. 3 days later, the production workshop of Jerry Pharmaceuticals. Xiao Yun looked at the large amount of pills that had been produced, his face full of anger, and he asked Cheng Yang hysterically, "Today is the day when these pills are officially released. The press conference is ready, and thousands of people are waiting. But you told me that the pills produced have no effect. Are you kidding me?" Cheng Yang's face was pale, and his voice was trembling. He said, "Xiao, Mr. Xiao, I don't know what's going on. I produced them according to the prescription. The proportions of all the medicinal materials are accurate. After the pills were produced, we also compared and analyzed them with the pills of Xuanhu Medical Clinic. The results showed that the ingredients were exactly the same. But I don't know why our pills have no effect after eating. They are just like ordinary candy beans." Xiao Yun picked up a pill and put it into his mouth, praying in his heart that the pill would work quickly, but after half a day, his body did not change at all. His fists clenched instantly, and his body trembled with anger. Then he slapped Cheng Yang in the face and yelled, "Fuck, this stuff isn't even as good as candy beans." At this time, a beautiful female secretary ran in and said anxiously, "Boss Xiao, the reporters at the press conference can't wait any longer. Some are even beginning to question whether we have really developed the elixir, and Xuanhu Medical Clinic suddenly announced that the 3 elixirs they are selling will be on sale for 3 days at a 50% discount. Those who were waiting for our press conference have all gone to Xuanhu Medical Clinic to buy elixirs." Xiao Yun felt his eyes go dark, and he almost fell down. Then he yelled angrily, "Lu Chuan, I'll fuck your ancestors for 8 generations." Chapter 104 Ningxin's Qi. Jerry Chinese medicine couldn't produce the pills, so it could only make excuses that there were problems in the production process to delay time. But a few days later, an undercover reporter broke the news that Jerry Chinese medicine had not produced any effective pills at all, and what they made was not as good as chocolate beans. Now Jerry Pharmaceutical was pushed to the forefront of public opinion and became a complete joke. Because Jerry Chinese medicine had attracted many investors to invest before the project was established, and now it was revealed that no effective pills had been developed at all the investors felt that Jerry was a fraud and united to sue Jerry Chinese medicine in court. Cheng Yang, the person in charge of this project, and Xiao Yu, the legal person of Jerry Chinese medicine company, took the main responsibility for the incident and were eventually imprisoned. Xiao Yun finally escaped with the help of his father Xiao Shan. But Jerry Chinese medicine consumed a lot of funds and resources of Jerry Pharmaceutical, but failed to recover any cost, which broke the capital chain of Jerry Pharmaceutical, and the entire enterprise was in danger. It could not last long. That afternoon, Lu Chuan sat in the yard, looking at the news about Jerry Pharmaceuticals on the verge of bankruptcy posted online, and a smile appeared on his face. It said that Xiao Shan, chairman of Jerry Pharmaceuticals, had applied for a loan of 3 billion yuan from the bank, hoping to rely on this money to get through this difficult time. Lu Chuan thought for a while and said to himself, it seems that we have to find a way to stop the bank from giving them this money. In this way, the Xiao family will be completely finished. When he was thinking about how to stop the bank, the phone rang. It was Ningxin calling. Lu Chuan answered the phone, and Ningxin's lazy and seductive voice sounded from the other end. I have informed the bank, and they will not lend a penny to Jerry Pharmaceuticals. The Xiao family has completely withdrawn from the stage of history. Lu Chuan was stunned. He had originally thought of stopping the bank through careful planning, careful arrangements, and a series of extraordinary operations, but he didn't expect Ningxin to completely block Jerry Pharmaceuticals' way out with just one sentence. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others, he asked. This is a feud between me and the Xiao family. Why did you take action? Ningxin said proudly. After all, I'm also an investor in your clinic. The Xiao family is targeting Zuanu Clinic, which is targeting me. What's wrong with me taking action? Do you still have any opinions? Lu Chuan laughed. No, since you have already informed the bank, I can save a lot of trouble. Ningxin said, I have helped you so much, don't you want to express your gratitude? Lu Chuan said, then I will treat you to a meal. Ningxin snorted, no mood. Dress more handsomely in the evening, and accompany me to the bar for a drink. Lu Chuan couldn't refuse, so he agreed. Okay. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chuan went to a bar called Wild Fox according to the address given by Ningxin. As soon as he entered, he saw Ningxin sitting at the bar in a low-cut dress, shining brightly, surrounded by men who wanted to talk. Ningxin smiled and chatted with these people, but she kept a distance from them from beginning to end, looking very calm. When she saw Lu Chuan, she immediately stood up and said with a smile, my boyfriend is here, I have to go and accompany him. She walked up to Lu Chuan and hugged his arm, looking very intimate. Lu Chuan thought to himself, when did I become your boyfriend? But he didn't dare to act rashly, because Ningxin was pinching the flesh on his arm with one hand. 80% of the men in the bar cast hostile eyes at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan looked helpless, but still ignored these people, and walked to a booth with Ningxin. The two sat down. Ningxin looked at Lu Chuan with a smile and asked, how is it? Is it exciting to be my boyfriend? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. I feel like they are probably planning to kill me. Ningxin said proudly, there's nothing I can do. I'm naturally beautiful. If you want to be my boyfriend, you have to be able to withstand the pressure. Lu Chuan smiled and didn't continue the topic. Instead, he asked, you look a little unhappy. Did something happen to you? Ningxin was stunned and said, I'm very happy. How can you tell that I'm unhappy? Lu Chuan smiled and said, you always write your emotions directly on your face. Even if you pretend to be very happy, I can see what you are really thinking. Ningxin suddenly became a little angry and said, people like you are really scary. Then, in front of you, won't I have no secrets at all? Lu Chuan shrugged, you are too obvious. Okay, I can just see what you are thinking. Ningxin thought about how Lu Chuan saw through her thoughts when she first met him. She felt very ashamed at the time. Now she thought that maybe this guy was really her Mr. Right. She couldn't think of anyone more suitable to be her other half than Lu Chuan. Unfortunately, she was going back to Kyoto soon, and she was going back to prepare to get married. Her expression suddenly became much more depressed, and she said, "My family came to find me and asked me to go back and get married. I can't stay in Yuncheng anymore." Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "That's a good thing. I'm here to congratulate you in advance." Ningxin immediately glared at Lu Chuan angrily and said, "Is this a good thing? I'm getting married. Don't you have any ideas?" Lu Chuan took a sip of wine, not without. Ningxin was a little happy and asked quickly, "Then what do you think? Tell me quickly." Lu Chuan said, "I'm thinking about how much money I should give you at that time." Ningxin's face fell and she cursed, "You woodenhead, I curse you to be single for the rest of your life." Lu Chuan sighed and said, "Aren't we here to drink? Since you are leaving, I will accompany you for a drink as a farewell to you." Ningxin snorted, then shouted, "Waiter, change me the largest cup." The two drank until 11 o'clock in the evening. Ningxin was so drunk that she couldn't speak clearly, so Lu Chuan took her out of the bar. "I tell you, I have never been attracted to anyone in my life. You are the first one, but unfortunately my family has arranged a marriage for me a long time ago, so there is no hope for you in this life." Ningxin leaned on Lu Chuan and talked nonsense. Lu Chuan just listened quietly, helped her to the roadside to get a taxi, and rushed to Ningxin's villa. Soon, the two arrived in front of the villa. Lu Chuan helped Ningxin walk in and put her on the sofa. "You should rest early. I'll go back first." Lu Chuan turned and left. Ningxin grabbed Lu Chuan's arm and said, I want to drink water." Lu Chuan had no choice but to say, "Then you sit here. I'll go get you some water." Ningxin pointed to a teapot on the table and said, "That's the tea I made during the day. I want to drink that." Lu Chuan nodded, walked over to get a cup, and poured a cup of tea, then handed it to Ningxin. "Drink it." Ningxin stared at the cup and asked, "Is this water poured from that teapot?" Lu Chuan said, "Yes." Ningxin said, "Is this tea delicious?" Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Didn't you make this yourself? Don't you know whether it's delicious or not?" Ningxin said coquettishly, "Oh, I don't care. Try it for me to see. If it tastes good, I'll drink it after you taste it." Lu Chuan looked at Ningxin, who looked like a child, so he said, "Okay, then I'll try it for you." He picked up the cup and took a sip and immediately felt that the taste of the tea was a little strange. Why does this water taste strange? It seems a bit familiar. Thinking of this, he took another sip to judge where he had smelled this smell before. Ningxin watched Lu Chuan take 2 big sips, and a sly smile of conspiracy suddenly appeared on her face, and asked, "How is it? Is the tea I brewed delicious?" When Lu Chuan saw her smile, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and then he asked with some vigilance, "Did you put something in this water?" Ningxin tilted her head and said naively, "No." Lu Chuan tried hard to recall the taste of this tea, and then his eyes widened suddenly, staring at Ningxin, and asked, "Did you soak the debridement cream in it?" Ningxin nodded honestly, "Yes." Then she stood up, snatched the cup from Lu Chuan's hand, and then drank the water in the cup. Lu Chuan panicked and said quickly, "What are you doing? Have you forgotten what happened to you last time you accidentally ate the debridement cream?" Ningxin smiled and nodded, "I remember. So when you asked me to invest, I asked you to refine the debridement cream as well." Lu Chuan felt that his body was beginning to heat up. He looked at Ningxin in disbelief. He had never expected that the other party asked him to refine the debridement cream at that time for this purpose. Ningxin walked towards Lu Chuan. Her figure was enchanting and charming. She put her arms around Lu Chuan's waist, raised her head, and stared at the man who had made her feel passionate for a long time with her big watery eyes, and asked, "What? Don't you want to spend a night with me?" Lu Chuan swallowed his saliva, and the drug in his body took effect further. He said with evasive eyes, This is not appropriate." Ningxin's mouth curled up. "It doesn't matter whether it's appropriate or not. You and I have drunk that water. Now there is no way to stop this from happening." Her face became rosy, and there was a faint charm in her eyes. It was obvious that the drug had begun to take effect. Ningxin looked at Lu Chuan with some expectation and said, although I can't decide my own marriage, I have the right to decide who to give my first time to. I'm already like this. Do you still reject me? Lu Chuan didn't speak, but he didn't push away Ningxin's arm around him. Ningxin felt the heat brought by Lu Chuan's breath and said with a smile, I can't wait any longer. Tonight, I want to study the structure of the human body. You have to accompany me for an in-depth discussion. After that, she stood on tiptoes and kissed Lu Chuan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 105, Challenges in the War Zone. Young beauties share their romantic love, and the love never stops in the brocade tent. Lu Chuan and Ningxin's research on human body structure knowledge has reached an extremely profound level, which can be said to be in perfect harmony and soul resonance. The academic discussion lasted until late at night, and the two fell asleep in exhaustion. The next morning, Lu Chuan woke up in a daze and saw that the figure beside him had disappeared, leaving only a note. He picked up the note and took a look and saw that it said, I'm leaving. This villa is for you. Don't forget me. Lu Chuan stretched out his hand and scratched his head, thinking back to the madness of last night. He felt absurd. But things have already happened. Ningxin has also left Yunsheng and returned to Kyoto, and he can't say anything. I've caused another romantic debt. Could it be that this is really related to my physique? Lu Chuan laughed at himself, got up and put on his clothes, cleaned up the villa, and left here. 2 days after Ningxin left, Lu Chuan felt that his realm had a faint sign of breakthrough. The one night stand with Ningxin brought him infinite benefits. It not only delayed the outbreak of Long Yang's power, but also improved his strength a lot. Now he only needs to find the right medicinal materials or spiritual objects of heaven and earth, and he can take the opportunity to break through. And with his current accumulation in realm, combined with some powerful martial arts, he can fight even a grandmaster who has just entered the 9th rank. Just at this time, Wu Wei sent him a message, saying that he had broken through to the 9th rank grandmaster realm, consolidated his position as the head of the family, and could give him the agreed stone at any time. It seems that I have to go to Pinggyang County, Lu Chuan murmured. At this time, Munan came over and said softly, Xiao-Chen, sister-in-law wants to discuss something with you. Lu Chuan smiled and said, sister-in-law, what's wrong? Munan said, now the development momentum of the clinic is very good. After the collapse of Jerry Pharmaceuticals, our business has become more stable. I have been free during this period, so I want to go back to my hometown to see my parents. Lu Chuan smiled, sure, sister-in-law, where is your hometown? Munan said, Pinggyang County. Lu Chuan was stunned. Munan was puzzled. Xiao-Chen, is there any problem? Lu Chuan suddenly smiled and said, sister-in-law, I'm also planning to go to Pinggyang County. In this case, let's go together. Munan was surprised. What a coincidence. Lu Chuan smiled. Yes, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Munan was a little unconvinced, but soon, she thought of a possibility. Could it be that Xiao-Chen wanted to go back to his hometown with me, so he deliberately found an excuse? What does he want to do by going back to his hometown with me? Could it be that you want to meet my parents? Thinking of this, Munan blushed immediately. Seeing that Munan blushed inexplicably, Lu Chuan asked, sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? Munan quickly said, no, nothing. Lu Chuan said, then I'll buy our tickets together, and then I can accompany my sister-in-law back home, to play for a few days, and then go to do my own things. Munan looked happy. Okay. Then let's leave tomorrow? Lu Chuan asked. Munan said shyly, you decide. I'll go pack my things. After that, she ran away quickly. Lu Chuan looked puzzled. Strange. Why do I feel that my sister-in-law's eyes are a little abnormal when she looks at me? Forget it. Buy the tickets first. After buying the tickets, Lu Chuan planned to practice for a while. At this time Zhao Siming hurried over. Lu Chuan, something bad has happened. Lu Chuan looked over and asked, Mr. Zhao, what happened? Zhao Siming handed a piece of paper to Lu Chuan. Someone from the war zone just came and said they are here to challenge you. Being challenged by someone from the war zone is no small matter. You should take a look at it. Lu Chuan took the challenge letter and took a look at the content on it. It only wrote the time and place, but did not say the reason for the challenge. He looked at Zhao Siming and asked, Mr. Zhao, did the person who sent the letter of challenge ask why he wanted to challenge me? Zhao Siming hesitated and said, that person said that they had never seen anyone as arrogant as you in the war zone. They kindly invited you to join the war zone, but you didn't appreciate it and scolded all the leaders of the war zone. Some people in the war zone were not convinced, so they issued you this letter of challenge. Lu Chuan, you were indeed wrong in this matter. Even if you don't want to join the war zone, you shouldn't scold the leaders of the war zone. Lu Chuan was confused and said, I did reject the invitation of the war zone, but I didn't scold the leaders of the war zone. Zhao Siming was puzzled. Then why did the person who came to issue the letter of challenge say that you not only scolded, but also scolded quite ugly, and that person also said that they were polite when they invited you, but you were extremely arrogant and didn't give them face at all. Lu Chuan was so angry that he said loudly, what bullshit. It was obvious that they came to me with a condescending look. When did I ever be arrogant with them? Soon, he figured out what was going on. It must be that stupid woman Yuzin who saw that he had rejected the invitation, so she deliberately instigated her senior brother to say so when he went back. Lu Chuan was so angry that he clenched his fists. If he could, he really wanted to rush to Yuzin and slap her hard. This woman is really annoying. How could senior Yu, who is so kind, give birth to such a daughter? Seeing this, Zhao Siming hurriedly comforted Lu Chuan and said, if it's not your problem, then don't take it to heart. It's just a letter of challenge anyway, just don't accept it. Lu Chuan snorted coldly and said, no, I can't be slandered for no reason like this. I must seek justice for myself. He glanced at the time on the challenge letter. It was tonight and would not affect tomorrow's schedule. Zhao Siming quickly persuaded, Lu Chuan, the one challenging you is from the war zone. Everyone there is a master. If you really go, you will suffer. Lu Chuan said coldly, so what if it's the war zone? Since you slandered me, even the emperor has to apologize to me. The challenge location is at the Jiangbai war zone's garrison in Yancheng. That place is located in the suburbs and is a bit remote, so Lu Chuan did not waste time and rushed to the garrison immediately. At the same time, in the suburbs of Yancheng, there is a troop garrison. The famous Dragon Soul Special Forces are stationed here. At this time, Yuzin and Han Yunlei were sitting together on a martial arts field and chatting. Junior sister, do you think this Lu Chuan will really accept the challenge of the war zone? Han Yunlei asked. Yuzin showed a smug smile on his face and said, don't worry, senior brother. Lu Chuan is always arrogant and very face conscious. Once the challenge letter is in his hands, he will definitely accept it. Han Yunlei nodded and said, but what if he really comes and explains to the commander that he has never cursed anyone? Yuzin said, senior brother, why are you so timid? Now everyone in your entire Dragon Soul knows that Lu Chuan is arrogant and arrogant. Even if he explains, who will listen? If he wants to prove his innocence now, there is only one way, and that is to win this challenge. But didn't you say that the one who is challenging him this time is the captain of your first team? Isn't that captain more powerful than Liu King? Han Yunlei said, indeed, although Captain Wang Ting is a 7th grade master like Liu King, his strength is far superior to Liu King. It was already very difficult for Lu Chuan to defeat Liu King, let alone defeat Captain Wang Ting. Yuzin's face suddenly showed a hint of excitement and said, I can't wait to see Lu Chuan get beaten. I kindly gave him a bright future, but he refused it without knowing what was good for him. This time he will know how stupid his decision was at that time. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Chuan arrived at the Dragon Soul Special Forces station. He came to the front door, and 2 soldiers blocked his way. What are you doing? One of them questioned. Lu Chuan threw the challenge letter in front of the 2 and said coldly, come and accept the challenge. The 2 people stared at the challenge letter and immediately knew who the visitor was. One of them looked at Lu Chuan with a sneer and said, so you are that Lu Chuan, Kit, you are very arrogant. Lu Chuan curled his lips. Why, I just rejected the invitation from your war zone, and I was defined as arrogant? Another person sneered, "It seems that you are indeed very arrogant, but today our Dragon Soul elites will let you know what the price of being so arrogant is. You wait here, I will go in to report." Not long after, the man ran back. "Go in. They are already waiting for you at the martial arts arena. Our commander and deputy commander have also gone there. You'd better be really capable, otherwise you will become a joke in our entire war zone today," the man said with a hint of joking. Lu Chuan didn't say anything and walked straight inside. At the martial arts arena, the Dragon Soul Special Forces had all gathered with great momentum. Lu Chuan walked alone towards the entire war zone formation, looking a little small, but neither humble nor arrogant, and did not show the slightest fear. Yuzin and Han Yunlei were mixed in the crowd. When they saw Lu Chuan coming over, they couldn't help laughing. "I said this guy would definitely come. There will be a good show to watch today." Han Yunlei nodded and said, "I hope Captain Wang Ting can really defeat him. If I lose by accident, I may have to be punished." Yuzin said, "Brother, why are you just here to boost others' morale and destroy your own prestige? This Lu Chuan is powerful, but no matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than the elites in your war zone? Don't worry about it." Han Yunlei sighed and stopped talking. For some reason, he felt uneasy and his eyelids kept twitching. Lu Chuan came to the center of the square formation. He could feel the hostility from the entire Dragon Soul army. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably have wet his pants. But Lu Chuan was a cultivator, so he would naturally not be scared by this formation. He knew in his heart that in a place like a war zone, if you don't show some strength, no one will give you a chance to speak, so he didn't plan to waste time. He planned to deal with the person who challenged him first, and then explain. He glanced at the audience and asked in full force, "Who wants to challenge me?" Chapter 106. It seems that you can't do it either. In the square formation, a young man with a straight figure and sharp eyes came out. He came to Lu Chuan and shouted, "Wang Ting, the captain of the first squad of the Dragon Soul Special Forces. Please teach me." Lu Chuan didn't waste any words and bowed to Wang Ting. Wang Ting was slightly stunned, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Isn't it said that this person is extremely arrogant and arrogant? Why do I feel that he is quite polite? At the front of the square formation, there were two burly and imposing middle-aged men sitting. These two people were Feng Wang, the commander of the Dragon Soul Special Forces, and Liu Teng, the deputy commander. Feng Wang is a genuine 9th grade master. It is rumored that he had a battle with Yang Zhang and fought a draw. Liu Teng was originally an 8th grade master, but during this period of time, relying on the resources of the war zone, he successfully broke through to the 9th grade and was considered a master of the early 9th grade. It was Liu Teng who heard about Lu Chuan's defeat of Liu King before, so he asked Han Yunlei to invite Lu Chuan to join the war zone. At that time, he thought Lu Chuan was a talented person with great potential and would achieve unlimited success in the future. However, after hearing Han Yunlei say that Lu Chuan was arrogant and did not take the war zone seriously and even scolded him, he immediately determined that this kid was short-sighted, arrogant, and could not achieve great things. He also signaled Wang Ting to do this challenge, if for nothing else, just to let Lu Chuan know that he was not worth mentioning in front of the war zone. Therefore, this challenge also concerned his own face. He gave Wang Ting a death order that he could only win and not lose. Feng Wang looked at Lu Chuan in the center of the field and said, "This boy has an extraordinary aura, but he doesn't show the arrogance you mentioned. He looks like a rare talent. Are you sure he is as bad as you said?" Liu Teng immediately said, "He is just pretending. He is extremely arrogant. Not only did he reject our invitation, but he also scolded us. How can such a person be a talent?" Feng Wang asked, "Did you hear him scold us with your own ears?" Liu Teng was stunned and then quickly said, "This is what Han Yunlei told me. He is my most trusted subordinate and will never lie to me." Feng Wang nodded. "Then let's see what he is capable of to dare to provoke the war zone like this." Liu Teng snorted coldly and said, "This kind of arrogant person is nothing more than lucky to get some strength. He is definitely not Wang Ting's opponent." In the center of the field, Wang Ting didn't intend to waste time. He immediately released his aura of the 7th grade master and rushed towards Lu Chuan. Everyone in the war zone was excited. Captain Wang Ting's strength is second to none in our war zone. With him, this arrogant guy will definitely be beaten to a pulp. Of course, he will be in trouble if he dares to provoke our war zone. Yuzin hugged Han Yunlo's arm with excitement. The fight is about to start. The fight is about to start. Finally, I can see that bastard Lu Chuan gets beaten up. Han Yunlo stared at the two people in the center of the field and murmured, I hope Captain Wang Ting can really beat him. Lu Chuan looked at Wang Ting, who was rushing towards him. After feeling that the opponent's strength was only the 7th rank, he murmured, only the 7th rank? It seems that your war zone is not as powerful as I thought. Wang Ting snorted coldly, boy, don't be so confident. I can deal with you. He punched Lu Chuan in the face with a terrifying force, causing gusts of wind. Lu Chuan made a quick move. His palm bypassed Wang Ting's fist, his body turned sideways, and his shoulder pushed hard towards Wang Ting's chest. Because Lu Chuan's speed was too fast, Wang Ting didn't react at all. He felt a force of 10,000 pounds coming from his chest, and then his body flew backwards and hit hard more than 10 meters away. He comforted himself in his heart that it was just a mistake, and he would stand up and fight again immediately. After all, everyone in the war zone was watching, and he must not lose face. However, as soon as he exerted force, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. He became extremely weak, and could no longer use his strength. At this moment, he realized that what Lu Chuan said at that time was not because of arrogance, but simply stating the facts. Wang Ting lost. Lu Chuan only used one move. The entire martial arts field fell silent in an instant. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, unable to accept that the powerful Captain Wang Ting in their minds only used one move on Lu Chuan's hand. Yuzin was dumbfounded. Han Yunlo's eyes almost popped out, and he said tremblingly, he had a hard time beating Liu King not long ago. How come he defeated Captain Wang Ting with one move now? Liu Teng, who was sitting on a chair, stood up in an instant, squinting his eyes and looking at Lu Chuan in the middle of the field, his fists clenched subconsciously. Feng Guang glanced at him and said coldly, didn't you say that this person is very unbearable? If this is not a talent, then what are the soldiers under your command? Liu Teng's face turned red, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. Not long ago, when he fought with Liu King, he still tried his best. Wang Ting's strength was above Liu King, but he was defeated with one move. This Lu Chuan must be weird. In order to save some face for himself, Liu Teng directly accused Lu Chuan of having a problem. Feng Guang snorted coldly, doesn't this just show that he has extraordinary talent, far beyond the reach of ordinary people? Liu Teng was speechless again. After Lu Chuan defeated Wang Ting, he said calmly, it seems that your war zone is just like this. The whole audience was in an uproar. Liu Teng was so angry that he was shaking all over. This little bastard is really arrogant. Does he really think that no one in our war zone can deal with him? Feng Guang glanced at him and asked, do you have anyone who can match him? Liu Teng thought about it and found that no one in this garrison could beat Lu Chuan unless he transferred people to the headquarters, but this was not realistic at all. At this time, Lu Chuan glanced at the whole audience and said loudly, is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? The whole audience was silent. Although they all wanted to teach Lu Chuan a lesson, Wang Ting was defeated in one move, and they would only humiliate themselves if they went up. Liu Teng took a deep breath and said, if we don't teach this kid a lesson today, Lang Han will probably become a joke in the entire Jiangbai war zone in the future. For the sake of Lang Han's face, I can only bully the weak ones. After speaking, he walked towards the center of the field. Feng Guang frowned upon seeing this and shouted, come back here. Liu Teng ignored him. Feng Guang was speechless, thinking that it was right for you to save Dragon Soul's face, but how did you know that you were the opponent of Lu Chuan? When Lu Chuan made his move, he already felt that this kid's strength was not as simple as he thought, and it was very likely that he had reached the 9th level. If Liu Teng also lost, Dragon Soul would become a real joke. Unfortunately, Liu Teng had already entered everyone's sight, and it was impossible to stop him. When everyone saw Liu Teng walk to the center of the field, they immediately became excited. It's the deputy commander. It seems that this kid has angered the deputy commander. Although the deputy commander's fate is a bit of bullying, but we are just a garrison, and the real geniuses are not here. It's not bad to let the deputy commander kill this guy's prestige. We must kill his prestige, otherwise he really thinks that there is no one in our war zone. Luo Teng came to Lu Chuan and said coldly, "Boy, I'm here to challenge you." Lu Chuan also knew from the discussions of the people around him that this person was the deputy commander of the Dragon Soul Special Forces. He felt a powerful aura on Luo Teng's body and smiled. Okay. With such a great improvement in strength, Lu Chuan had long wanted to find a master of equal strength to fight. The two did not waste words and started fighting immediately. Lu Chuan felt the power exerted by Luo Teng and quickly judged that the other party was a 9th grade, but it was obvious that he had just broken through not long ago and his strength had not been completely stabilized. This made him feel a lot more at ease. After all, with his current realm, he was only invincible below the 8th grade, and he still had little chance of winning against the 9th grade with stable strength. But it is relatively easy to deal with a 9th grade warrior like Luo Teng who had just broken through. The two exchanged hundreds of moves in a flash, and the fight was evenly matched. The people in the war zone were dazzled, and their ears were almost deafened by the sonic boom produced by the two fighting. When they saw that Lu Chuan and Luo Teng were evenly matched, the excitement on their faces gradually faded, and they frowned instead. They couldn't understand how a man of about the same age as them could fight back and forth with their deputy commander and not lose at all. If it were them, they would probably have been killed long ago. The battle lasted about a quarter of an hour. Luo Teng saw that he couldn't beat Lu Chuan, and he became anxious. Thinking that if he lost, he would become a joke in the entire war zone. He became extremely anxious and his moves became more reckless. Once reckless, it is easy to reveal flaws. Although Lu Chuan has reached his limit, his mentality has been stable, and he has been waiting for Luo Teng to become anxious. Now Luo Teng finally couldn't hold back, and revealed his flaws. Naturally, he would not let go of this opportunity. Luo Teng kicked out, but because he didn't grasp Lu Chuan's thoughts, he kicked crookedly. Lu Chuan seized the opportunity, stepped forward, and took advantage of Luo Teng's lack of time to resist, and slapped him on the chest. Great Compassion Palm. This is a relatively difficult martial art to learn in the cultivation world. Lu Chuan, who is at the 8th level of key training, can only use this higher level martial art of cultivating immortals to defeat the 9th grade master. Bang! A wave of power spread out, and Luo Teng sat on the ground. He could clearly feel that Lu Chuan had held back just now, otherwise the palm just now would not be as simple as letting him sit on the ground. He looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief, muttering, "This? How is this possible?" Lu Chuan retracted his moves, exhaled, and thought to himself that he finally won. Otherwise it would be uncertain who would win or lose if the fight continued. He turned his head to look at Luo Teng sitting on the ground, and said with a smile, "I thought you were so powerful. It seems that you are not good enough." Chapter 107 Going to Pingayang County. Luo Teng was instantly overwhelmed with ashamed. He stared at Lu Chuan with gritted teeth and shouted, "Don't be so proud here. Even if you are extremely talented and your strength is unexpectedly great, you are arrogant and conceited, and you still can't achieve anything great." Lu Chuan snorted coldly and questioned, "When did I become arrogant? When did I become arrogant?" Luo Teng said, "I sincerely invited you to join the war zone. Not only did you not appreciate it, but you also belittled the war zone and scolded me. Isn't this arrogant? Isn't this arrogant?" Lu Chuan was speechless. "Did you hear all this from Han Yunlei? Have you asked him if what he said is true?" Luo Teng snorted coldly, "Han Yunlei is my most trusted subordinate. He never lies to me. I believe every word he says." Lu Chuan shouted directly, "Han Yunlei." There was a sense of oppression in his voice that made people dare not resist. Han Yunlei was thinking about what to do with a worried look on his face. After hearing Lu Chuan shout, he instinctively stood up and shouted, "Here. Come here." Lu Chuan said. Han Yunlei swallowed his saliva and instinctively wanted to refuse, but for some reason, his body seemed to be controlled by some invisible force, and he walked uncontrollably towards the center of the martial arts arena. When he walked in front of Lu Chuan, he was already sweating profusely, trembling all over, and almost fainted. Although Lu Chuan defeated Luo Teng, it only meant that he was a 9th grade master, but Han Yunlei felt that the oppression this guy gave him was much more terrifying than that of a 9th grade master. Lu Chuan stared at Han Yunlei with his eyes, as if he wanted to see through his soul, and said, I will only give you one chance, tell me what happened that day. Han Yunlei naturally didn't want to tell the truth about that day, but he didn't know whether it was out of fear or out of his inner conscience. He felt that he couldn't continue to deceive, and actually told the story of that day honestly. Yes, it was my arrogant attitude. I took advantage of the fact that I was from the war zone and was rude to Lu Chuan, which made him feel disgusted with joining the war zone. Afterwards, I was afraid of taking responsibility and didn't know how to deal with it. Yuzin asked me to slander Lu Chuan and exaggerate, saying that he despised the war zone and insulted the high-level officials of the war zone. Doing so would avoid being scolded and cause some trouble for Lu Chuan. Yuzin instigated me to do this. I have realized my mistake. I beg the commander and everyone to forgive me. Everyone was stunned when they listened to Han Yunlei's story. It turned out that Lu Chuan had never despised the war zone or scolded anyone. It was all made up by Han Yunlei and Yuzin. Many people's eyes fell on Yuzin. Yuzin suddenly became restless, trying to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and forced out an awkward smile, saying to the person who was closer to him, no, it's not like that. Luo Teng was dumbfounded after hearing what Han Yunlei said. He had never thought that his most trusted subordinate would make up such an outrageous thing to deceive him, and eventually made himself a complete joke. He stood up from the ground, enduring the pain in his chest, staring at Han Yunlei with his eyes. Han Yunlei, I trust you so much, you actually played me? Han Yunlei looked flustered, shaking his head constantly, and said, Yuzin instigated me. I didn't want to do it. Luo Teng was furious and raised his hand to slap Han Yunlei, but because he was injured in the fight with Lu Chuan just now, he couldn't slap him. I was so blind that I thought you were my most trusted subordinate. Han Yunlei was full of guilt, lowered his head, and dared not speak. At this time, Feng Guang stood up and came in front of several people. He looked at Luo Teng with disappointment and asked, didn't you say he was your most trusted subordinate? Luo Teng was so ashamed that he didn't dare to look Feng Guang in the eye. Feng Guang looked at Lu Chuan, bowed to him, and said, my friend Lu Chuan, I really made a fool of myself today. You are not at fault in this matter. Now I apologize to you on behalf of the entire Dragon Soul. Lu Chuan waved his hand. Commander, you are too polite. As long as this matter is clarified, it will be fine. Feng Guang nodded, looked at Han Yunlei again, and shouted, we in Dragon Soul do not allow people like you to deceive the subordinates and deceive the superiors. You should pack up your things now and go back to where you came from. Han Yunlei's face was full of despair, and he begged, Commander, please give me another chance. Feng Guang said, you should know the rules of Dragon Soul. Han Yunlei immediately gave up begging for mercy and said with tears in his eyes, I know, I will go to pack my things now. I'm ashamed of Dragon Soul and all my brothers. After that, he turned and left. Feng Guang looked at Luo Teng again. You are a bad person, so I will punish you by putting you in solitary confinement for a month. Go and reflect on why you have trained such a soldier. Luo Teng sighed and replied, yes. Feng Guang turned his head and looked into the distance. His eyes fell on Yuzin, and he said loudly, drive her out. From now on, no women are allowed to enter the garrison. Several soldiers immediately received the order, yes. Then they grabbed Yuzin and dragged her out. Yuzin looked aggrieved and said, you can't do this to me. I didn't do anything wrong. I just want Lu Chuan to suffer a little. Feng Guang looked at Yuzin indifferently and said, I will tell your father about this. You can go back and tell him. When Yuzin heard this, despair instantly appeared on her face. She promised Yu King Feng that she would never cause trouble again in the future. If Feng Guang told her about this, she might even have trouble going out in the future. After dealing with everyone, Feng Guang looked at Lu Chuan and said, my friend Lu Chuan, your talent is rare in the world. If you join the war zone, you will get resources that you can't imagine now, and you will also have the opportunity to pursue a higher level of martial arts. Don't you really consider joining the war zone? Lu Chuan smiled and said, thank you for your kindness, Commander, I don't have this plan for the time being. Feng Guan didn't continue to persuade him and said, okay, but if there is anything in the future, you can contact me at any time, and I will definitely help if I can. Lu Chuan clasped his fists. After explaining the matter clearly, Lu Chuan didn't think about staying in the garrison for long. After saying goodbye to Feng Guang, he returned to the Zuanhu medical clinic. Mu Nanking was humming a little song and packing things. When she saw Lu Chuan coming back, she asked him if he needed to bring anything, and she packed it together. Lu Chuan said that he only needed to bring a few clothes and didn't need Mu Nanking's help. The next morning, Lu Chuan and Mu Nanking came to the train station with their luggage. Mu Nanking is a few years older than Lu Chuan, but her skin is moist and smooth, not looking old at all, and her face has a bit more mature woman's charm. Moreover, she specially wore a Chiangsan today, which highlighted her curvy figure to the fullest, coupled with her gentle and charming temperament, a bit like the rich ladies in the old Shanghai period, and I don't know how many people's eyes she attracted. Lu Chuan always felt a little uncomfortable walking with her, because those who cast their eyes on him probably thought he was Mu Nanking's husband, and they were envious and jealous. Before getting on the train, Lu Chuan sent a message to Wu Wei, I will arrive in Pinggyang County today. Wu Wei quickly replied, I will meet you in person when the time comes. Lu Chuan didn't reply again, carrying Mu Nanking's suitcase, and got on the train with Mu Nanking. Pinggyang County is about a 3-hour drive from Yuncheng, so Lu Chuan bought a hard seat. During the train ride, Mu Nanking suddenly said to Lu Chuan shyly, Xiao Chuan, I want to discuss something with you. Lu Chuan asked, what is it? Mu Nanking said, it's like this, your elder brother has been gone for a long time, and my parents have been persuading me to find another one. I'm alone outside, and they have been very worried, so I thought, can you pretend to be my boyfriend when you go to Pinggyang County this time? This way my parents can feel more at ease, and if I take you back, there will be no gossip from my relatives at home. Lu Chuan was stunned, thinking, why do you want me to pretend to be a boyfriend again? Do I look so much like a public boyfriend? He said hesitantly, sister-in-law, this isn't good, right? Mu Nanking said, what's wrong with it? Anyway, it's just pretending. Do you want those relatives at home to point fingers at me behind my back, saying that I don't have a boyfriend, but I bring a strange man home? Lu Chuan thought about it and felt that it was true. Although he had always regarded Mu Nanking as his sister-in-law, she was recognized by him after all, and the two had no relatives at all. If he went back like this, Mu Nanking would definitely be gossiped by others. So he smiled and said, okay, then I will pretend to be my sister-in-law's boyfriend, so that my uncle and aunt can also feel at ease. Mu Nanking was immediately very happy, and then stared at Lu Chuan and said, then from now on, you are not allowed to call me sister-in-law anymore. Lu Chuan nodded, I know, sister-in-law. Mu Nanking immediately rolled his eyes, stared at Lu Chuan and pouted. Lu Chuan laughed and scratched his head awkwardly, I'm used to it. Then from now on, I will call you Nanking. Mu Nanking blushed and nodded slightly. Lu Chuan said, sister-in-law, Nanking, then tell me about our family situation. You rarely mentioned your family affairs in these years, and I know very little. Mu Nanking immediately told Lu Chuan about the situation at home. In addition to his parents, Mu Nanking also has a younger brother named Mu Crossing, who is now married, and their parents now live with Mu Crossing. Mu Nanking's father, Mu Guodang, is from the Mu family in Pinggyang County. This is a family that is not big or small. It has a certain strength in Pinggyang County, but compared with the Wu family, it is just a third-rate thing. My parents and my brother and sister-in-law are all very good. They are all ordinary people who are diligent and hardworking. You don't have to worry about them making things difficult for you. It's just that my father has mediocre qualifications and has never made any contributions to the family in his life, so some people in the family exclude him, and by the way, they don't like our family. By the way, if we need to go to the Mu family at that time, you must be careful of my cousin from my uncle's family. Her name is Mu Xiaoqing. She has always disliked me. When we go back this time, she might cause trouble for me, but you just don't pay attention to her. Chapter 108. Luxury cars line up to welcome. Lu Chuan asked curiously, don't like you? Why? King said, as for relatives, you should know that there is more or less a sense of comparison. When I was young, many people pursued me, including a boy she liked, and at this point, she lowered her head and glanced at her chest. Luchuan joked, and what? Is it because your breasts are bigger than hers, which made her jealous? King blushed all the way to her neck, but she did not refute, but nodded. Luchuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that he was right. He pretended to glance at King's chest casually and said lightly, with your capital, it is really hard not to make people jealous. King looked at Luchuan with shame and annoyance. Zao-chan. Luchuan giggled. Just a joke, just a joke. King gave him a reproachful look, but it can be seen that he was still very happy. At this time, a fat man in a suit came over and said to a person opposite King, brother, can we change seats? The man looked at the man in the suit and said, sorry, I don't want to change. He still wanted to smell the big-breasted beauty opposite. The man in the suit said nothing, but took out $300 bills from his wallet and put them in front of the man. The man's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he quickly took the money, stood up and said, brother, please sit down. This position is good. You can enjoy the scenery. It's beautiful to see the mountains from the side and the peaks from the side. The man in the suit adjusted his collar, coughed twice, and sat opposite King. Luchuan and King stared at the man in the suit, and after looking at each other, a word popped up in their minds at the same time, local tycoon. And they could all guess that this local tycoon came for King. As expected, after the suit man sat down, he spit some saliva on his hand, wiped his hair back, and then stretched out his hand to King, smiling and saying, beauty, let me introduce myself. My name is Tsundere. I'm a boss with assets of tens of millions. I'm very happy to meet a beauty like you in front of this train. King looked at Tsundere's hand, which had just been spit on, with a face full of disgust. After an awkward smile, he did not shake hands with the other party, but just said politely, hello. Tsundere awkwardly withdrew his hand, wiped it on his suit pants, and still said shamelessly, beauty, are you going to Pingayang County alone? King quickly took Luchuan's arm and said, no, I'm going with my husband. Tsundere was stunned. He had just observed for a long time and thought that the guy sitting next to him was just a loser who coveted the beauty of this beauty and ran over to chat with her. Unexpectedly, he was actually the husband of this beauty. Is this beauty blind? Luchuan on the side was also confused, thinking that he was not pretending to be her boyfriend. How come he turned around and became my husband? He glanced at King, who motioned for him to cooperate, so he could only accept the title. Tsundere reacted, laughed dryly, and said, is this your husband? You two don't look a good match at all, otherwise I wouldn't have misunderstood. His words were implicitly mocking Luchuan for not being worthy of King. King raised her head and said, why not? We are a good match. Tsundere stared at Luchuan and asked, I wonder what you do, brother? You must be very capable to marry such a beautiful wife, right? Luchuan said, I opened a medical clinic. Tsundere immediately curled his lips and thought to himself that this is not good for you. You are so lucky to marry such a beautiful wife. No, I have to find a way to make this beauty realize that she deserves a more successful man. Tsundere rolled his eyes and said with a smile, the clinic is okay, but I feel that if this is your ambition, it is still unfair to this beautiful woman. Then he began to tell the story of his rise to wealth, and boasted about his company and his property, and hinted that if King had a wife, he would love her and spend money on her. King and Luchuan were both speechless, but neither interrupted Tsundere. The two relied on eye contact to express their respective ideas. After a few glances, King couldn't help laughing, which made Tsundere confused. She didn't know how Luchuan felt. Anyway, she felt a hint of ambiguity in these eye contacts. She was a little intoxicated by this feeling, wanting to snuggle with Luchuan, wanting to be intimate with Luchuan, wanting to kiss. This feeling made her dream back to her youth, when she was just a young girl who had just begun to fall in love. Because of this ambiguous feeling, Tsundere was completely ignored and became a background board. Finally, after a 3-hour drive, the train arrived at Pingayang County Railway Station. Munanking quickly stood up and dragged Luchuan to run, but she couldn't stand Kyandanio's nagging at all. However, Kyandanio still refused to give up and quickly caught up. Not long after getting off the train, Luchuan received a text message from Wu Wei. Brother Luchuan, I have brought people waiting at the entrance of the railway station. You can see me when you come out. Munanking asked from the side, shall we take a taxi back? Kyandanio came over and said, I'll drive you back. The new BMW is very comfortable to sit in. Luchuan smiled and said, no, someone will come to pick us up. Kyandanio said, the car that picks you up is definitely not as comfortable as my BMW. I'll take you there. Munanking waved his hand. No, you go back by yourself. Then he took Luchuan outside. As soon as I walked out of the train station, I saw a long line of luxury cars parked neatly outside. Beside these luxury cars stood a row of bodyguards in suits and sunglasses. Each of them had a strong aura, attracting countless onlookers. Many people were talking in low voices. Oh my god, what kind of big shot must be welcome to have such a grand ceremony. Did you see the Mercedes-Benz G-Class in the lead? There is only one such car in Pingayang County, and it belongs to the Wu family. To be treated like this by the Wu family, this person must be someone very important. Look, is the one standing over there the head of the Wu family? Oh my god, the head of the family is here to greet us personally. Isn't this an honor? Munanking was also stunned by this scene, and muttered to himself, the head of the Wu family is here to greet us personally. It seems that a big shot is coming to Pingayang County. Kyandanio came over, looking at the convoy of luxury cars not far away with envy, and said, that's right, if I could get to know this big shot, and if I could get in touch with the Wu family, I would be soaring to the sky. He turned his head to look at Luchuan, and seeing that Luchuan was also staring at the convoy, he smiled and said, don't look at it, this ceremony is not prepared for you. Do you want to take my BMW? Although it is not as good as this convoy of luxury cars, it is also a luxury car. Luchuan glanced at Kyandanio, and then took Munanking to the direction where Wu Wei was. Seeing this, Kyandanio hurriedly shouted, boy, are you crazy? That's the Wu family's convoy, what are you doing there? Munanking didn't know what Luchuan was going to do, so he asked, Ziochuan, didn't you say someone was coming to pick us up? Why are we going to the Wu family's convoy? Luchuan smiled and said, this convoy is here to pick us up. Munanking was stunned. As someone who grew up in Pingayang County, she naturally knew what kind of status the Wu family had in this county. That was an existence that even her grandfather had to look up to. And now Luchuan actually said that these people from the Wu family were here to pick them up, and the pomp was so big, it was really surprising. Ziochuan, is it already so powerful? Munanking looked at Luchuan's back, and a bit of admiration inexplicably grew in his eyes. After seeing Luchuan's figure not far away, Wu Wei hurried over to greet him. Brother Luchuan, thank you for your kindness. I will definitely arrange for you when you come to Pingayang County this time. Hey, is this my sister-in-law? Wu Wei's eyes fell on Munanking. Luchuan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Wu Wei immediately gave a thumbs up and said, Brother Juchuan really has a good eye. Just based on my sister-in-law's looks, she would be ranked among the best in Jiangbai province. Luchuan smiled and said, thank you for the compliment, but I think this is the truth. Munanking looked shy and didn't know what to say. Then the two followed Wu Wei to get on the Mercedes-Benz G. Kyandanio, who was not far away, was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He is the big shot that the Wu family wants to welcome. I bragged to him all the way on the train. I even want to steal his wife. I think I have lived too long? Kyandanio's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his body couldn't help shaking. At this time, the window of the G-Class rolled down. Luchuan smiled and looked in the direction of Kyandanio, saying, someone has picked us up. You should drive your BMW back. Then the convoy left the train station in a mighty manner. Kyandanio almost fainted, sat on the ground, and cried, has he forgiven me? Have I escaped today? That brother is such a good man. Wu Wei had originally arranged a place for Lu Chuan to stay and prepared meals, but Lu Chuan had to accompany Mu Nanking home first, so he declined Wu Wei's kindness and said that he would go to the Wu family's mine to see the stone in a few days. Wu Wei naturally had no objection and told Lu Chuan that no matter what he needed, he could just call him directly. Then Wu Wei asked the driver to drop Lu Chuan and Mu Nanking off at the gate of the community where Mu Nanking's brother lived. Mu Nanking was a little excited and took Lu Chuan to the community and was obviously a little more nervous. The two entered a building, took the elevator upstairs, came to the door of a room, and pressed the doorbell. Mu Nanking quickly stood up, wondering if it was his mother or his brother who opened the door. Soon, the door opened, and a woman dressed up in fancy clothes appeared in front of Mu Nanking and Lu Chuan. This person was Mu Nanking's cousin, Mu Xiaoqing. Mu Xiaoqing stared at Mu Nanking, and after seeing that she was still tender and attractive, and her chest was becoming more and more difficult to ignore, she said sarcastically, "Oh, it's my cousin who's back. I haven't seen you for so many years, and you're really getting more and more coquettish." Chapter 109 The Annoying Mu Xiaoqing. Mu Nanking frowned and asked, "Mu Xiaoqing, why are you here?" Mu Xiaoqing said, "I heard that you were coming back, so I came to welcome you. Why don't you welcome me?" Mu Nanking curled his lips. "Welcome? You scolded me as soon as we met. Does this count as welcoming?" Mu Xiaoqing sneered and said, "I was praising you. Isn't it good for women to be more coquettish?" Mu Nanking was angry. At this time, Lu Chuan said faintly, "Indeed, some airports can't even be coquettish if they want to." Mu Xiaoqing exploded instantly, staring at Lu Chuan and shouting, "Who are you talking about airports?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I didn't say you. Why do you take it for granted?" Mu Xiaoqing's face was uncertain, and she snorted and turned back to the house angrily. Lu Chuan smiled and looked at Mu Nanking, blinked at her. "You can't be polite when dealing with such things." Mu Nanking laughed and gave Lu Chuan a thumbs up. At this time, Mu Nanking's mother Zhang Yufeng came out and said excitedly, "Nanking, you are back. I missed you so much." Mu Nanking was also excited and hugged Zhang Yufeng together. "Mom, I missed you too." After a long time, the two separated. Zhang Yufeng looked at Lu Chuan and said with a smile, "You are Lu Chuan, right? Come in. Nanking has mentioned you to us a long time ago, and now we can finally see the real person." Lu Chuan smiled and responded, but he was a little strange in his heart. He thought that my sister-in-law asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend. It was not a sudden idea. How come my uncle and aunt knew me a long time ago? The three of them entered the house. In addition to Mu Xiaoqing, there were 4 people sitting in the living room, namely Mu Nanking's father Mu Guodong, his younger brother Mu Crossing, his sister-in-law Wang Hui and Mu Xiaoqing's boyfriend Ko Bin. When Mu Guodong and Mu Crossing saw Mu Nanking coming back, they also came forward to reminisce about the past. Mu Nanking introduced Lu Chuan to them by the way. Lu Chuan greeted everyone a little stiffly. It was the first time for him to meet his parents. Although it was just a play, he was still a little nervous. Zhang Yufeng had already prepared the meal before Mu Nanking and Lu Chuan came back. After everyone finished reminiscing about the past, they all sat down at the dining table. Mu Nanking glanced at Mu Xiaoqing and her boyfriend and whispered to Lu Chuan, "They must have heard that I was coming back, so they came here to show off their power." Lu Chuan nodded and said, "I can tell." Sure enough, Mu Xiaoqing stared at the food on the table and said, "Aunt, my cousin finally comes back, and you give her this kind of low-grade food." Zhang Yufeng's expression froze, and then she said, "Nanking is a family member. It's enough to eat some ordinary home-cooked meals. The most important thing is to be reunited as a family." Mu Xiaoqing said with disgust on her face, "We haven't eaten this kind of home-cooked food for a long time. My cousin has been working hard outside for so many years. She should have made a lot of money, right? She didn't even ask us out for a good meal, so that my uncle and aunt can only eat this kind of low-grade food. How stingy." Mu Nanking's face turned cold, and he slapped his chopsticks. "If you don't want to eat, get out." Mu Xiaoqing quickly said, "Oh, I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously?" She turned her head to look at Lu Chuan and said, "Is this guy your new boyfriend? He doesn't look very good. What job does he do?" Lu Chuan said, in a clinic. Zhang Yufeng smiled and said, it's good to work in a clinic. The job is stable, and you can treat patients, and do good deeds. It's really good. Mu Guodong agreed, and was very satisfied with Lu Chuan's work. Mu Xiaoqing sneered and said, what's so good about working in a clinic? He can't even get into a regular hospital. It only shows that his ability is limited. Besides, he can only earn a few dollars working in a clinic, and he will never get rich in his life. Then she quickly looked at Kaobin and said, let me introduce you to my boyfriend Kaobin. Besides being handsome, elegant and suave, he is also very capable. Now he has joined the company under the name of the Wu family, and is the vice president with an annual salary of 500,000. This is only secondary. The most important thing is that he works in the Wu family's company and has the opportunity to come into contact with the top management of the Wu family. He has even met the head of the Wu family several times and even had dinner with them. Do you know what this means? It means an opportunity to rise to prominence. As long as he is valued by the head of the Wu family, his future achievements will definitely be limitless, and he will have so much money to count. When Kaobin heard Mu Xiaoqing praising him like this, he sat up straight involuntarily, showing a bit of pride on his face, and said with a smile, these are all trivial matters that are not worth mentioning. Although the head of the Wu family has noticed me recently, I think this is all natural. I never show off outside. Only Xiaoqing likes to talk about it. Mu Xiaoqing raised her head and said, why, my boyfriend is amazing, and you don't allow me to talk about it? She looked at Lu Chuan again, and seeing that he didn't react, she said, by the way, I forgot to tell you that the Wu family is the largest family in Pinggyang County. More than half of our county's industries belong to the Wu family. The head of the Wu family is like an emperor, and not everyone can approach him. Now you know how amazing my boyfriend is, right? Mu Nanking looked strange, thinking that we came here today to be greeted by the head of the Wu family in person. Your boyfriend just works in someone else's company. What's there to show off about this? She wanted to stand up for Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan smiled and said, let her talk, we just watch the show. Mu Nanking then injured it. At this time, the TV began to broadcast the local news, which happened to be the news that the head of the Wu family brought a fleet of luxury cars to the train station to pick up someone, causing traffic congestion. After seeing this, Mu Xiaoqing immediately exclaimed, look, that's the head of the Wu family. My god, he actually went to the train station to pick someone up in person and brought a fleet of luxury cars. What kind of person is this? Kaobin was also surprised after seeing this and said, it goes without saying that he is a big shot from outside the area who can be treated like this by the head of the Wu family. People of our level cannot contact him. Zhang Yufeng, Mu Guodong, Mu Crossing and others were also full of emotion after seeing the news. The Wu family is the king in Pinggyang County. This is a fact recognized by everyone. The power of the Wu family is getting bigger and bigger. Kaobin can enter the Wu family's company. He is indeed a rare talent. Mu Guodong said. Mu Crossing stared at the screen with envy, muttering, it would be great if I could work in the Wu family's company. Mu Xiaoqing said expectantly, I wonder if there is any footage of that big shot, so that I can see who it is that the head of the Wu family pays so much attention to. Mu Nanking and Lu Chuan looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Mu Nanking also hoped that the TV would show her and Lu Chuan, so that she could shut up Mu Xiaoqing, the self-righteous guy. Unfortunately, this news only broadcast the footage of the Wu family's luxury car fleet, and did not show other footage, and soon moved on to the next news. Mu Xiaoqing turned back with some disappointment, and asked Kaobin, honey, do you know who the person is that the head of the Wu family is receiving? Kaobin thought to himself, that I can't even be someone's follower now, how could I know who he is receiving? But he still pretended to say, the head of the Wu family has given me a lot of tasks recently, and time is tight, so he didn't tell me about this. But I guess he might be receiving a leader from the provincial capital. He mentioned this matter during the dinner before. Mu Xiaoqing's face was immediately full of daydreaming. The big leader from the provincial capital. It would be great if I could meet him. Lu Chuan couldn't help but laughed. When Mu Xiaoqing saw him laughing, she glared at him and said, what are you laughing at? At least Kaobin is close to the head of the Wu family. I will have the opportunity to meet these big shots in the future. What about you? A guy who works in a shabby clinic still has the nerve to laugh here. Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, yes, you are the best. I wish you can really meet the big shot you mentioned in the future. TSK. Mu King looked at Lu Chuan with disdain. What's the matter? Are you jealous so soon? Look at your weird look. It's really laughable. Then she looked at Mu King and said, cousin, to be honest, I don't think this guy is worthy of you. But she soon changed her mouth. Oh, no, I forgot that you have been married once. There is nothing wrong with looking at it this way. After all, those outstanding ones will definitely not look for a married woman. Mu King's face sank instantly, and he slammed the table and shouted, Mu King, do you want to quarrel? Mu King looked disdainful. Oh, I'm a straight talker, you know that. I'm just telling you the truth. But you still argue with me. You don't act like a sister at all. Zhang Yufeng quickly tried to smooth things over and said, okay, let's eat the food. It will be cold soon. Mu King didn't get angry. At this time, Kaobin glanced at his mobile phone and deliberately raised his voice and said, my bonus for the first half of the year has arrived. 100,000 yuan. Mu King was surprised and said, really? Let me see it. Mu Guodong's family was full of envy. Mu Guodong looked at Mu King and said, King, don't forget to ask Kaobin to help ask about going to work at the Wu family company. The reason why they tolerated Mu King was because they needed her help. Mu King waved her hand. I know, I will help ask later, but the Wu family has always wanted talents. I don't know if he can get in. Mu King subconsciously looked at Lu Chuan and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. At this time, Mu King said again, since you are giving out bonuses today, let's go shopping in the mall. She turned her head to look at Mu King and asked, cousin, do you want to go with us? You see, you don't even have a bag. Let Lu Chuan show his sincerity today to see if he is sincere. Mu King was about to refuse immediately. She didn't want to go shopping in the mall with such an annoying guy. But before she opened her mouth, Lu Chuan on the side agreed. Okay, then let's go shopping in the mall together. Mu King was puzzled and looked at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan whispered, they are so annoying, and they belittle you so much. I have to save your face. A sneer flashed in Mu King's eyes, and she thought to herself, that when you get to the mall, you will know how big the gap between you and us is. Mu King, so what if you are beautiful, and have big breasts, in the end you still found such a bad boyfriend. He is far worse than Kaobin. Chapter 110. For this lady. Kyanda shopping mall. Lu Chuan, Mu King, Mu King and Kaobin came to the entrance of the shopping mall. Because it is the only large shopping mall in the county, it is crowded and bustling. As several people walked in, Mu King said, this Kyanda shopping mall was also invested and built by the Wu family. All employees of the Wu family companies who come here to consume can get discounts, and the higher the position, the greater the discount they can enjoy. She turned her head to look at Kaobin and asked, honey, what kind of discount can you enjoy? Kaobin said with some pride, not much, just 30% off for the whole store. Mu King raised her head, glanced at Lu Chuan and muttered, see, this is a real good job. You work in a clinic, can you enjoy this kind of treatment? The four people entered the mall, wandered around for a while, and came to a luxury brand store selling bags. Mu King said expectantly, let's go in and take a look first. After I buy the bags, I will go with you to the clearance counter over there to buy cheaper ones. You two should be careful. The bags here are very expensive. Don't let them get dirty. If you can't afford to pay for them, we won't care. After that, she hugged Kaobin and walked in. Lu Chuan smiled and said, she really has a sense of superiority, as if she believes that we can't afford the bags here. Mu King said, she is like this, don't be so stupid as to argue with her. But the bags here are really expensive, let's just take a look. Lu Chuan smiled but said nothing. Since they had agreed to buy bags, how could he let Mu King go back empty-handed? The two followed into the store. Although he said that he just wanted to take a look, Mu King was still attracted by the dazzling array of beautiful bags in the store. No woman can refuse a bag that is full of fashion sense. Mu Nanking said no, but she has been used to saving money over the years. Even though Lu Chuan has given her a very high salary now, she has not thought of spending tens of thousands of yuan to buy a bag. At this time, Mu King took a fancy to a bag and took it to Mu Nanking with excitement. "Cousin, look, is this bag good looking?" Mu Nanking took a look and nodded. "It's pretty good looking." Mu King said proudly, "Of course, the bag I took a fancy to, how could it not be good looking? Do you know how much this bag costs? More than 40,000. Even with the discount, it's more than 30,000. Kaobin has already agreed to buy this one for me. He has already paid for it. Are you envious?" Mu Nanking laughed dryly. "No. Cut. Why are you pretending? I think you are drooling with envy." Mu King admired her new bag, not to mention how happy she was. Lu Chuan came over and asked Mu Nanking, "Nanking, is there anything you like?" Mu King glanced at him and said, "You said you can afford it." "Yes, I asked you to show my sincerity, but I didn't ask you to pretend to be rich." Mu Nanking also said to Lu Chuan, "Let's just take a look. I don't like the bags here very much." Lu Chuan said, "Anyway, we are here. The bags here are not expensive. Just buy one." Mu King was speechless. "You are addicted to bragging, right? Didn't I tell you that I will take you to the counter where the goods are handled after I finish shopping? Why do you have to pretend to be a big shot here?" Lu Chuan curled his lips. "So you are the only one in the world who can afford the bags here, right?" Mu King didn't want to waste time. Okay, you have too much money to burn, but I have to make it clear that Kaobin's discount can only be used once a month, and we will not help you with discounts. Don't think about taking advantage of us." Lu Chuan ignored her and asked Mu Nanking, "Tell me something you like. Please give me some face." Mu Nanking nodded and pointed to a bag that she was very excited about. "I think that one is pretty good." Lu Chuan and Mu King turned their heads to look at the bag at the same time. Mu King suddenly burst into laughter and fell backwards. Lu Chuan and Mu Nanking were both confused. At this time, Kaobin came over after paying the money. Seeing Mu King smiling like this, he asked, "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Mu King pointed to the bag that Mu Nanking wanted and said, "My cousin wants that bag." Kaobin took a look and couldn't help laughing. Then he said, "Cousin, you really have a good taste, but that bag is the most expensive in the store. It is a global limited edition and costs more than 1 million. Mu Nanking's eyes widened. She didn't expect that this bag would be so expensive. Then she said awkwardly, "Is that so? Then I'll take a look at something else." Lu Chuan walked directly towards the bag and said, "No need to look at it, just this one." Mu King and Kaobin both widened their eyes. They didn't expect that Lu Chuan would even plan to buy it after hearing the price of this bag. Is this guy kidding? He can afford a bag worth more than 1 million. Kaobin said. Mu King rolled her eyes, then quickly ran to Lu Chuan, stopped him, and said, "You don't want to steal something, do you? I tell you, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. If you want to die, don't implicate us." Lu Chuan was speechless. "When did I say I wanted to steal something?" Mu King glared. "So you want to rob openly?" Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Are you sick? I want to spend money to buy a bag. Don't stop me here." Mu King refused to let him go and shouted directly to the clerk, "Come here quickly, this guy wants to steal your bag." Several clerks ran over and stared at Lu Chuan with vigilance, and one of them even took out a baseball bat. Lu Chuan clenched his fists and had the urge to beat Mu King. He looked at the shop assistants and said, "Don't get me wrong, I want to buy this bag. Please bring it here for me to have a look." Mu King immediately said, "Don't listen to his nonsense, he can't afford it at all." Lu Chuan looked at Mu King. "It's not your decision whether I can afford it or not, right?" Mu King said, "You work in a crappy clinic, how much money can you have? That bag costs more than 1 million. You probably can't afford it, even if you work for a lifetime. I'm helping you. If you are really stupid and do something illegal, no one can save you." Lu Chuan got angry and took out his bank card and said, "Then I'll pay first, and then I'll take a look. Is that okay?" Mu King was stunned and didn't know what to do for a moment. Mu Nanking came over, tugged at Lu Chuan and said, "Zio Chuan, why don't you just forget it?" Lu Chuan said, "I will definitely buy you this bag today." Then he handed the bank card to the clerk and said, "Go and swipe the card." Mu King looked unhappy. "I want to see if you can really take out more than 1 million. Several people went to the counter. Kaobin whispered, "Does he really have so much money? More than 1 million in cash. This is not a small amount." Mu King sneered and said, "It would be strange if he had it. Do you believe that he would say that he took the wrong bank card later? This guy just said something big and he is embarrassed to get off the stage." Kaobin nodded, thinking that this was more reasonable. The clerk took Lu Chuan's bank card to swipe it, and at this moment, she received a call. After listening to the call, the clerk widened her eyes, a little unbelievable. Mu King urged, "Quickly swipe his card to see if there is so much money in it." The clerk's eyes fell on Mu Nanking, and he murmured, No need to swipe the card. Our boss just called and said that this bag was given to this lady." When this was said, everyone's eyes widened. Even Lu Chuan was a little stunned, not understanding what was going on. He turned his head and looked around, and found that outside the store, a man in a suit was smiling at him and waving his hand. Lu Chuan remembered that this man was a follower of Wu Wei. Was this bag given by Wu Wei? Soon he received a text message from Wu Wei. "Brother Lu Chuan, I didn't know that my sister-in-law was coming before I came, and I didn't prepare a gift. My men said that you went shopping in the mall, so I asked him to give my sister-in-law a bag on my behalf. It's my little thought. Please don't be so formal with me." Lu Chuan smiled helplessly, thinking that Wu Wei was quite good at pleasing people, and he gave such an expensive bag as a gift. But this little money is really nothing to the head of the Wu family. Mu King reacted, stared at the clerk and asked, "Give it to her? Why?" The clerk said, "This is the idea of our boss, and I don't know the specific reason." Mu King turned her head to look at Mu Nanking, gnashing her teeth with jealousy, and asked, "Cousin, what's going on? Someone actually gave you such an expensive bag. Did you do something shameful in private?" Mu Nanking said with a cold face, "Don't talk nonsense here. I don't know what's going on." Lu Chuan stood up and said, "This was given by a friend of mine. He knew that we came to the mall, so he specially gave Nanking a bag as a gift." Mu King was full of disbelief. "Don't fart. It's your friend. How can you have such a rich friend?" Lu Chuan shrugged. "Believe it or not, Mu Nanking on the side understood instantly and knew that the bag was given by the head of the Wu family." Lu Chuan looked at the clerk and said, "Since someone has bought it for us, please bring the bag over here." The clerk nodded quickly and went to bring the bag worth 1 million. Mu King on the side was envious. She couldn't understand why no one gave her such an expensive bag. Kaobin was also confused. How rich does it take to give away a bag worth more than 1 million? Combined with the clerk's words, just now that this was the boss's intention, his eyes widened instantly, and he said to Mu King, "This bag, could it be given by the head of the Wu family?" Mu King was stunned, and then she felt that it was very likely. After all, this is a Wu family's shopping mall, and only the head of the Wu family has the ability to send a bag worth 1 million with just one phone call. But why did the head of the Wu family send a bag to Mu Nanking? She hasn't been back for several years, and no one in the Wu family should know her. At this time, the clerk handed the bag to Mu Nanking. Mu Nanking was delighted and reached out to take it. At this moment, Mu King suddenly had an idea in her mind, as if she understood something, and she reached out and snatched the bag from the clerk. Mu Nanking frowned, looked at Mu King and asked, "What are you doing?" Mu King sneered and said, "This bag is not for you. It's for me." Chapter 111 You are the one who doesn't know what's good for you. Mu Nanking was puzzled. Why is it given to you? Lu Chuan didn't know what Mu King was trying to do, and said with a cold face, "Didn't you hear what the clerk said?" He turned his head to look at the clerk and asked, "Who gave this bag to whom?" The clerk pointed at Mu Nanking and said, "It's given to this lady." Mu King snorted coldly and said, "What do you mean by given to her? You must have made a mistake. Let me ask you, is your boss from the Wu family?" The clerk nodded, "Yes." Tsundere King looked at Munan King and Lu Chuan and said, among the four of us, only Kaobin has a relationship with the Wu family, and the head of the Wu family has been paying attention to him recently. He thinks he is a malleable talent. It just so happens that he helped the company solve some troubles not long ago, so the head of the Wu family encouraged him by giving me a bag. And the reason why their boss said whose cousin the bag belonged to was because the boss was not familiar with Kaobin and mistakenly thought that she was Kaobin's girlfriend, so he made such a mistake. She looked at the bag in her hand with a face full of love. Such an expensive bag, of course. Only someone like me deserves it. How can my cousin be qualified to carry such a good bag? Kaobin, who was standing by, didn't know what Tsundere King wanted to do just now, but after hearing what she said, he was actually a little convinced. It turned out that even I didn't know that I was so valued by the head of the Wu family. Lu Chuan looked at Tsundere King, who looked like she was stating the facts, and didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a moment. How can there be such a self-righteous person in this world? He reached out and snatched the bag from Tsundere King's hand, saying, "Don't dream here, the head of the Wu family must be crazy to give you a bag." Tsundere King was instantly furious. "Give my bag back to me. This is a gift from the head of the Wu family to me." Lu Chuan stuffed the bag into Munan King's hand and said, "This bag is hers. No one can take it away." Tsundere King immediately went to snatch the bag from Munan King's hand. "Don't be ridiculous, okay? The clerk just recognized the wrong person. Do you really think you deserve such an expensive bag? Give it back to me." Before Munan King could react, the bag was snatched away by Tsundere King again. Lu Chuan was angry and stared at Tsundere King and said, "Are you sick? This bag is not yours, but you are trying to take it?" Tsundere King said angrily, "Why is this bag not mine? Take a piss and look at yourself. Is it possible that the head of the Wu family gave you a bag?" Kaobin stood up and said, "Lu Chuan, maybe you really misunderstood. This bag should be a reward from the Wu family to me. Just give it to Tsundere King." Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Wu Wei's follower who had been standing outside came over with a sullen face. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. If he didn't show up, Wu Wei might beat him to death when he returned. When Kaobin saw the man walk in, his eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Brother Li Yang, why are you here?" Li Yang said coldly, "If I hadn't come, this bag would have been snatched away by you." Kaobin immediately felt that Li Yang came to help him, and said in agreement, "Indeed, the two of them actually dared to snatch the bag sent by the head of the Wu family. They really don't know how to live or die. Brother Li Yang, don't be polite to them for my sake." Li Yang glanced at him speechlessly and walked up to Tsundere King. Tsundere King heard Kaobin talk about Li Yang and knew that the other party was someone close to Wu Wei. After seeing this, she immediately said to Lu Chuan and Munan King with excitement, "See, the head of the Wu family has sent people here. How dare you say that this bag is for you?" She looked at Li Yang and said, "Brother Li Yang, you should teach them a lesson. These two ungrateful guys actually wanted to snatch my bag. They are so shameless." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Yang raised his hand and slapped her hard on the face. "I think you are the one who doesn't know what's good for you. Don't you see who you are? Why would our head of the family give you a bag?" Tsundere King was stunned for a moment. She covered her face with her hands and said unacceptably, "No, it's not for me. Isn't this a reward for Kaobin?" Li Yang curled his lips. "Kaobin is just a small employee of a company under the name of the Wu family. Does he deserve to be rewarded by the head of the family in person?" Then he took the bag from Tsundere King, turned around and respectfully presented it to Munan King. "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for being careless, which caused this misunderstanding. This bag is for you. Please accept it." Munan King hesitated for a moment, but still took the bag. Li Yang was relieved, and then quickly bowed to Lu Chuan. "Mr. Lu, I'm so sorry. I didn't want to come here to disturb you, but I didn't expect to cause such a misunderstanding. Please forgive me, Mr. Lu." Lu Chuan waved his hand. "It's okay, just make things clear." Tsundere King and Kaobin looked at this scene with surprise. Why is Brother Li Yang so respectful to Lu Chuan? Kaobin couldn't believe it. At this time Li Yang turned around and looked at Kaobin and said coldly, "Kaobin, you'd better keep an eye on your girlfriend. If she dares to cause trouble for Mr. Lu and his girlfriend again, you can forget about staying in Pingayang County. Kyobin broke out in a cold sweat instantly and nodded quickly and said, yes, I will pay attention to it in the future. Li Yang then said to Lu Chuan, Mr. Lu, I'll leave first, if there's nothing else. After Li Yang left, Lu Chuan looked at Mu King with a smile and asked, do you know who this bag is for now? Mu King's face was bleak, and she gritted her teeth and said, what are you so proud of? It's just a broken bag. I don't want it. But you snatch it? Your mouth is harder than a duck. Lu Chuan laughed. Mu King shouted hysterically, why are you pretending? The Wu family master can't send a bag to Mu Nanking. 9 out of 10 times she went to sleep with the Wu family master. You are wearing a green hat on your head, and you still have the face to be proud. You are such a joke. Lu Chuan's face darkened instantly, and he raised his hand and slapped Mu King. You are full of shit. If you say another nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart. Seeing this, Kyobin immediately rushed up to teach Lu Chuan a lesson. You dare to hit my girlfriend, I will kill you. Lu Chuan kicked him to the ground. Kyobin didn't expect Lu Chuan to be so powerful. He endured the pain and quickly got up from the ground, supported Mu King and said, this guy's not easy to deal with. King, let's go. Mu King was slapped twice in one day, and her heart was already extremely wronged, but she didn't dare to provoke Lu Chuan again, so she could only follow Kyobin out. By the way, she also said viciously, you wait for me, if I don't take revenge, I won't be called Mu King. Lu Chuan ignored her words, turned to look at Mu Nanking, and said, sorry, I was impulsive. Mu Nanking smiled and said, why apologize to me? I have wanted to beat her for a long time. You did something I dare not do. Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing. Then take a look at this bag, and see if you like it. Mu Nanking took the bag, and looked at it repeatedly, and said to Lu Chuan with a happy face, as long as it is given by Xiao-Chun, I like it. Lu Chuan smiled and said, but this is not given by me. Mu Nanking took Lu Chuan's arm and said, that is also because I gave it to me for your face, which is equivalent to your gift. Lu Chuan was a little embarrassed. Sister-in-law, why don't you stop holding my arm? Mu Nanking raised his head, I don't care. During this time in Pingayang County, I'm your girlfriend, not your sister-in-law. Lu Chuan had no choice but to say nothing more. The two continued to stroll in the mall for a while, and took a taxi back home. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Mu King and Kyobin sitting on the sofa with gloomy faces. Zhang Yufeng, Mu Guodong, Mu Crossing and Wan Hui were also sitting around with ugly faces. Mu Nanking was speechless and immediately guessed that Mu King had come to his house to complain. She stared at Mu King and said, don't you look down on our family? What are you doing here? Mu King snorted coldly, why am I going to get this slap in vain? Mu Guodong sighed and said, Nanking, apologize to King. Mu Nanking said, I didn't do anything wrong, why should I apologize to her? Mu Crossing also stood up and said, sister, just apologize to her. I want to work in the Wu family's company, and I have to rely on them. Mu King snorted and said, the slap that bastard Lu Chuan gave me has left me with a psychological trauma. You want us to help you get into the Wu family's company through connections. In addition to asking them to apologize to me, they also have to give me that bag as compensation. Mu Nanking frowned instantly. She was wondering why Mu King and Kyobin came to her house after being beaten. It turned out that they wanted to use Mu Crossing's job to threaten her. Mu King, can you have some shame? You got beaten for talking too much. Why should I apologize to you? And this bag has nothing to do with you. Why should I give it to you? Mu Nanking said angrily. Mu King pouted, okay, I don't have to apologize or give you the bag, but your brother will never be able to work in the Wu family's company in his life. Hearing this, Zhang Yufeng hurriedly said, King, calm down, we are all family, let's talk it out. Mu Crossing became anxious and said to Mu Nanking, sister, I know this will make you feel wronged, but for my future, please bow your head once. Mu Nanking's expression suddenly became tangled. At this time, Lu Chuan came over, patted Mu Crossing on the shoulder, and said, you don't have to let your sister bow to her, I can also let you work in the Wu family's company. Mu King immediately laughed, you Can you stop being funny? Do you really think that King, this slut, seduced the head of the Wu family and he sent a bag over, so you have the ability to arrange people to work in the Wu family's company? Bin also sneered. The Wu family company has very strict regulations on recruiting people. Not everyone can get in. Besides, I'm the vice president now, and I'm also responsible for the company's personnel. If I say not to let someone in, then he will never be able to get in for the rest of his life. Lu Chuan smiled, stared at Bin and said, then I'll put it here. Mu Crossing will definitely be able to enter the Wu family company and replace you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 112. Where do I sleep at night? Bin was obviously speechless when he heard what Lu Chuan said. Crazy, really crazy. You still want Mu Crossing to replace me? Who do you think you are? Mu Crossing also felt that what Lu Chuan said was a bit exaggerated and said, brother-in-law, I know you are also doing this for my own good, but you are obviously talking in anger. You should sit down and talk. Lu Chuan said lightly, whether what I said is true or not, you will know soon. The moment he saw Mu King and Bin, when he entered the door, he knew that he could not keep a low profile anymore, otherwise these people would keep coming to cause trouble. So he sent a message to Wu Wei, asking him to come over immediately. Mu King stood up, walked over, stared at Lu Chuan with contempt and said, okay, stop pretending. If you really have this ability, would you still work in the clinic? Why don't you say that the big shot that the head of the Wu family welcomed today is you? Yes, the one I welcome today is brother Lu Chuan. A deep voice sounded. Who is talking nonsense here? Mu King cursed and turned to look behind. When she saw Wu Wei standing at the door of the house, she was shocked. Wu, Master Wu. Everyone in the house looked at the door in disbelief. They didn't expect that the high and mighty master of the Wu family would come here. Bin watched Lu Chuan and Wu Wei chatting, and he could clearly feel that Wu Wei was full of respect for Lu Chuan. No one in the whole Pingyan County had ever been treated like this. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his body couldn't help shaking. Then he forced a smile and asked tremblingly, Master, why are you here? Wu Wei ignored Bin, walked into the house, came to Lu Chuan, bowed and said, brother Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan asked with a smile, why did you come so fast? Wu Wei smiled and said, I happened to pass by here when you sent me a message, so I came up directly. Lu Chuan nodded and said nothing more. He turned to look at Mu King and Bin and asked, do you believe what I said now? Bin swallowed, feeling a little uneasiness in his heart. Mu King still found it hard to believe. You are the big shot that Master Wu wants to welcome. How is this possible? Didn't you say that you just work in the clinic? Lu Chuan smiled and said, who said that if you work in the clinic you can't meet Master Wu? Mu King's face showed regret and despair. She quickly approached Lu Chuan and said, Lu Chuan, actually I was dreaming and hysterical before. Don't take it to heart. Lu Chuan curled his lips. Sorry, I can't be moved by what you say now. He turned his head to look at Wu Wei and said, Master Wu, please do me a favor and remove Bin from his position and let my brother-in-law take his place. I promised to find a job for my brother-in-law. Bin immediately shouted, who do you think you are? Why should Master Wu listen to you? Do you think the Wu family's industry is yours? Wu Wei smiled and said, you guessed it right. Half of my Wu family's industry belongs to brother Lu Chuan. Everyone was dumbfounded again. Zhang Yufeng, Mu Guodong and others were so shocked that they dared not speak. Bin's face was full of despair. Half of the industry belongs to him. No wonder he is so confident. I was really crazy to provoke him. Wu Wei said, Bin, you go pack up today and get out of my Wu family's company. He turned to look at Mu Crossing, patted his shoulder with his hand, and said with a smile, with the recommendation of brother Lu Chuan, I believe you can be qualified for this position. Go and apply for employment today. Mu Crossing was still in a dream, and he was so excited to hear Wu Wei's words that he almost cried. Thank you, Master Wu. Thank you, Master Wu. He looked at Lu Chuan again and said gratefully, thank you, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you will be my idol from now on. Lu Chuan smiled, then looked at Mu King and Kao Bin, and said, you two can get out. Mu King's face was full of regret, and she begged, cousin, I know I was wrong. You should talk to my brother-in-law and ask him to give Kao Bin another chance. Uncle, aunt, please help me speak. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to her. In the end, the two could only leave in despair. Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the world was finally quiet. Afterwards, Wu Wei, based on the principle of being here, said that he would treat Mu Guodong's family to a meal. Lu Chuan did not refuse, and took his family and Wu Wei to the best restaurant in Pinggyang County. During the meal, Mu Guodong asked Lu Chuan how he had half of the Wu family's assets. Lu Chuan smiled and said that he earned it by selling elixirs. Mu Guodong and others did not believe it, but knowing that this might involve confidential information, they did not ask more. After Zhang Yufeng knew that Lu Chuan had such a powerful background, she liked her daughter's boyfriend more and more, and even asked when the two planned to get married. In their eyes, Lu Chuan was a real rich son-in-law. It was not easy to keep such a capable man, so naturally the sooner they got married, the better. Lu Chuan was embarrassed and could only answer perfunctorily. Mu Nanking on the side giggled and seemed to like seeing Lu Chuan's embarrassment. After dinner, Lu Chuan told Wu Wei that he planned to go to the mine to see the magical stone tomorrow. Wu Wei agreed and said that he would send a car to pick him up tomorrow morning. In the evening, the family went home happily. Zhang Yufeng found a set of pajamas for Mu Crossing for Lu Chuan and said, you can wear Xiaoxing's pajamas first. They have been washed. Don't dislike them. Lu Chuan took it with a smile. It's okay. Aunt, where should I sleep at night? Zhang Yufeng said, I will sleep in the same room with Nanking. Lu Chuan hesitated. Isn't this not good? Zhang Yufeng said, what's wrong with this? Aren't you boyfriend and girlfriend? Lu Chuan said, but. Zhang Yufeng said, it's okay. You young people have advanced ideas. We have accepted it a long time ago. We know that it's okay to sleep together without getting married now. Lu Chuan coughed twice and thought to himself that the key point is that my sister-in-law and I are pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. He thought about it and said, I'd better sleep in the living room. Zhang Yufeng's eyes immediately widened and said, no. Why? Lu Chuan asked. Zhang Yufeng rolled her eyes and said, your uncle snores at night, and it keeps people awake, so I always let him sleep in the living room. Old man, isn't that right? Mu Guodong reacted and nodded quickly. Yes, I have to sleep in the living room at night. Lu Chuan asked again, are there any extra rooms in the house? Zhang Yufeng said, no, there are only 3 rooms in total. Xiaoxing and I sleep in 2, Nanking sleeps in 1, and the living room is also occupied. You have no other place. After that, she pushed Lu Chuan to Mu Nanking's room. Hey, don't be reserved, go in and sleep. Lu Chuan was pushed directly into Mu Nanking's room. At this time, Mu Nanking had changed into pajamas, with her hair loose, lazy and charming. Lu Chuan scratched his head awkwardly and said, there is no other place to sleep at home. They force me to sleep in the same room with you. Mu Nanking's face was a little ruddy, and she said, then sleep in the same room. Lu Chuan said, but the two of us. Mu Nanking lay down on the bed and said, anyway, I'm going to sleep. I don't care whether you sleep or not. Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, then I'll sleep on the floor. Mu Nanking's eyes rolled, and she sat up again. I suddenly want to drink water. She picked up the water cup on the bedside, glanced at Lu Chuan, and suddenly her hand shook, and the water in the cup spilled all over the floor. Oh, I didn't hold it firmly. This is bad. The floor will not dry until tomorrow. After saying that, she quickly lay back on the bed with a cunning look in her eyes. Lu Chuan looked at the floor that was splashed with water and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 113 Catalytic Fluid. Mu Nanking was expecting Lu Chuan to lie down beside her. There is no other place to sleep now, so you can only sleep on the bed. She was thinking about it in her mind. But she saw Lu Chuan standing there for a while, then walked to the dressing table and sat cross-legged on the chair there. sister-in-law, I can just make do with this for one night, and I can practice martial arts by the way. You go to sleep quickly. Mu Nanking widened her eyes. You just sleep on the chair? Lu Chuan smiled and said, yes, I often sleep like this. People who practice martial arts have to breathe in and out, absorb the spiritual energy of the sun and the moon, and it's okay not to sleep on the bed. Mu Nanking's face was immediately full of anger, thinking, are you so resistant to sleeping in the same bed with me? Even such a reason was made up. She turned around unhappily and ignored Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan didn't notice anything unusual and quickly entered the state of practice. The next morning, Lu Chuan woke up from his practice and saw Mu Nanking staring at him with 2 black circles on her head, full of doubts. Sister-in-law, didn't you sleep well yesterday? Mu Nanking said sadly, I couldn't sleep because I was holding it in. Holding it in? Lu Chuan looked confused. Mu Nanking snorted, ignored Lu Chuan, and went out to wash up. After breakfast, Lu Chuan received a call from Wu Wei, saying that he had arrived at the gate of the community. Lu Chuan talked to Mu Nanking, then left the community, and got into Wu Wei's car. The two drove all the way to the suburbs of Pinggyang County. After about an hour, they arrived at the mine owned by the Wu family. There are many excavators, forklifts, and muck trucks parked here, and many workers are working. As soon as Wu Wei's car stopped, a group of people ran over with enthusiasm. Master, are you here to inspect the work today? I'll ask them to stop their work and line up to welcome you. A round-faced fat man said with a smile on his face. This person is the supervisor of this mine, named Yushan. Wu Wei waved his hand. Let them continue to work, and you men go back too. You take me and brother Lu to the stone. Yushan was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and looked at Lu Chuan, thinking that this kid was so young, but he was called a brother by the head of the family. It seems that he has a great background. He nodded immediately, turned his head, and looked at the people behind him, and said, you all go back. Without the order of me and the head of the family, no one is allowed to go to the prohibited area behind the mine. Do you hear me? Understood. A group of people answered in unison and turned away. Head of the family, Mr. Lu, please come in. Yushan made a gesture of invitation and said with a smile. The three walked towards the mine. Not long after, they came to a narrow intersection leading to a forest. There was a sign there with the word no entry written on it. Going in along the intersection and walking about 200 meters, Lu Chuan saw a large stone that was more than 5 meters high and more than 3 meters wide on the mountain that was excavated by the forest. It was dark blue and incompatible with the surrounding ore. Wu Wei said, Brother Lu, this is the stone I told you about. This stone has the effect of ripening. It is very magical and absolutely extraordinary. As he said that, he looked at Yushan on the side and said, Yushan, show it to brother Lu Chuan. Okay. Yushan immediately walked to the side of a tree, pulled out a few small grasses, came to the big stone, and then inserted the small grasses into a gap on the big stone. After just a few breaths, the small grasses that had left the soil began to grow wildly, and they stopped only when they grew to more than half a meter high. Under normal circumstances, such grass needs to grow for more than a year to grow to more than half a meter high. Lu Chuan looked at this scene and said lightly, this stone is indeed a bit magical. If I take a few medicinal herbs and insert them into this gap, wouldn't I be able to get a lot of century-old medicinal herbs in a short time? Wu Wei said with a little embarrassment. In fact, when I first found this stone, I thought so too, but after countless experiments, we found that this stone does have a catalytic effect, but at most it can only catalyze the plants to grow for 1 year under normal circumstances. No matter what we do later, there will be no change. So the idea of using this stone to catalyze century-old medicinal herbs has fallen through, and ordinary medicinal herbs, even if catalyzed, can only add 1 year of effect and have no effect at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't let Wu Xiu go to the auction to buy century-old medicinal herbs. Lu Chuan nodded thoughtfully and then asked, then have you ever thought about getting this stone out, finding a special venue, and studying it? Wu Wei said, the density of this stone is many times that of ordinary stones, and its weight is amazing. We tried many ways, and we couldn't even get it out of the mountain, let alone transport it away. Lu Chuan nodded and said, then let me see why this stone can catalyze. Liu Shan, who was standing by, heard this and said with a smile, brother, we have asked many masters to look at this stone, but they can't figure out why it can catalyze. I think this thing might be a meteorite from outer space, and we can't find out the reason. In his opinion, Lu Chuan was only in his 20s, and how much knowledge he could have, those masters couldn't tell, let alone a young man in his early 20s. Wu Wei glared at him and shouted, don't talk too much. Lu Chuan smiled, ignored Liu Shan's words, walked to the boulder, and reached out to touch it. Ordinary people really couldn't figure out why this stone could catalyze, but Lu Chuan was a cultivator, and he had a huge amount of inherited memories, so it was very simple to figure out a stone that could catalyze. As soon as he touched the stone, he felt a strong power, which was a power that only cultivators could perceive. Following this force, Lu Chuan sensed the inside of the boulder. After a while, he confirmed that there was a drop of liquid containing powerful power at the core of the boulder. According to the characteristics of the stone and the fluctuations fed back by the drop of liquid, it can be determined that this is a drop of catalytic liquid. The so-called catalytic liquid is a very rare spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Legend has it that it is a treasure with powerful power formed by the blood of the ancient great power, after being nurtured by the sun, moon, and stars. It can not only increase the power of the cultivator and shorten the years of cultivation, but also change the physique of the person, making the person more sensitive to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is equivalent to increasing the talent of cultivation in disguise. The value of a drop of catalytic liquid is at least equivalent to 300-year-old medicinal materials. Lu Chuan suddenly became excited. With this drop of catalytic liquid, he can not only break through to the 9th level of key training, but even have enough power to break through the foundation building stage. Wu Weiju really prepared a great gift for him. Of course, in order to build a foundation, in addition to having enough power to support it, many other preparations need to be made, which is not as simple as improving the strength of the key training stage. Seeing Lu Chuan laughing while touching the stone, Liu Shan was very suspicious and asked, little brother, have you figured out why the stone can catalyze plants? Lu Chuan turned his head to look at Liu Shan, nodded and said, there is a drop of liquid inside this stone. This liquid contains magical power, so it can catalyze plants. Liu Shan was surprised, really? We obviously found a lot of high-tech instruments to test it, but we can only confirm that it is a stone, and we can't find anything else. You just touched it, and knew there was a drop of liquid inside? Wu Wei was also a little suspicious, feeling that Lu Chuan was like a charlatan now. At the same time, in the woods, on a lush tree more than 10 meters high, a young man with sharp eyes was quietly paying attention to the situation in front of the boulder. He held a piece of grass in his mouth, and had a cynical temperament. With his handsome appearance, people thought he was a playboy at first glance. After listening to Lu Chuan's words, he narrowed his eyes, and said to himself, someone can actually see the secret of this stone. This guy's not simple. But the treasure in this stone has been spotted by me, Su Ming, so others can't even think about it. In front of the boulder, Lu Chuan glanced at Liu Shan and Wu Wei, and said with a smile, you will know after I cut this stone. Hearing this, Wu Wei couldn't help but say, brother Lu, you should give up this idea. Although I'm not good at research, I'm still very good at destruction. But even so, I can't shake this stone at all, let alone cut it. Liu Shan also laughed and said, brother, I know you may not believe it. Let me show you a demonstration and you will understand. After saying that, he actually took out a gun from his waist. Then, he aimed at the boulder, and fired a shot. Bang! The bullet hit the boulder, and bounced off instantly, without even leaving a mark on it. Liu Shan walked over, and picked up the flattened bullet head, handed it to Lu Chuan, and said, do you still think you can cut this stone now? Su Ming, who was hiding in the tree, also laughed when he heard Lu Chuan's words. He thought that, although this kid had some ability, and could see that there was a treasure hidden in the stone, his idea was still a bit naive. If the stone could be cut so easily, he would not have to hide here for so many days. I'm the peak of the 9th rank, with so many top secret information from the sect, but I still don't know how to cut this stone. How can you cut it? If you can really do it, I will recognize you as my big brother, Su-ming said to himself. But Lu Chuan laughed and said, you can't cut it, because you don't have the right method. Cutting this stone is easy for me. After that, he concentrated all his spiritual power on his palm, turned his palm into a knife, formed an invisible blade, and then suddenly chopped it down on the boulder. Several people only felt a flash of light in front of their eyes, and did not see clearly what happened. Then there was a loud bang. A thin crack appeared in the middle of the 5-meter high boulder, and then it fell to the left and right. Wu Wei tried countless ways to shake the boulder, but it was split in two. A drop of golden liquid slowly appeared in front of the people. Chapter 114 Su-ming. Liu Shan was still complaining in his heart, thinking that this guy really likes to brag. Even bullets can't leave any traces, and explosives have been used before. Can you get a missile to blow up this stone? The next second, he saw Lu Chuan raised his hand and split the boulder into two, and he was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Liu Shan's mouth was open enough to fit 10 eggs. Wu Wei on the side had the same expression. He just felt an amazing power on Lu Chuan's palm, but he still couldn't figure out how the boulder was split into two. Not far away, Su-ming, who was leaning on a tree branch, stood up suddenly and exclaimed in his heart, are you kidding me? Lu Chuan ignored the reactions of Liu Shan and Wu Wei, but walked to the drop of golden liquid, twisted his hand seal, and used his spiritual power to create a seal to wrap up the golden liquid. The catalytic liquid has a strong volatile effect. Previously, it was wrapped by a huge stone to ensure that it would not dissipate. Now that Lu Chuan split the huge stone, he naturally had to find a way to preserve it first, otherwise the power of the catalytic liquid would evaporate before it was absorbed. After arranging the seal, Lu Chuan took out a jade bottle and planned to collect the drop of catalytic liquid. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and snatched the drop of catalytic liquid away. Lu Chuan frowned and looked up and found that the other party was a young man about the same age as himself, with a strong aura. He rushed towards the man without hesitation. Wu Wei on the side also noticed the situation and shouted, who is it? Dare to run to my Wu family's territory and make trouble. Then he took action directly and joined Lu Chuan to capture Su-ming. Su-ming was very fast. After grabbing the catalytic liquid, he quickly put it into a jade bottle and then slapped Lu Chuan fiercely. Lu Chuan made a move to resist and felt a great force sweeping over him. His body involuntarily retreated backwards. If he was not a warrior and his body was covered with spiritual power, he would have been seriously injured and fell to the ground. After receiving this palm, he instantly judged that the strength of this guy who suddenly appeared was above the 9th grade master, and the pressure he gave him was even greater than that of Yang Zhang at the beginning. Su-ming saw that Lu Chuan took his palm and was unscathed, and his eyes showed surprise. At this time, Wu Wei attacked, and Su-ming made another move. The two fought for more than 10 moves, and Wu Wei quickly fell into a disadvantage. Su-ming seized the opportunity and slapped Wu Wei away with a palm. Wu Wei fell to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, and was already seriously injured. You have just entered the 9th grade, and you are just an ordinary warrior. Do you want to stop me? Su-ming said with a smile. He turned his head to look at Lu Chuan, clasped his hands, and said, thank you for helping me cut this stone. Then he turned quickly and rushed into the woods. Stop! Lu Chuan shouted and chased after him immediately. Wu Wei hurriedly shouted, brother Lu Chuan, her strength is very strong, and she is also rare among the 9th grade masters. You are not her opponent, so why not just forget it? Lu Chuan naturally ignored it. That drop of catalytic solution was the key to his breakthrough, so it was impossible for him to let others snatch it so easily. The two of them went deep into the woods. Su-ming relied on his 9th grade peak strength and amazing speed. He thought he could easily get rid of Lu Chuan, but after running for a long time, he found that Lu Chuan had been following him not far behind. He couldn't help but cursed inwardly, why is this kid so fast? Lu Chuan stared at Su-ming in front of him, thinking rapidly in his mind how to snatch the catalytic solution back from a 9th grade master. Although the warrior can suppress him in terms of strength by relying on the realm suppression, the advantage of the cultivator is not only strength. They are people who go against the will of heaven and have countless means which are far beyond the reach of warriors. That's why Lu Chuan can keep chasing Suming without being left behind. Moreover, Lu Chuan can be suppressed by warriors with higher realms than him now, only because the key refining stage is the stage of laying the foundation, and the advantages of practitioners have not yet been revealed. Once he breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, his strength will change in essence. Only then will he be considered a cultivator with real immortal means, crushing all warriors. The two ran deep into the woods for a long time. Suming saw that he could not shake off Lu Chuan, so he simply stopped. He turned and stared at Lu Chuan, saying coldly, "Boy, I see that you have extraordinary means and great potential, so I spared your life, but you have been chasing me relentlessly. Do you want to force me to kill you?" Lu Chuan then stopped and looked at Suming with a vigilant face, saying, "That drop of catalytic liquid is very important to me. I can feel that you are not a bad person. If you are willing to return the catalytic liquid to me, I can exchange it for other things that are useful to you." Suming laughed and said, "Catalytic liquid? This name is appropriate. Now I'm only one step away from crossing the threshold of the 9th grade and reaching the realm that our warriors yearn for. To take this step, I can only rely on this catalytic liquid. I don't need anything else." Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, "I have sealed this catalytic liquid. Even if you take it away, you can't absorb it." Suming was stunned, and then said, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You even set a seal. You can compete with those old charlatans in our sect." Lu Chuan said calmly, "If you don't believe me, you can try it." Suming rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Well, in that case, I will absorb this catalytic solution in front of you, but I have to tell you in advance that I will definitely break through after absorbing it, and no one can interfere at that time, so the first thing I will do after absorbing it is to kill you, and then it will be useless for you to regret it." Lu Chuan didn't say anything. Obviously he was very confident in the seal he set. Suming didn't waste any more time and immediately tried to absorb the power in the catalytic solution according to the method he saw in the sect. But no matter what he did, the catalytic solution never emitted any power for him to absorb, which made him suspect that the absorption method recorded in the sect was fake. In the end, he simply put the drop of catalytic solution into his mouth and wanted to swallow it directly. But as soon as he put it in his mouth, the catalytic solution seemed to have a rejection with his body and jumped out by itself. Suming was confused. This was the first time he encountered such an abnormal thing. Lu Chuan smiled and said nothing. The catalytic liquid is a treasure of heaven and earth, and it can even float in the air by itself. Moreover, it has been sealed by Lu Chuan. If it is eaten directly, it will naturally cause it to reject it. Finally, Suming still set his eyes on Lu Chuan, staring at him and said, "Boy, what did you do to it? I advise you to quickly unlock your broken seal for me, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Give it back to me, and I will naturally unlock the seal." Suming snorted coldly, put the catalytic liquid back into the jade bottle, put it away, and rushed towards Lu Chuan without saying a word. Lu Chuan's face changed. He thought this guy would negotiate with him, and then he promised to help him break through, and the matter would be over. Who would have thought that the other party would actually take action directly? The two quickly fought. Lu Chuan used all his spiritual power to deal with Suming's moves. Although the spiritual power level of the key refining stage is much purer than the internal strength of a warrior, and the power is much stronger, there is no qualitative gap. After all, even the real great power has to step out of the level of the mortal body step by step. Therefore, Lu Chuan will be at a disadvantage when facing some martial arts masters with higher realms in the key refining stage. The guy who stole his catalytic fluid has reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm and can be said to be invincible in the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, this person's internal strength is much purer than that of ordinary warriors. Even among masters of the same realm, he has a very obvious advantage. Therefore, Lu Chuan, who is only at the 8th level of key refining, is not the opponent of the opponent. After the two fought for hundreds of moves, Lu Chuan had reached his limit. He used a big sad hand and slapped Suming. Suming used all his strength to block it, and then knocked Lu Chuan to the ground with a punch. "I didn't expect you to be so difficult to deal with. The last move was so powerful. If it weren't for my strong strength, I might not be able to deal with you today." Suming wiped the sweat from his forehead, then circulated his internal energy and grabbed Lu Chuan's neck. Now tell me how to remove the seal on the catalytic solution, otherwise I will strangle you immediately. Lu Chuan lay on the ground, panting, and endured the severe pain in his chest. After a little thought, he said, okay, I admit defeat, but only I can remove that seal, and the steps are complicated. You need to give me some time. Suming narrowed his eyes. It's so simple for you to set the seal. Why is it complicated to remove the seal? Boy, are you trying to play any tricks? Lu Chuan said helplessly. If you are worried, you can watch from the side. Once I have any abnormality, you can kill me immediately. And I'm already injured. Even if I want to play tricks, I'm definitely not your opponent. What do you think? Suming thought about it and felt that this was indeed the case, so he nodded and said, then hurry up. Once I notice that there is something wrong with you, I will strangle your neck immediately. Lu Chuan got up from the ground, then picked up a branch and began to draw array patterns on the ground. About half an hour later, a complex pattern appeared on the ground. There was a faint light flowing on it, which was the result of Lu Chuan pouring all his spiritual power into it. He turned his head to look at Suming and said, it's done. Bring the catalytic solution. Suming threw the jade bottle to Lu Chuan and said, if you want to run away with the catalytic solution, I can kill you within 3 breaths. Lu Chuan took the jade bottle and said with a smile, don't worry, I will never run away. Then he took out the catalytic solution and placed it in the center of the needle technique. Then he twisted his hand seal and tapped the catalytic spiritual liquid lightly. A wave spread out, and the array pattern on the ground instantly turned golden. Then a light curtain appeared, wrapping up the space within 3 meters around Lu Chuan. A small defensive array was formed. Lu Chuan turned his head and grinned at Suming. I really won't run away, but you were still fooled by me. Chapter 115, 9th level of key training. Suming looked at the light curtain that appeared out of thin air around Lu Chuan, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Then he slashed at the light curtain with his palm. Ripples appeared on the light curtain, as if absorbing all of Suming's power, and soon returned to calm. Suming frowned and said, what the hell are you doing? Lu Chuan explained, this is a formation. You just need to know that with it, you can't get close to me. No matter how strong you are, you can't hurt me at all. After determining that he couldn't defeat Suming with his current strength, Lu Chuan came up with this method of turning the tables. He said that he wanted to unlock the seal, but in fact he used this time to create a small formation. Of course, he had just finished fighting with Suming, and his spiritual power had been exhausted, so it was naturally impossible for him to support this formation. But the catalytic liquid can just be used as the source of power for this formation, and maintaining this formation only requires a small part of the power of the catalytic liquid. This is the advantage of Lu Chuan as a cultivator compared to a warrior. Suming stared at the light curtain around Lu Chuan for a few seconds, and then began to attack frantically, but all his moves seemed to hit cotton, and did not cause any damage to the light curtain. After confirming that he really could not destroy this formation, Suming said unhappily, so what, you can only stay in this 3-meter square area. I can always fight with you here. I don't believe you will never come out. Lu Chuan laughed and sat cross-legged on the ground. Then you wait here. Then he twisted his hand seals, guided part of the power in the catalytic original liquid, and injected it into his body. He planned to break through directly here. Once he reached the 9th level of key training, he would not have to worry about not being able to beat Suming. Suming did not see what Lu Chuan was doing, but thought that this guy was sitting down to rest and recover from his injuries. Since you want to waste time, then I will accompany you to waste time. I want to see how capable you are. Dare to play with me like this. After that, he also sat cross-legged and began to rest. A day later, Lu Chuan sat cross-legged in the formation, frantically breathing in the power of the catalytic liquid. After a while, his breath began to converge and finally calmed down. He opened his eyes brightened a little, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The power of the catalytic liquid is indeed extraordinary. It not only allowed me to break through to the 9th level of key training, but also cured my injuries. Next, I should consider breaking through to the foundation building stage. Lu Chuan looked at the remaining catalytic liquid. This time he only consumed a small part of the power of this drop of catalytic liquid. The remaining was enough to support him to break through to the foundation building stage. After a little thought, he directly absorbed all the remaining catalytic liquid into his body and stored it in his dinshin. This action also caused the formation to lose its power support and dissipated instantly. Suming, who was sitting cross-legged at the side, stood up instantly, stared at Lu Chuan and said, "Boy, you can't hold on any longer? Hurry up and hand over the catalytic solution, otherwise I will take action." Lu Chuan looked calm and said with a smile, "Then you can try it." Suming showed a trace of doubt, wondering why this kid suddenly became so confident. He didn't hesitate and flashed in front of Lu Chuan and then slapped out with a palm, carrying a force of 10,000 kilograms. Lu Chuan raised his hand lightly, slapped it lightly, and changed the direction of Suming's palm, and then punched out and hit Suming's stomach. Bang! Suming's body flew out instantly, lying on the ground like a toad. He quickly got up from the ground, looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief, and exclaimed, "How did your strength suddenly increase so much?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Because I broke through." Suming said, "How is this possible? According to your previous strength, even if you break through, you shouldn't be so strong." Of course, the breakthrough of a cultivator is different from the breakthrough of a warrior. Lu Chuan waved his hand. "If you don't believe it, forget it." After saying that, he turned around and left. Although Suming snatched the catalytic solution, Lu Chuan didn't intend to do anything to him. After all, although this guy said it very hard, he actually never had the intention to kill. He also let a lot of water in the previous fight. It can be seen that he only wanted the catalytic solution. So the punch just now was already Lu Chuan's punishment for Suming. Seeing Lu Chuan was about to leave, Suming rushed up to stop him. "You have already made a breakthrough with the catalytic solution. Can't you give me the rest of the catalytic solution?" Lu Chuan was speechless, thinking that this guy was really shameless. First of all, this catalytic solution was found in the Wu family's mine, and that mine now belongs to me, so this catalytic solution originally belonged to me. Secondly, I didn't pursue the matter when you tried to snatch my catalytic solution, which is already very respectful to you. Don't push your luck. Suming immediately licked his face and said, "Oh, look at what you said. We can be said to have known each other through fighting, and once we know each other, we are friends. Between good friends, there is no distinction between yours and mine. You give me the rest. Isn't that reasonable?" Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "I've never seen such a shameless guy like you." Suming chuckled and said, "How can face be more important than a breakthrough? How about this? As long as I break through, I can agree to one of your requests and do whatever you ask me to do." "Sorry, I don't need it." Lu Chuan bypassed him and walked towards the direction of the Wu family's mine. He had chased Suming into the woods before and ran for about 10 kilometers. This place can be regarded as a deep mountain forest, and it would take a long time to get out. Suming was still planning to stop Lu Chuan. At this moment, 3 figures in black robes flew over here at a rapid speed. Lu Chuan looked up and found that they were 3 gray-haired old men. Each of these 3 people was powerful, and each of them was not inferior to Suming. It seemed that they were 3 peak 9th grade masters. Why did so many masters suddenly appear here? Lu Chuan was puzzled. Suming on the side cursed inwardly. Damn, how come these old guys came up so quickly? After saying that, he immediately wanted to escape. However, the speed of the 3 old men was very fast, and they soon surrounded Suming. "Suming, you can't escape. Surrender quickly and come back to the sect with us to confess your guilt," the old man in the lead said coldly. Suming cursed. "I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I go back with you to confess? You 3 old men better get out of here, otherwise none of you will be able to go back alive." The old man in the lead snorted coldly, "Arrogant. Since you are so ignorant, don't blame us for being rude." At this time, Lu Chuan suddenly said, "That, you arrested him. It has nothing to do with me. Can I leave?" The old man in the lead looked at Lu Chuan and asked, "What do you do?" Lu Chuan said, "This guy stole my things, and I asked him to return them. That's all." The old man in the lead thought for a while and said, "Then please leave quickly, otherwise we will not be responsible if it affects you later." "Okay." Lu Chuan smiled, turned his head, and looked at Suming sympathetically. Suming ignored Lu Chuan. He was thinking quickly about how to get out of the hands of these 3 old men. Lu Chuan was a little surprised. He thought that this shameless guy would take this opportunity to drag him into the water, but now it seems that this guy is not so shameless. However, he did not intend to help. After all, he and he did not know each other, and it was very kind of him not to add insult to injury. Looking at the strength of these three old men, this guy should be in danger today, Lu Chuan thought secretly. He turned around and left without much hesitation. Not long after, a battle broke out in the direction of Suming and the three old men, and the movement was very loud. Lu Chuan walked out while talking to himself. I hope you have better luck and can save your life. After walking a few kilometers in the direction of the mineral vein, Lu Chuan suddenly heard a shouting from not far away. Brother Suming! Brother Suming! Where are you? Lu Chuan looked for the source of the sound and soon saw a girl of 17 or 18 years old. The girl was looking for something around anxiously and kept shouting the name Suming. Lu Chuan walked over and asked, "Little sister, who is Suming?" The girl looked at Lu Chuan for a few times and said, "Suming is my brother. He has been out for several days and has not returned. I'm worried about him, so I came to look for him." Lu Chuan thought for a while and asked, "Is he wearing all black clothes, with bangs, and a very thick skin?" The girl nodded and said, "The clothes and bangs are indeed like that, but the thick skin." Lu Chuan basically confirmed that Suming mentioned by the girl was the guy who stole his catalytic solution. He thought for a moment and asked, "Is that man your real brother?" The girl shook her head and said, "He's just staying at our house. We haven't known each other for long, but," Lu Chuan said directly, "then don't look for him. That guy is not a good person." When the girl heard this, her eyebrows were raised, and she shouted at Lu Chuan angrily, "You are talking nonsense. Brother Suming is the best person in the world. If it weren't for him, I would have been ruined by now. What makes you say he is not a good person?" Lu Chuan was surprised. He didn't expect the girl's reaction to be so big. Could it be that I saw the wrong person? He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Then can you tell me what good things your brother Suming has done?" The girl said seriously, "Half a month ago, I came to the mountains to pick mushrooms and happened to meet a few guys in black clothes. Seeing that I was alone, those guys had evil thoughts about me and said that they would take me back to their sect and let me be the dual cultivation furnace of their elders. I was scared to death at the time. It was Brother Suming who suddenly appeared and saved me. He not only sent me back home, but also gave us money when he saw that my grandfather and I were living a hard life. He also severely taught the bully in the village, who had been targeting me. If Brother Suming is not a good person, then are there any good people in this world?" The girl looked at Lu Chuan with an unconvinced face, as if Lu Chuan had insulted the person she cared about most. After listening to the girl's story, Lu Chuan fell silent. From this point of view, this guy is really not a bad person. Chapter 116 You get beaten because you are not good enough. The girl stared at Lu Chuan and asked unhappily, "Do you know where Brother Suming is?" Lu Chuan nodded. "I know, and he is in a dangerous situation now." The girl suddenly became anxious. "Then tell me where Brother Suming is. I want to save him." Lu Chuan said, "He is being besieged. You will die if you go there." The girl's eyes were firm. "Then I want to go too. Brother Suming saved me. I can't be an ungrateful person." Lu Chuan sighed helplessly. Looking at the girl like this, he can be sure that Suming is indeed a chivalrous man. It seems that he can only help that shameless guy once. He pondered for a few seconds and said, "It seems that I misunderstood him before. In this case, I will take you there, but don't be impulsive later. I will naturally help him when we get there. The premise is that he has not been beaten to death." When the girl heard this, her eyes lit up, and she quickly bowed to Lu Chuan. "Big brother, you are so nice, just as nice as Brother Suming." Lu Chuan thought to himself that I would not just steal other people's things, and then asked, "What's your name?" The girl said, "My name is Huang Yao." "Big brother, what's your name?" "Lu Chuan." Lu Chuan turned and walked in the direction he had just come from. Huang Yao hurriedly followed. "Brother Lu Chuan, I was a little excited just now. Please don't take it to heart." Not long after, Lu Chuan took Huang Yao back to the place where Suming and the three old men were fighting. At this time, the battle was coming to an end. Suming was already covered in wounds and his breath was weak. He was about to collapse. Although his strength was considered top among the 9th grade masters, he had no chance of winning against 3 old men who were also at the peak of the 9th grade and had rich combat experience. Assuming you have no way out. As long as you kneel down and confess your guilt now, we will stop. Otherwise, don't blame us for not thinking about the friendship between fellow disciples, said the leading old man. Suming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiled, and said, in this world, the person who can make me confess has not been born yet. You can kill me or cut me up as you like, but I also tell you that before I die, I will definitely take someone with me. As for which one of you it will be, it is hard to say. The old man in the lead snorted coldly and rushed towards Suming again. Suming narrowed his eyes and prepared to fight to the death. But at this moment, a figure suddenly blocked him, resisted the attack of the old man in the lead, and repelled the other party back. Suming took a closer look and found that the person who attacked was Luchuan. He was slightly stunned and then asked, "Didn't you leave? Why are you back again?" Luchuan turned his head to look at him, smiled and said, "A little girl named Huang Yeo told me that you are a good person and asked me to come and save you." Huang Yeo? Suming was full of surprise. Obviously he didn't expect Luchuan to meet that little girl. Yes, she is hiding far away now. You should be glad that you have done something good. Otherwise I would never intervene in this matter today, Luchuan said lightly. Suming immediately straightened his chest and said, "Even if you don't come, I can deal with the 3 of them." Hearing this, Luchuan turned around and left. "Really? Then I'm leaving. You continue." Suming quickly grabbed Luchuan and said with a smile on his face, "Brother, don't make trouble, I'm kidding." Luchuan curled his lips and thought that your face is really not something that ordinary people can have. The 3 old men on the opposite side looked at Luchuan's intervention and their faces darkened. The leading old man said, "Boy, you wanted to leave just now and we didn't make things difficult for you. What do you mean by running back now?" Luchuan said lightly, "No meaning. I just heard that your sect still has the evil of catching innocent girls and giving them dual cultivation, so I want to enforce justice." The 3 old men narrowed their eyes and endless murderous intent emerged, instantly enveloping Luchuan. The leading old man shouted, "Boy, is it your turn to point fingers at what I, Xuanzang, do? Since you are looking for death, don't blame us for being rude." Seeing this, Suming hurriedly said, "These 3 old guys are very powerful. You are not their opponent. It is not suitable to pretend at this time. You should run with me." Luchuan turned his head and looked at him, saying, "You don't believe in my strength?" Suming looked anxious. "Brother, didn't you see that I was beaten like this?" Luchuan said lightly, "You were beaten because you are not good enough." Then he took a step forward and rushed towards the 3 old men quickly. "I'm not good enough. Damn it, this kid dares to despise me. I must let you see if I can do it." As he said, he also planned to rush out. At this time, the 3 old men released their momentum at the same time, and the whole forest was shrouded by their momentum, and the leaves rustled. Suming's foot retracted immediately after he stepped forward, and he said to himself, "Okay, I really can't do it." He looked at Luchuan with concern and said, "But you may not be able to do it either. After all, this guy was chased and beaten by him yesterday. Even if he broke through today with the help of the catalytic original liquid, he would never be the opponent of 3 9th grade peak masters. This guy is even more arrogant than me." Not far away, Luchuan and 3 old men were fighting together. The 3 old men did not hold back at all, and they obviously wanted to kill Luchuan in the shortest time. Luchuan was at ease among the 3 people, and he did not retreat at all because of the large number of people on the other side. The strength of the 9th level of key training is far beyond that of the 9th grade master, so Luchuan dared to fight 3 9th grade masters alone. Suming soon discovered the clues. He squinted his eyes and looked at Luchuan, his surprise getting deeper and deeper. This guy, he didn't lose at all. What kind of monster is he? My martial arts talent is already considered once in 100 years in the sect. Isn't his once in 10,000 years? The fight between the 4 people intensified. After half a day, the 3 old men didn't get any benefit from Luchuan, and they also realized that Luchuan was not simple. This kid is weird. His strength is much stronger than our internal energy. If this goes on, we may be dragged to death by him. The leading old man said, we can't wait any longer. Let's work together to severely injure him first. The other two old men nodded, and then they all came behind the leading old man, put their hands on his back, and transferred all their internal energy to the leading old man. The leading old man shouted, and slapped Luchuan with an imposing palm. Die. Seeing this, Luchuan immediately mobilized all the spiritual power in his body, condensed it on his palm, and slapped forward. Great sadness hand. The two palms collided. Bang. The violent power wave spread out in all directions, and several trees that were relatively close to them were directly broken. The leaves on the ground were wrapped in dust and flew up, engulfing the figures of the four people. Suming's nerves suddenly tensed up. The three old guys attacked together. The power is too strong. I'm afraid that kid can't bear it. After a long time, the leaves and dust gradually fell, and Suming could see the situation not far away clearly. Luchuan was standing there intact, while the three old men had fallen to the ground, bleeding from the corners of their mouths, pale faces, and weak breath. Wandifa. This guy's too fierce. Suming couldn't help but curse directly. Chapter 117 Recruiting Younger Brothers. Luchuan stood firm, tried to control his breathing, then took out 2 key nourishing pills and swallowed them. Although he had the upper hand in this fight, the power of the three old men working together should not be underestimated. The palm strike just now drained all the spiritual power in his body, making his breath a little weak. After recovering a little, Luchuan walked up to the three old men. The leading old man showed a trace of fear on his face, and hurriedly said, young man, if you leave us alive, we can take you back to our sect. Our sect has all kinds of treasures. As long as the elder allows, we can give you whatever you want. Moreover, you are so talented that you will definitely be appreciated by the elder. At that time, you can even become a senior member of our sect and enjoy the treatment of being admired by thousands of people. Luchuan curled his lips. Although I'm younger than you don't treat me as a fool, right? If I follow you back to the sect, I'm afraid there is only one way to die. At that time, Luchuan thought that these three old men were elders of the sect, but now listening to their tone, they don't seem to have a very high status in the sect. If the peak of the 9th rank can't get the position of elder, how terrifying must this sect be? The elder they are talking about must be above the 9th rank, and it is not clear whether there are second elders, third elders, etc. in this sect, plus ahead. If he goes, he will be trapped. Even though practitioners have countless advantages, Luchuan never dared to look down on those who have practiced martial arts to a very high level. The leading old man smiled awkwardly. How could it be? Our sect has always been based on integrity. Sorry, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. I can't leave myself in trouble. Luchuan did not intend to waste words, raised his hand, and flew out 3 silver needles, which were respectively inserted into the eyebrows of the 3 old men. The leading old man wanted to say something, but the next second, he had no breath. Suming walked over and looked at the 3 old men who had died and couldn't help saying, TSK TSK TSK, you actually killed the 3 of them. The 3 of them are the people of the Great Elder. The Great Elder has always hated evil and hated evil. You are in big trouble. How about this? You give me the remaining catalytic solution, and I will help you keep the secret. How about it? Luchuan turned his head and glanced at Suming and said lightly, in this case, I can only kill you to silence you. After speaking, he raised his hand and planned to attack Suming. Seeing this, Suming quickly begged for mercy. Brother, I was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. I promise I will never tell anyone about this in my life. Luchuan rolled his eyes at him and took his hand back. Help me deal with these 3 bodies. Okay. Suming immediately started to work. Soon, the 2 of them dealt with the 3 bodies and walked towards where Huang Yeo was. Luchuan asked, what kind of sect is this? They even kidnap little girls to make cauldrons. It doesn't look like a serious sect. Suming said, you can't say that. Our sect is called Zuan sect, but it is the #1 ancient martial arts sect today and is famous all over the world. It's just that the martial arts practiced by our great elder are not serious and require dual cultivation with others. He is strong and no one in the sect dares to say anything. Luchuan raised his eyebrows. The #1 ancient martial arts sect? So powerful? Su-ming showed a hint of pride on his face. Of course, otherwise, how could a genius like me join them? Lu Chuan curled his lips. So you were hunted down by these 3 people because you ruined your great elder's good deeds? Su-ming coughed twice and said awkwardly, not entirely. I peeked at the sect's top secret information and learned a big secret of the leader, so I was hunted down. Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself that I thought you defected from the sect for justice. After all this trouble, it turned out that you were the one who peeked at the sect's top secrets. I really overestimated you. He didn't ask any more questions. This Zuan sect was known as the first ancient martial arts sect, so it must have some ability. Before he broke through to the foundation building stage, it would be better to avoid too much involvement with such forces. The two came to the big rock, where Huang Yao was hiding. Seeing this, Huang Yao immediately ran over, looked at Su-ming with excitement, and asked, Brother Su-ming, are you okay? Su-ming smiled and said, I'm fine. Huang Yao breathed a sigh of relief, and then bowed to Lu Chuan with a solemn face. Brother Lu Chuan, thank you for saving Brother Su-ming. I thank you on behalf of Brother Su-ming. Lu Chuan smiled, turned his head to look at Su-ming, and said, the girl is much more polite than you. The matter is over, and I should leave too. You should also send this girl back. After that, he was about to leave. Wait a minute. Su-ming suddenly spoke. Lu Chuan looked at him and asked, is there anything else? Su-ming clasped his fists in front of Lu Chuan and said, I, Su-ming, am not an ungrateful person. You saved my life, and I will definitely repay you for this kindness, so I decided to recognize you as my big brother. After that, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lu Chuan 3 times. Big brother, please accept my respects. Lu Chuan looked at Su-ming with a confused face, thinking, is this guy crazy? Why did he suddenly want to recognize me as his big brother? Big brother, if you don't say anything, I will assume that you recognize me as your little brother. Su-ming looked up at Lu Chuan and then stood up from the ground. He turned his head to look at Huang Yao and said, Sister Yao, I will be with my elder brother from now on, so I can't go back to the village with you. The money I gave you and your grandson should be enough for you to spend for a long time. You should go back and take good care of your grandfather and find a good family to marry in the future. Huang Yao's eyes suddenly turned red and said, Brother Su-ming, actually I want to marry you. Su-ming immediately said righteously, a good man has ambitions and should not be trapped by love. The two of us are destined to be apart. You should go back. Huang Yao immediately burst into tears and looked very sad. Lu Chuan was stunned and was already stunned by the situation in front of him. This Su-ming is at least 26 or 27 years old, and Huang Yao is at most an adult. These two people. Su-ming turned his head to look at Lu Chuan and said, Brother, you stand here and don't move. I will send Huang Yao back and come to find you. After that, he took Huang Yao and walked towards the village. Lu Chuan waited for a while, thinking whether he should recognize Su-ming as his younger brother. Although this guy just said it sincerely and kowtowed, he was not sure whether he was acting. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing to have a talented 9th grade master as a younger brother. Considering this, Lu Chuan still waited there. After a long time, Su-ming appeared in front of Lu Chuan. Brother, let's go. Lu Chuan stared at him and asked, have you settled the little girl? Su-ming nodded. I coaxed her for most of the time, but this kind of young girl who is just beginning to fall in love is really troublesome. I don't like it at all. I like young women who are proficient in all kinds of postures. Lu Chuan was speechless. It turned out that the words of a good man with ambitions just now were just to fool the little girl. What a scumbag. Do you really want to be my younger brother? You are not going to take the remaining catalytic solution, are you? All the catalytic solution has been absorbed into my body, and you have no chance to get it. Lu Chuan said. Su-ming said sincerely, although I'm sometimes not very reasonable, I will never owe others anything. You saved my life, and I'm willing to be your younger brother. If I have other ideas, let me be struck by lightning immediately. Seeing that he did not seem to be lying, Lu Chuan nodded and said, okay, then you can go back with me. It happens that I'm also short of talents like you. Su-ming immediately laughed. Brother, I'm willing to work for you, and you should not treat me unfairly. You are so abnormal in strength, so talented, and proficient in formations. The means you use are far beyond ordinary martial arts means. I think you must be not an ordinary person, and you must have a way to help me break through. I knew that you would not do a losing business. Lu Chuan glanced at Suming speechlessly, turned around and walked towards the direction of the mine. It depends on your performance. Suming immediately caught up with him happily. On the way back, Lu Chuan asked, after reaching the 9th level of the martial arts master realm, what realm is next? Suming replied, Grandmaster of the transformation realm. You don't even know? I don't know. Lu Chuan answered truthfully, tell me what is so powerful about this master of the transformation realm. Suming said, after reaching the transformation realm, we don't just rely on tempering the flesh and breaking through the limits of the human body to practice internal strength. At that time, our bodies can have a trace of connection with the heaven and earth and use the power between heaven and earth to enhance our own strength. This kind of induction with heaven and earth will greatly increase people's strength, and you can lead the internal strength in your body out of your body and use it at will according to your mind to attack others. Lu Chuan thought about it and directly condensed a ball of spiritual power visible to the naked eye on his palm and then slapped a tree next to him. Bang! The trunk of the tree exploded and fell down. Like this? Suming's face was filled with astonishment. You have reached the realm of transformation? Lu Chuan shook his head and said, I'm not on the path of martial arts, but martial arts is not as simple as I thought. After reaching the realm of transformation, one can actually communicate with the heaven and earth in a preliminary manner and absorb spiritual energy for his own use. If I'm not mistaken, there must be masters in this world who have entered the realm of martial arts. Just now, he just simulated the power of the master of the realm of transformation that Suming mentioned. If we really want to compare, the master of the realm of transformation must be stronger than Lu Chuan, who is at the 9th level of key training. After all, the spiritual power that can be absorbed and stored in the key training period is limited. He can only use the attack just now once or twice. However, once he breaks through to the foundation building stage, Lu Chuan is confident that he can crush these so-called masters of the realm of transformation. After all, they are only communicating with the heaven and earth in a preliminary manner, while the cultivators are perceiving the heaven and earth and absorbing spiritual energy from the beginning. The two are not at the same level at all. After practicing martial arts, there will definitely be powerful people with the power to destroy the world, but compared with the cultivators, it is much more difficult. Suming didn't understand what Lu Chuan said, but he still came up and asked flatteringly, brother, if you are not a martial artist, what is your path? Can you teach me? The move you just made was so cool, you are simply my idol. Idol, can you give me some pointers when you are free? Yuncheng, Long Xiana's mansion. In the study, Long Xiana took out his mobile phone and repeatedly dialed a number, but the result he got every time was that the other party's phone was turned off. He frowned and said to himself, strange. Logically speaking, Brother Yun is not used to using his mobile phone, and he shouldn't keep it turned off. It's been so long, and he hasn't sent any message back. It's really abnormal. At this time, a subordinate walked into the study. Master Long, we have found out that the man named Lu Chuan is still alive. As for Mr. Yun, no one knows his whereabouts. Long Xiana's eyes condensed. Lu Chuan is still alive. Could it be that Brother Yun failed? No, Brother Yun is the #1 master in Yuncheng. As long as he takes action, this kid will definitely not survive. Could it be that Brother Yun has changed his mind? I can't contact him. Is it because he has left Yuncheng? After a long time, he could only sigh helplessly. It was not easy for him to make a rash judgment on such a thing without any clues. He could only temporarily think that Yunzong had not decided when to take action. At this time, the subordinate said, Master Long, I just got the news that the young master is back. He went to the Zhao family and met with the young master of the Zhao family. When he left, his face was not very good. I heard from others that the young master seemed to want to kill a guy named Lu Chuan. Hearing this, Long Xiana's eyes lit up, and then he said, immediately notify the young master and ask him to come to see me. Yes. The subordinate turned and left. Long Xiana murmured to himself, Brother Yun, since you didn't do it, then my father and I will have to get rid of this disaster. Chapter 118. The Woman with the Whip. Lu Chuan and Suming returned to the Wu family's mine together. Liu Shan sent someone to wait there. When the person saw Lu Chuan coming back, he immediately ran to report. After a while, Wu Wei and Liu Shan and a group of people rushed over. Brother Lu, are you okay? You've been gone for a whole day and night. I was so worried. Wu Wei's face was full of concern. When he saw Suming following him, his face changed drastically, and he took a few steps back with a vigilant look on his face. Why is this guy back? Suming grinned, took 2 steps forward, and said, of course he's back to take your life. Wu Wei was so scared that his soul was scared to death. He immediately took a posture of fighting to the death, and shouted to the people behind him, get the gun. Take the gun and shoot him. Lu Chuan glared at Suming, don't make trouble. Then he said to Wu Wei, don't be impulsive, he was joking with you. Wu Wei's face was full of confusion. Are you joking? But this guy is the one who stole the treasure in the boulder before. He followed here, and he definitely has no good intentions. Lu Chuan explained, I have already taken the treasure back, and he is my little brother now. He won't do anything to you. Wu Wei glared. Little brother? He clearly remembered that this was a terrifying master who had severely injured him with one palm strike. His strength was probably at the peak of the 9th rank, and even among the peak of the 9th rank, there were not many rivals. And not long ago, Lu Chuan could only beat himself, an 8th rank master. How come in just one day, even this 9th rank peak master became his younger brother? Suming laughed and said, how is it? Were you scared to the point of almost peeing your pants? Wu Wei smiled awkwardly and asked Lu Chuan, Brother Lu, what happened? Lu Chuan said, it's a long story. I broke through with the help of the treasure in the boulder, and then beat this guy up, and he begged me to take him in as my younger brother. Suming's face was full of black lines. Brother, although I really can't beat you now, you shouldn't make me sound so unlucky. I obviously became your younger brother because I was grateful for your life-saving grace. Lu Chuan said, almost the same meaning. Suming. Lu Chuan looked at Wu Wei and said, the purpose of my visit to Pinggyang County this time has been achieved, and it's time to go back. After I leave, I hope you can help take care of my sister-in-law, my girlfriend's family, so that they won't be bullied. Wu Wei smiled and said, don't worry about this. With me here, no one in Pinggyang County can bully them. Lu Chuan nodded. By the way, let's buy them a bigger house. Just deduct it from my share of the property, and don't give face to Muzia King's family. This person is ungrateful. If she dares to cause trouble to Nanking's family, help me teach her a lesson. Okay, I'll remember it. Wu Wei agreed solemnly. After saying this, Lu Chuan remembered that he hadn't been home for a day and a night, and he didn't tell Mu Nanking. She must be worried to death now. Then he quickly took out his mobile phone and saw that there were dozens of missed calls on it, all from Mu Nanking. He felt ashamed and called her quickly. Mu Nanking was very anxious. After receiving Lu Chuan's call, he quickly asked about the situation. He was relieved when he knew that Lu Chuan was fine, and then he began to complain about Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan coaxed Mu Nanking for a long time before Mu Nanking calmed down. After that, he asked Wu Wei to arrange a place for Suming to live, and he returned to Mu Nanking's home and accompanied his family with Mu Nanking. 3 days later, Pinggyang County Railway Station. Lu Chuan and Mu Nanking were waiting at the door. After a while, Suming came over. When he saw Mu Nanking next to Lu Chuan, his eyes lit up, and he quickly shouted, hello, sister-in-law. Mu Nanking smiled at him. Hello. Lu Chuan didn't want to waste time and said, sister-in-law, let's go into the station. Suming was stunned and asked quickly, brother, I call you sister-in-law, why do you call me sister-in-law too? Lu Chuan was embarrassed and said, because she is also my sister-in-law. Suming was puzzled and asked, could it be that we have another big brother? Lu Chuan was going to explain. Mu Nanking on the side blushed and said, don't listen to his nonsense, I'm not his sister-in-law. He just likes to call me that. Suming thought for a while, and a sly smile appeared on his face. I understand, brother, you are still playing 6. Lu Chuan looked helpless and didn't know how to explain, so he simply walked directly to the train station. On the train back, Lu Chuan explained the relationship between himself and Mu Nanking to Su Ming. Su Ming was thoughtful and saw at a glance that Mu Nanking was interested in Lu Chuan, but Lu Chuan didn't notice it. He smiled mischievously and said to Lu Chuan, "Brother, cherish the person in front of you." Lu Chuan was puzzled. "Are you out of your mind?" Mu Nanking on the side blushed and was angry at, while Lu Chuan was so stupid. He didn't notice things that others could see at a glance. The three returned to Yancheng. Lu Chuan told Su Ming about the work of the clinic and asked him to do some odd jobs in the clinic temporarily. After Cheng Yang left, these odd jobs had always been done by Mu Nanking. Lu Chuan was afraid that Mu Nanking would be too tired, so he naturally assigned these jobs to Su Ming, the free labor. Su Ming did not express any opinions on this. It is estimated that he was in the mentality of repaying Lu Chuan's life-saving grace. He honestly took on all these jobs and did a good job. Lu Chuan observed Su Ming for 2 days and felt that this person was reliable, so he planned to help him improve his strength. After all, it was too difficult for him to deal with Long Xian'ai alone. It would be much easier if he had a capable assistant. That afternoon, Lu Chuan called Su Ming over. "Brother, what do you want to talk to me about? I haven't finished sweeping the land yet," Su Ming asked. Lu Chuan smiled and asked, "Do you want to break through to the realm of transformation?" Su Ming's eyes lit up. "Brother, do you have a way?" Lu Chuan nodded. Su Ming suddenly became excited, but changed his mind and asked again. "Although there is only one layer between the 9th grade master and the transformation realm, this layer is like a natural chasm, which is more difficult than breaking through from the 1st grade master to the 9th grade master. According to the information inside the Zuan sect, I only know that it is necessary to cooperate with the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth to have a slight chance of breaking through. Brother, do you want to give me the remaining catalytic solution?" Lu Chuan said, "That is just the cognition of your martial arts world. With me, I don't need the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, and I can still help you break through. And it's not just a slight chance, but a 99% chance." Su Ming was surprised. You didn't lie to me? Do you think I'm the kind of guy who likes to lie?" Lu Chuan said lightly. Su Ming has also learned a little about Lu Chuan in the past few days, and knows that his elder brother will not lie easily. Since he said there is a way, there must be a way. He quickly asked, "What method?" Lu Chuan said, "The method is very simple. I will help you refine a pill, but the premise is that you have to find a 100-year-old medicinal herb first." Su Ming was a little surprised. "Just 100-year-old medicinal herb, no other ones are needed?" Lu Chuan nodded. "You find the 100-year-old medicinal herb first, and then I will refine the pill for you to break through." Su Ming immediately agreed. "I will go find it now." Although 100-year-old medicinal herbs are also very rare, they are much easier to find than the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. He didn't say anything nonsense and went out of the clinic to find 100-year-old medicinal herbs. Lu Chuan knew that Su Ming's methods were extraordinary. Even if he didn't help, he could find 100-year-old medicinal herbs. Not long after Su Ming left, Lu Chuan received a message from Chuming Gaiao. "Long Hao is back." Looking at this text message, Lu Chuan was slightly stunned, but soon calmed down. It's finally here. He knew that Long Hao's return meant that he had broken through to the 9th level of the Grandmaster. If it was before, he might still be anxious, but now it's different. He has reached the 9th level of key training, and the 9th level Grandmaster is nothing in his eyes. The only uncertainty now is Long Xian'ai's strength. It can be seen from Yunzang's willingness to work for Long Xian'ai that Long Xian'ai's strength must be above Yunzang, and it is very likely that he has broken through to the transformation realm. Lu Chuan is still struggling to deal with the transformation realm, so he wants to help Su Ming break through, so that he will have enough confidence to face the father and son of the Long family. After a little thought, he sent a text message to Chuming Gaiao. "What I promised you will not change." Chuming Gaiao didn't send any more text messages. I don't know if she was helpless about Lu Chuan's decision or something else. Lu Chuan didn't think about it anymore and continued to go back to his room to practice. Su Ming left for 2 days. That afternoon, Lu Chuan was practicing in the yard. The phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and answered it. It was Suming calling. "Brother, please come and save me. I'm hiding in the woods on the outskirts of the city. A crazy woman is chasing me. I'm no match for her. If you don't come, I'll die in her hands." Suming's voice was very low, as if he was hiding in some hidden place, and didn't dare to speak loudly to avoid being exposed. Lu Chuan frowned immediately. "Didn't you go to find medicinal herbs? Why are you being chased?" Suming said, "This is a long story. Anyway, come and save me first. I'll send you the location. Be sure to be quick." Then he hung up the phone. After a while, a location message was sent to Lu Chuan's mobile phone. Lu Chuan looked at the location, frowned, and thought to himself that this guy might be going to rob someone's century-old medicinal herbs, so he was being chased. He sighed helplessly. No matter what, this is his younger brother. When the younger brother is in trouble, he, as the eldest brother, really can't ignore it. He said hello to Mu Nanking, then went out and took a taxi to the outskirts of the city. Soon, Lu Chuan came to the outskirts of the city and found the forest where Suming had located. Just after walking in for a while, he saw Suming hanging from a tree with his hands tied. A beautiful woman with a black tight leather jacket, a beautiful figure and long black hair was whipping Suming fiercely with a whip. Suming complained, "Sister, please forgive me. I have given you that 100-year-old medicinal herb. Why are you still not letting me go?" The woman snorted coldly, "You stole my medicinal herb. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can you remember it?" Suming looked wronged. "I really didn't know that the medicinal herb was yours. Sister, please show mercy, otherwise I will be whipped to death." The woman snorted coldly and whipped Suming again. Looking at this scene, Lu Chuan's heart sank, and he rushed towards Suming at a high speed. Suming heard the noise and looked towards Lu Chuan with hope in his eyes. "Brother, you are finally here. Come and save me." The woman also turned her head and looked towards Lu Chuan. Seeing that Lu Chuan wanted to save Suming, she swung the whip towards Lu Chuan without saying a word. "You idiot actually have an accomplice. I will deal with you all today." Lu Chuan saw the whip coming towards him at an incredibly fast speed. His face suddenly changed, and then he quickly dodged and retreated. Snap! The whip hit two trees, and the two trees were instantly cut in half and fell to the ground. Lu Chuan's face suddenly became solemn. He just felt a strange power on the whip, which was extremely powerful, and thus judged the strength of this woman. Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 119 Shen Yeren. You dodged quickly. Take another whip from me. The woman whipped again, and the speed was obviously faster. Lu Chuan was shocked and immediately released his spiritual power to wrap his arms to resist the whip. The whip hit Lu Chuan's arm, and with a snap, Lu Chuan's body retreated more than 10 meters before barely stopping. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, his two arms would probably have been broken. The woman was surprised to see that Lu Chuan actually blocked her attack. "You can actually block my full strength whip. Are you also in the transformation realm?" Lu Chuan smiled bitterly and said, "No. Girl, let's talk it out. Don't whip me all the time." Before, he had no idea how powerful the transformation realm was, but now that he took the whip from this woman, he realized how terrifying the transformation realm was. It seems that in the martial arts, there is also a watershed between the Grandmaster realm and the transformation realm. After reaching the transformation realm, the power will be essentially changed. The woman snorted coldly. "Finally, someone who can talk has come. Well, since you are quite polite, I will let this guy go." After that, she put away the whip and hung it around her waist. Lu Chuan was confused, thinking, "Am I being polite?" Without thinking much, he quickly walked up to Suming and put it down. "Tell me quickly, what is going on?" Suming looked aggrieved, moved his shoulders, and told the whole story. It turned out that Suming had seen records about century-old medicinal herbs in the classics of Xuanzang, and knew where century-old medicinal herbs might grow. So he went to the place recorded in the classics. because a place where a medicinal herb can grow for 100 years without being destroyed must be sparsely populated. Suming went through a lot of hardships to reach that place. After a lot of searching, he really found a century-old medicinal herb on the edge of a cliff. He was overjoyed and immediately climbed up the cliff to pick the medicinal herbs. But just after he picked it, a woman with a whip appeared and said that the 100-year-old medicinal herb was hers. Based on the principle that whoever finds it first will own it, Suming naturally could not give up the 100-year-old medicinal herb, so the woman started fighting. After just 2 moves, Suming found that the woman's strength had reached the realm of transformation, and he was no match for her at all. So he could only quickly run away with the medicinal herb, but fortunately the woman was not as fast as him, so he was not caught on the spot. Suming ran all the way to the outskirts of Yuncheng, and the woman chased him relentlessly. He had no choice but to find a place to hide first, and contacted Lu Chuan for help. Not long after the call for help, the woman found his trace and beat him up. Suming was not an opponent and was quickly defeated. He had no choice but to hand over the medicinal herb, but the woman refused to give in, hung Suming on the tree, and whipped him severely with a whip. Then came the scene that Lu Chuan saw when he arrived. After listening to this, Lu Chuan frowned, looked at the woman in the black leather jacket, and said, "Girl, first come first served is the established rule. Aren't you just relying on your own strength to rob other people's things?" The woman snorted and said, "I found that medicinal herb a year ago, but I was worried that the efficacy was not enough, so I built a wooden house under the cliff and lived in it. I plan to wait for the medicinal herb to grow for a while before picking it. If you don't believe me, you can come with me to see my wooden house." Lu Chuan suddenly realized, but still said, "If that's the case, you can explain it to him and ask him to return the medicinal herb to you. Why do you have to chase him and beat him?" The woman suddenly became angry and said, "He calls me big sister as soon as he sees me. If it were you, would you be happy? Do I look very old?" Lu Chuan was stunned. He could never have imagined that this woman with terrifying strength was so angry because Suming called her big sister. Suming on the side was also dumbfounded. He was whipped for no reason, and it turned out to be because of this name. He looked at the woman and cried bitterly, "Big sister." The woman immediately picked up the whip again. Suming quickly changed his words. "Beauty. Beautiful sister. I was wrong. If you had told me earlier that you didn't like this name, we wouldn't have such a big misunderstanding." The woman rolled her eyes at Suming. "For a guy like you who has no sense, I always take direct action." Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that she said she was polite because he called her girl. The misunderstanding was resolved. Lu Chuan looked at Suming with some sympathy, thinking that you are a rude boy. She is so beautiful, why didn't you call her beauty at the beginning? He didn't plan to help Suming get any justice. After all, the other party was a master of the transformation realm. Even if he wanted to get justice, he couldn't beat her. So he could only let Suming suffer this loss in silence. He thought for a moment, looked at the woman, and asked, "Girl, are you going to use that 100-year-old herb to improve your strength?" The woman shook her head. "No." Lu Chuan said, "Oh. If I'm not mistaken, you want to use this herb to treat illness? Is there something wrong with your body?" The woman was a little surprised. She didn't expect Lu Chuan to guess the purpose of her needing the 100-year-old herb at once. "How did you figure it out?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I'm a doctor, and some problems can be easily seen." When he took the whip from this woman just now, he felt that, although this person was powerful, her breath was a little empty. When she used her strength, she was still suppressing a certain condition in her body, which resulted in a much lower accuracy of the strength she exerted. So he concluded that there was something wrong with this woman's body. And this person is a woman, but she can reach the state of transformation at such a young age. Naturally, she has talent, but in the martial arts world, people with such talent must have special physiques, and these specialities often bring some negative effects. The woman said, "So what if I can see it? What do you want to say?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I just want to remind you that the century-old medicinal herbs are not only of no benefit to your current condition, but on the contrary, once you eat the century-old medicinal herb, your condition will worsen." The woman frowned slightly. "What are you talking about here? What is my current condition?" You are not trying to trick this medicinal herb away from me, are you? Lu Chuan said, I'm not talking nonsense. Every full moon night, you will be burning with desire and your desires will surge. Am I right? The woman's face changed wildly, and she blushed a little. She looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief and said, how do you know? Lu Chuan said, I can see things that others can't see, so naturally I can see your symptoms, and I can also guess that every full moon night, you will soak yourself in extremely low temperature water to dissolve that desire. This causes the power in your body to become disordered for a long time, and you must drink Chinese medicine to adjust it, but this method only treats the symptoms, and not the root cause, so you want to find a century-old herb to cure your condition. But I can tell you responsibly that the century-old herb will only increase your desire. By then, you will not be burning with desire only on the night of the full moon, but on the 1st and 15th of every month, you will be unable to control yourself. The woman's face suddenly became solemn. She did not expect that this century-old herb would have such a negative effect on her. She did not doubt Lu Chuan's words, because her physique was rare in the world, and many doctors were helpless. Lu Chuan could see her condition at a glance, which showed that he really understood this knowledge. Su Ming on the side looked at Lu Chuan with admiration, and said to himself, brother can even see this, it's really amazing. I just don't know whether brother has studied more about special physiques or women burning with desire. Well, maybe it's both, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to see it so quickly. The woman stared at Lu Chuan and asked, even if that's the case, what's your purpose in telling me this? Lu Chuan did not hide it and said, I want to make a deal with you. The woman asked, what deal? Lu Chuan said, I can cure your condition, but the premise is that you have to give me that 100-year-old medicinal herb. The woman thought for a while and said, how do I know if you are lying to me? What if you just want the medicinal herbs in my hand and deliberately made it up to fool me? Lu Chuan pondered for a moment, turned his head to look at Su Ming, and said, how about this? I'll hand his life to you first, and if I don't cure you, you kill him. How about it? Su Ming. The woman thought this method was feasible, nodded and said, that's fine. It just so happens that I have a poison pill in my hand. If he takes this pill, he will only have 3 hours to live. If he doesn't take the antidote within 3 hours, he will bleed from all 7 orifices and die of suppuration. Can you cure me within 3 hours? Lu Chuan nodded, sure. The woman immediately took out a pill and walked to Su Ming. Su Ming's face was full of despair, and he said to Lu Chuan, brother, this is not a joke. We can't sacrifice my life for a medicinal material. Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't worry, when I cure her, she will give you the antidote. Su Ming asked, what if it can't be cured? Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, then it depends on the mood of this girl. Su Ming suddenly had the urge to cry. The woman didn't want to waste time, so she pinched Su Ming's mouth and stuffed the pill into his mouth. Okay, what method are you going to use to treat my condition? Don't tell me that your method is to let me vent my lust. The woman looked at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not that kind of vulgar person. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. The woman said lightly, Shen Yeren. Hearing this name, Lu Chuan and Su Ming both subconsciously looked at the woman's chest. The woman suddenly became a little annoyed and said angrily, where are you looking? Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, no. This name is really nice. Su Ming whispered, tolerance is greatness, it's true. Shen Yeren snorted, take me to the doctor quickly, I don't have much patience. Lu Chuan nodded, and just when he was about to say that he would take Shen Yeren back to the clinic for treatment, he suddenly remembered something in his mind. His eyes suddenly glared, staring at Shen Yeren and exclaimed, you are Shen Yeren? Chapter 120, Fiancé number 1. Shen Yeren was startled by Lu Chuan's sudden reaction. She stared at him suspiciously and asked, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Lu Chuan's expression became strange, and he asked shyly, have you ever been engaged? Shen Yeren looked at Lu Chuan with some contempt. What do you care? Su Ming said on the side, brother, you can't be too fickle. You can't ask people such questions just because you see a beautiful woman with big breasts. Shen Yeren immediately glared at Su Ming. What did you say? Su Ming suddenly coughed violently. Nothing, just praising you. Lu Chuan also glared at Suming. Shut up. He looked at Shen Yering again and said, I don't mean to offend you. I just want to confirm one thing. Shen Yering didn't know what Lu Chuan wanted to confirm, but still replied, I do have marriage. My grandfather arranged it for me. Lu Chuan quickly asked, is your engaged person called Lu Chuan? Shen Yering was surprised. How did you know? Lu Chuan smiled bitterly, thinking that this was too much of a coincidence, and then said awkwardly, I am Lu Chuan. Shen Yering's eyes widened at once, looking at the man in front of him in disbelief, and she couldn't speak for a while. Suming was also surprised, thinking that he could meet his engagement partner. How many engagements must he have arranged? Lu Chuan shrugged helplessly. Although he also felt that this scene was a bit too dramatic, there was indeed a person named Shen Yering among his marriage certificates. And it was confirmed that it was the Shen Yering in front of him. It's really a coincidence. This marriage was also arranged for me by my grandfather. I didn't know it at first. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. I'll bring the marriage certificate later and we can cancel this marriage, Lu Chuan said. Shen Yering took a long time to recover from the shock. She had imagined countless scenes of meeting her fiancé whom she had never met, but she didn't expect that the first time she met him would be under such circumstances. It's over. I whipped him so hard just now. Will he think I'm a tigress? What does it mean that he wants to cancel the engagement as soon as he meets me? Does he think I'm too fierce? But grandpa said that I must marry him. If I'm cancelled, I'll become a joke of the whole family. But speaking of this guy, his strength is not as good as mine, and he looks very ordinary. I don't know why grandpa would let me marry such a guy, and he also said that only he can suppress my physique. Is grandpa lying to me? Countless thoughts came into Shen Yering's mind. Soon, she stared at Lu Chuan intently, took 2 steps forward, and questioned, what do you mean? You want to cancel the engagement just after we met? I don't dislike you yet, but you dislike me. Lu Chuan quickly said, that's not what I meant. Shen Yering said, what do you mean by you don't mean that? Marriage is decided by the parents and the matchmaker. How can it be cancelled just like that? If this engagement is cancelled, how can I face my parents and my family members in the future? Lu Chuan was speechless, thinking to himself, but I have a total of 9 marriage certificates. I can't marry all of you, right? Suming was thinking, brother must be reluctant to part with his charming sister-in-law. At this moment, Suming's eyes suddenly widened, and he asked quickly, are you from the Cheyenne and Shen family? Shen Yering nodded, yes. Suming subconsciously took 2 steps back. No wonder you have reached the realm of transformation at such a young age. In this world, only the Shen family, a martial arts family with hundreds of years of inheritance, has the resources to cultivate such a genius. Lu Chuan was puzzled and asked Suming, the Cheyenne and Shen family? Is it very famous? Suming nodded. The Cheyenne and Shen family is a well-known existence in the martial arts world. It is a real ancient martial arts family. Their family's status in the martial arts world is not inferior to that of Xuanzang. Xuanzang has the reputation of being the first ancient martial arts sect. The fact that the Shen family can be on the same level as Xuanzang is enough to show their foundation. Suming leaned close to Lu Chuan's ear again and whispered, and the Shen family and Xuanzang are mortal enemies, the kind that will never stop until one dies. You must not let her know that I used to be Xuanzang's man, otherwise my life will be in danger. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the Shen family and Xuanzang would have such a feud. Shen Yering saw the 2 people whispering and shouted, what are you 2 talking about in secret? Suming smiled awkwardly and said, sister-in-law, why don't we treat you as soon as possible? Otherwise the poison pill will take effect and my life will be gone. Shen Yering and Lu Chuan shouted almost at the same time, what did you call me, huh? Suming smiled and said, isn't this a matter of time? Shen Yering's chest rose and fell with anger. It was a matter that had not even started, but this guy said it was so simple. What's more, she was just despised. If it weren't for her image, she would definitely give this guy who was not careful with his mouth a few more whips. Lu Chuan was too lazy to argue and said to Shen Yering, let's go back and get treatment first. We can talk about the engagement later. Shen Yering asked, do we have to go back to get treatment? Lu Chuan said, it's inconvenient in this wilderness. I have to find a quiet room to treat you. Shen Yurong said, don't bother. There is a cave nearby. You can go there to treat me. Lu Chuan thought about it and said, okay. The three of them walked towards the cave together. After a while, the three of them came to the entrance of the cave. Lu Chuan looked at Suming and said, you stay outside and don't let anyone go in, not even monkeys. Suming smiled and said, I understand. Don't worry, nothing will disturb you. Lu Chuan always felt that what he said was a bit strange, but he didn't say anything. Then he took Shen Yurong into the cave. There were traces of artificial excavation in this cave. It seemed that someone had stayed in it, but judging from the surrounding situation, it was a long time ago. The two walked along the cave for dozens of meters, and Lu Chuan took out his mobile phone and turned on the flashlight. The light inside was very dim, and the flashlight could barely see the situation clearly. There was a small pool at the end of the cave. From time to time, water dripped from the cracks in the rocks on the top. The sound of water dripping was particularly obvious in such a quiet place. Beside the pool was a 3-meter square flat stone that looked like a bed. Lu Chuan walked over, reached out and touched the stone, and found that it was smooth and clean without a trace of dust. It's convenient here. You don't have to find a place for you to lie down, Lu Chuan said with a smile. Shen Yurong felt nervous for some reason. In this dark cave, it was considered a closed space, and with her fiancé, this guy asked her to lie down. It always felt a little weird. She asked, do I have to lie down? Lu Chuan turned his head and looked at her and said, of course, I have to give you acupuncture. How can I do it if you stand? Oh. Shen Yurong walked to the side of the stone and then lay down on it. Lu Chuan said, I'll just take off your coat and show a little bit of your belly. Shen Yurong suddenly sat up and said, why do you have to take off your clothes? Are you serious? Lu Chuan said seriously, you are wearing a leather coat, and the silver needle can't penetrate it at all. Besides, I just asked you to take off your coat and show a little bit of your belly, but I didn't ask you to take off all your clothes. Shen Yurong said, my leather coat is a one-piece, without a top. Lu Chuan said, then just pull down the zipper. Shen Yurong said, no. Lu Chuan looked puzzled, why? Don't you have anything else to wear inside? Shen Yurong was silent. Because the light in the cave was too dim, the flashlight on Lu Chuan's phone could only illuminate a small area in front of him, so he didn't notice Shen Yurong's face. If he moved the flashlight over, he would find that this woman with long black hair, delicate face, and fair skin had blushed to the root of her neck. Seeing Shen Yurong didn't say anything, Lu Chuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat and said, oh my god, I didn't really guess it, did I? Shen Yurong explained weakly, it's hot today, so I only wore a leather jacket. I didn't wear it today. Who knew I had to treat the disease today? Lu Chuan was immediately at a loss for words, thinking to himself, you explain so guilty, why do I feel like you dress like this often? I didn't expect such a beautiful woman to have such a habit. He pondered for a moment and said, anyway, the light in this cave is very weak, and I can hardly see the edge. Please pull down the zipper, and I promise I won't look around. After that, he took off his coat and spread it on the stone. Lie on my clothes to avoid being cold. Shen Yurong was hesitant, shy and embarrassed. Although she didn't like to wear clothes inside, it was just for comfort. She had never taken off her clothes in front of a man. After struggling for a long time, thinking that this guy might be her husband in the future, she had to compromise and asked, are you sure you won't look around? Lu Chuan said seriously, a gentleman is open and honest. Shen Yurong thought, why does it sound like he is talking about me? She didn't hesitate anymore, pulled down the zipper on her leather jacket, lay on Lu Chuan's clothes, and protected her chest with both hands. Lu Chuan coughed twice and shone the flashlight on Shen Yurong's lower abdomen, but he couldn't help but glance up. This glance almost made her heart unstable. The name Yurong was not given for nothing. Shen Yurong noticed Lu Chuan's abnormality and quickly shouted, didn't you say you wouldn't look around? Lu Chuan quickly retracted his gaze and said in defense, it was unintentional. Shen Yurong was angry and annoyed, but she didn't dare to move. After all, if she moved, she might be seen naked. She could only say, hurry up and treat me. If you look around again, I will dig out your eyes. Okay, I will treat you right away. Lu Chuan quickly took out the silver needle and began to perform acupuncture on Shen Yureng's smooth and flat lower abdomen with a vest line. After the first needle went down, Shen Yureng snorted lightly, which made Lu Chuan's heart flutter. He sternly scolded, "Don't make any sound, otherwise my needle will be off center, and you may have an attack on the spot. I can't save you then." Shen Yureng immediately shut up and didn't dare to make any sound. While Lu Chuan was doing acupuncture seriously, he was thinking in his heart that this woman's physique was quite compatible with his own true dragon fate. If he married her, would he no longer have to worry about the eruption of Long Yang power? Chapter 121 Grandpa has a good eye. The treatment lasted for half an hour. Because the other party was a master of the realm of transformation, Lu Chuan had to coordinate the output of spiritual power when performing acupuncture, sometimes slow and sometimes fast, and explain things in a simple and easy to understand way. He also had to pay attention to the intensity at all times, so as not to hurt Shen Yureng. Therefore, when the treatment was over, Lu Chuan was already exhausted, sweating profusely, and almost fainted. Shen Yureng also felt hot all over during the treatment, and a warm current occasionally passed through her lower abdomen, which was a very strange feeling. However, sometimes Lu Chuan's needles would hurt, making her body tremble, but she dared not make a sound. Lu Chuan put away the silver needles, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Okay, you can get up and put on your clothes." Shen Yureng quickly sat up, put on her leather jacket, and zipped it up. At this time, she was still blushing. After all, this was the first time she was alone in a room with a man, and she took off her top, and even this man discovered her little habit. Even if she was a master of the realm of transformation, she would definitely not be calm. However, after Lu Chuan's treatment, she did feel much better, and she no longer had to spend extra energy to suppress the desire that would arise at any time. She felt more relaxed than ever before. This guy's actually quite capable. Could it be that when Grandpa said he could suppress my physique, he meant that this guy has superb medical skills? Shen Yureng murmured to herself, feeling that what Grandpa said might have nothing to do with medical skills. After all, when Grandpa arranged this marriage, she and Lu Chuan were both born not long ago. Who knew that Lu Chuan would learn medical skills in the future? But if it wasn't this aspect, then what could it be? While she was thinking, Lu Chuan asked, "How do you feel?" Shen Yureng said, "I feel much better. You are an honest and trustworthy person." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "My method can only be regarded as suppressing the desire in your body. It is a temporary solution. You will return to your previous state in half a year at most. If you want to solve this problem completely, you still have to start from the root." Shen Yureng was a little confused and asked, "Start from the root? How to do it? Tell me in detail." Lu Chuan said, "This is not good." Shen Yureng said, "What's wrong with this? Just tell me." Lu Chuan had to lean close to her ear and whispered something. Shen Yureng's face was immediately full of panic, and she shouted, "Rogue." Lu Chuan said, "You forced me to say it. Humph. I think you did it on purpose." Shen Yureng's chest rose and fell. "Magnificent." Lu Chuan shrugged, "If you don't believe it, forget it. If you want to cure it, this is the only way." Shen Yureng ignored Lu Chuan and turned to walk out of the cave. Lu Chuan hurriedly followed. As soon as the two of them went out, Su Ming came up. He looked at Shen Yureng's flushed face, disheveled hair, flickering eyes, Lu Chuan panting and sweating, and couldn't help but give Lu Chuan a thumbs up. "Brother, it has to be you." Lu Chuan kicked him. "Don't think about it here. It's just a simple treatment." Su Ming said, "I know, I can see it." Shen Yureng was a little ashamed and angry. Why did this guy feel more and more improper the more he talked? Su Ming looked at Shen Yureng and said, "Sister-in-law, since Big Brother has treated you, can you give me the antidote?" Shen Yureng snorted coldly, "The pill is not poisonous. I just scared you." "Really?" Su Ming was a little unconvinced. Shen Yureng said, "If you don't believe it, forget it." Su Ming was relieved and asked, "Then what did you give me to eat?" Shen Yureng said, "It's for cooling down." Su Ming nodded thoughtfully, "So that's the case. It's not surprising." Shen Yureng immediately glared at him. "If you keep being sarcastic, I'll beat you up again." believe it or not. Su Ming chuckled. I dare not. I dare not. He looked at Lu Chuan and asked, brother, how is your wedding going? When are you going to hold the wedding banquet? I have to save up the money for the gift. Lu Chuan was speechless. If you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. He looked at Shen Yuring and asked, what are your plans? Shen Yuring hesitated and said, at that time, I thought about it carefully, and felt that, although you are not as good as me in every way, you are also a talent. It's okay for me to marry you. I don't want to go against my grandfather's wish, but I have a request. Lu Chuan asked, what request? Shen Yuring said, you have to marry into our Shen family. Lu Chuan was slightly stunned, then he laughed. Miss Shen, actually. Shen Yuring interrupted him, you don't have to rush to make a decision. My Shen family is an ancient martial arts family with a high prestige in the martial arts world. You will definitely not suffer any loss if you marry into the family. I'll give you 3 days to consider. After 3 days, I will come to this place again. If you agree, you don't have to come to me. I will go back to the Shen family directly and tell my parents about this. If you don't want to agree, come to me with a marriage certificate in 3 days. Lu Chuan thought about it and nodded. Okay. Although Shen Yuring's physique is very compatible with him, he still has 8 other fiancés to choose from, so there is no need to go to the Shen family to be a humble son-in-law. So he is likely to withdraw from this marriage. But considering that it would be a bit too hurtful to Shen Yuring to say it directly, he agreed to consider it for 3 days. Shen Yuring took out a strange looking herb and handed it to Lu Chuan. You helped me suppress my physical condition, so the century-old herb is your reward. After that, she added, I don't want to owe you anything. Lu Chuan took it with a smile. Thank you. He had never seen this variety of herb before, but judging from its abundant medicinal power, it was indeed a century-old herb. I'm leaving. 3 days later, I will wait here until noon. If you don't come at noon, I will assume that you agree to marry into my Shen family. At that time, I will go back to inform my parents and start preparing for your marriage. After Shen Yuring finished speaking, she turned and left. Su Ming came up to Lu Chuan and said with a smile, brother, you are too amazing. There is sister-in-law Nanking who is obsessed with you, and there is a sister Yuring who wants you to marry into her family. This is really enviable to all men in the world. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. My sister-in-law and I are innocent. If you keep talking nonsense, I will keep these 100-year-old herbs for myself. Brother, don't, it's my mouth. If I talk nonsense again, you will sew my mouth shut. You must use these 100-year-old herbs to refine the elixir for me to break through. Su Ming immediately changed his tone and said. Lu Chuan didn't want to pay attention to this slick man, so he turned and walked towards the city. After returning to the clinic, Lu Chuan first found the marriage certificate of Shen Yuring. After confirming that it was indeed written on the Cheyenne Shen family, he said to himself, Grandpa's vision is really good. Whether it is Chumingayao or Shen Yuring, they are all first-class beauties. The remaining 7 fiancés must be extraordinary. Shen Yuring is a master of the realm of transformation. I don't know if there will be more powerful ones here. This makes me really want to marry them all home. It's a pity that I don't want to be a son-in-law. Shen Yuring is better off. After thinking for a while with a little bit of philandering, he put away the marriage certificate and planned to return it to Shen Yuring after 3 days. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to breathe. Today, treating Shen Yuring consumed a lot of energy, and I have to make up for it first. The next day, Lu Chuan asked Su Ming to buy the auxiliary medicinal materials needed for refining the elixir. When he was about to start refining the elixir, he received a message from Gu Hongxiang, who he hadn't seen for a long time. I have something urgent to find you. Come to Lingjiang Wharf to find me. Chapter 122 Gu Hongxiang's feelings. Lingjiang Wharf. What is Sister Han doing there? Lu Chuan looked at the text message on his phone, pondered for a while, and then directly called Gu Hongxiang. Unable to get through, Lu Chuan frowned slightly. Logically, even if Gu Hongxiang really had something to do, she should have answered the call. Moreover, she had just sent him a text message, so why couldn't the call go through? Maybe it's really urgent. He didn't hesitate too much. If Gu Hongxiang really had something to do, He was afraid that something might happen if he went too late, so he put away his phone and quickly rushed to Lingjiang Wharf. Lingjiang is a large river that runs through the entire north of the Yangtze River. It carries a very important transportation task. Many of the products sold by Yuncheng to the outside world will be transported from Lingjiang by ship. Lu Chuan came to the wharf, where many containers were piled up, and many workers were busy. Several ships were docked at the wharf, loading and unloading goods. Lu Chuan came to the wharf and looked around, looking for Gu Hang's. The dock is so big, and I can't get through to Sister Hang's phone. Where should I go to find her? Lu Chuan said to himself. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. He turned his head and found that it was Gu Hang's, who was wearing a white sweater, jeans, a baseball cap and sunglasses. She looked a little casual, but the jeans that were close to her body still outlined her charming figure, which made people look sideways. Lu Chuan smiled and said, Sister Hang, I'm looking for you. What happened to you? Gu Hang's looked around with a vigilant face, then grabbed Lu Chuan's arm and said, come with me first. Lu Chuan's doubts became even greater. He had never seen Gu Hang's like this. Gu Hang's took Lu Chuan to the shore, stuffed some money into the person in charge, and took Lu Chuan on a cruise ship. The two came to the deck, and Gu Hang's was slightly relieved, and took off her sunglasses. Lu Chuan asked quickly, Sister Hang, what happened? Why did you bring me here? Gu Hang's said with a serious look, I accidentally heard the conversation between Long Xian'er and Long Hao. Long Hao heard about the Xiao family, and knew that you and Meng Yao were close. He suspected that you two had an unclean relationship, so he wanted to kill you. What surprised me was that Long Xian'er also wanted to kill you, and he seemed to be more eager than Long Hao. Father and son have already discussed the plan, and don't intend to give you any chance to live. I can't bear to see you die like this, so I came to inform you. My phone may have been located by Long Xian'er, so I threw away the phone after sending you the message. After listening to this, Lu Chuan suddenly fell into silence. Long Xian'er wanted to kill himself, most likely because of his mother's affairs. He was so anxious, it must be, because there was a huge secret hidden in the assassination of his mother that year, and he wanted to completely eliminate the trouble. But I don't remember anything when I was sent to the orphanage, and I haven't found any relics left by my mother. I have no idea what happened back then. Why does Long Xian'er want to kill me so much? Could it be that my mother left me a clue, but I didn't find it? Without thinking too much, Lu Chuan looked at Gu Hang's and said, Sister Hang, you can just find a public phone to call me and tell me about this. Why take such a big risk? Gu Hang's laughed, turned and walked to the guardrail, looked at the river in the distance, and said, I'm tired of this kind of life at the mercy of others. Originally, I planned to try to kill Long Xian'er, leave Yuncheng after revenge, and find a quiet place to live in seclusion. But he is the legendary master of the realm of transformation in the martial arts world. Whenever I have the thought of killing someone, he will find out. After several attempts, I know that I'm no match for him at all. Lu Chuan was not surprised by this. Long Xian'er could cover the sky with one hand in Yuncheng, and his strength must be strong. Gu Hang's continued, so I gave up, which is equivalent to accepting my fate, but I don't want to live like this anymore. It just so happens that I know the plan of the father and son, so I asked you to come here to find me. This ship will depart for Jiangnan in a while. She turned around and looked at Lu Chuan seriously. Let's go together, escape from this place, and settle down in a small town where no one knows us. I heard that the small towns in Jiangnan have beautiful scenery and simple folk customs, which are very suitable for seclusion. Lu Chuan, actually I fell in love with you a long time ago. Are you willing to take me away? After hearing what Gu Hang's said, Lu Chuan's expression suddenly became complicated. He didn't expect Gu Hang's to reveal her feelings to him at this time, and he was a little at a loss. Seeing that Lu Chuan didn't say anything, Gu Hang's hurried forward, took his hand and said, Lu Chuan, I know what I'm saying now is a bit sudden, but I can swear that I mean it. As long as you are willing to take me away, I'm willing to listen to you all my life, and do whatever you ask me to do. Lu Chuan's face was full of confusion. After a long time, he sighed, broke away from Gu Hongseong's hand and said, "Sister Hong, I'm sorry, I can't leave now." Gu Hongseong suddenly became anxious, staring at Lu Chuan with both eyes, and asked, "Why? Do you dislike me?" Lu Chuan hurriedly said, "No and no, that's not what I meant. I mean that I can't leave Yancheng like this. The reason why Longshai and I wanted to kill me was because my mother also died in his hands, and what happened back then must involve some secrets. I must avenge my mother, and I have to find out why Longshai and I wanted to kill my mother." Gu Hongseon frowned when she heard this, but Longshai and I is not as easy to deal with as you think. What's the difference between seeking revenge on him and seeking death? I know you are extremely talented. You have grown to a level that ordinary people take decades to reach in such a short period of time. But precisely because of this, you should be more patient first. You leave Yancheng with me. During this period, you work hard to improve your strength. When we are absolutely sure, we will come back to seek revenge on Longshai and I. Isn't that better? Lu Chuan fell silent. Although what Gu Hongseong said made sense, the gap between him and Longshai and I was now very small. As long as Suming could break through to the realm of transformation, he would have enough confidence to compete with Longshai and I. There was no need to leave Yancheng again. Gu Hongseong's face was full of disappointment. After a long sigh, she said to Lu Chuan, "I'm sorry, I was too abrupt. I shouldn't have made the decision casually, and I was too self-righteous and didn't consider your thoughts." Lu Chuan said, "Sister Hong, don't be like this. I promise you, I will definitely kill Longshai and I. Just like I promised you before, I will save you from suffering." Gu Hongseon shook her head, tears welled up in her eyes. She turned her back to Lu Chuan, rubbed her eyes, and said, "No, I really want to kill Longshai and I, but compared to this matter, I want to know how you feel about me more. Now it seems that I was too sentimental." Lu Chuan suddenly felt a headache. He hated to see women like this the most, and for a moment he didn't know how to comfort them. After a long time, Gu Hongseon wiped her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "You go down. The ship will leave soon. Since you don't want to go with me, I will leave this sad place alone." She lied to Lu Chuan. Since Lu Chuan didn't want to go with her, there was no need for her to go. She planned to try to assassinate Longshai Anna for the last time. This time she would risk her life. At least, she couldn't let Longshai Anna hurt the person she liked. But she couldn't tell Lu Chuan about this idea. She could only lie to him that she was leaving. As soon as she finished speaking, a sneer came from not far away. "Haha, my Longshai Anna's territory, you can come and go as you like." Gu Hongseong's face suddenly changed, and she turned her head to look. Longshai Anna and Long Heo took a group of men on the ship, and walked towards where she and Lu Chuan were. Chapter 123 Longshai Anna comes to visit. Oh no. How did they know we were here? Lu Chuan, run quickly, I'll hold them back for you. Gu Hongseon shouted in panic. Lu Chuan sighed, staring at Longshai Anna and his group, and said, "It's too late to run now. Judging from their appearance, they must be well prepared." Longshai Anna and his men surrounded Lu Chuan and Gu Hongseong. He glanced at Gu Hongseong coldly and cursed, "You stinky bitch, I've noticed something's wrong with you a long time ago. I didn't expect you to have the guts to betray me, and even come to find this loser. You really gave me a big surprise." Gu Hongseong looked at Longshai Anna nervously and asked, "How did you know I was here?" Longshai Anna sneered, "I broke the hands and feet of your confidant Leng Feng, and soaked him in sulfuric acid bit by bit. He told me everything. Not only did I know you came here, I also knew you were going to take Lu Chuan away, and even that you liked this loser. I knew it all." Gu Hongseong's face was immediately filled with grief and indignation, and she roared, "You beast." Longshai Anna curled his lips. "I love you so much, I'll listen to you no matter what. Even touching you requires your consent, and this is how you repay me." Long Heo said coldly, "Dad, I told you long ago that this vixen must not be kept, but you refused to listen. If Zhao Yun hadn't told me that he had accidentally run into her and Lu Chuan drinking in a bar late at night, which alerted you, they might have really gotten away this time." Long Xian'ai said gloomily, it was indeed because of my lust that I made a mistake, but it's fortunate that she brought Lu Chuan to this ship, otherwise it would be difficult for us to take action against this boy. At this time, a roar sounded. The ship set sail and headed towards the middle of the river. Long Xian'ai smiled and looked at Lu Chuan, saying, boy, you have a special relationship with Yu Qingfeng from the supervisory office. If I kill you in the city, it will be a hassle to deal with Yu Qingfeng afterwards. You don't have to worry about this problem now. This ship will soon sail out of Yancheng. When the time comes, I will kill you on the river, and even Yu Qingfeng won't be able to control it. You have to thank this bitch very much. If I hadn't known her plan in advance, I would not have thought of such a good way to kill you. Lu Chuan's heart sank, knowing that he was probably in danger today. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Su Ming. I'm in trouble. Long Xian'ai has set me up. You take my sister-in-law to a safe place first to make sure she won't be implicated. If I survive, I'll come find you later. At this time, Gu Hongxiang stood in front of Lu Chuan and shouted hysterically, I don't allow you to touch him. If you want to kill him, kill me first. Long Xian'ai said angrily, bitch, do you think I won't be ruthless to you? Wait for me to kill this guy first, and we'll settle the account between you and me later. After that, he looked at his men and ordered, take her away first. Those men were about to catch Gu Hongxiang. Seeing this, Lu Chuan immediately tried to stop them. But at this time Long Hao suddenly came up to him and said with a sneer, you are about to die, so don't worry about others. Think about how to beg for mercy from me later. Lu Chuan frowned and could only watch Gu Hongxiang being taken away because he knew that once he took action, Long Hao would definitely take action as well, and then Gu Hongxiang might be affected. After Gu Hongxiang was taken away, Long Hao looked at Lu Chuan with interest and said, I heard that you and Ming Hao are very close. Lu Chuan thought about it, smiled and said, not only are we very close, she and I have done everything we can and shouldn't do. Think about it, is it because sometimes you can't get through to her on the phone? That's because she is too busy. Long Hao's face turned pale in an instant, and his anger rose. He gritted his teeth and said, stop talking nonsense here. I know Ming Hao's character best. She would never agree to do that kind of thing with someone like you. You are just talking in your sleep when you are about to die, and you are deliberately angering me. Lu Chuan shrugged, if you don't believe it, forget it. Long Hao tried hard to control his anger. If his father hadn't wanted to ask Lu Chuan something, he would have taught this shameless guy a lesson long ago. Long Xian'ai waved to Long Hao, then asked Lu Chuan, do you know why I came to kill you? Lu Chuan's expression turned cold, and he asked back, why did you kill my mother? Long Xian'ai laughed and said, it seems that you really know something. What else do you know besides knowing that I killed your mother? Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, I know everything I should and shouldn't know. Long Xian'ai narrowed his eyes, don't play tricks on me here, tell me what you know quickly, I can let you die happily. Lu Chuan said coldly, tell me why you want to kill my mother first, and then I will tell you what I know. Long Xian'ai pondered for a few seconds, then laughed and said, well, it doesn't matter whether you say it or not. I just need to kill you and get rid of this disaster. Seeing that Long Xian'ai was not fooled, Lu Chuan was a little anxious and said, I'm dying anyway, so what if you tell me? If you let me know why you killed my mother, I can die with my eyes closed. When I become a ghost, I can promise not to trouble you. Long Xian'ai sneered, sorry, I believe in science, and am not afraid of ghosts. As for the reason for killing your mother, don't think about it, I won't tell you. Lu Chuan clenched his fists immediately. Long Xian'ai released the aura of Master of the Realm of Transformation and planned to attack Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, looked at Long Hao, and said, I can see that you like Ming Hao very much. I won't hide it from you. I like her too. We are rivals in love. Anyway, I will die today. Do you dare to fight me and decide the winner? Hearing this, Long Hao laughed. Just you? You just defeated Liu King. What on earth can make you so blindly confident that you dare to challenge me? Lu Chuan said calmly, I just want to fight one more time before I die. Long Hao snorted coldly, okay. In this case, then I will meet your request. I will let you know how big the gap between you and me is. After speaking, He looked at Long Xian'er. Long Xian'er nodded and agreed to this request. Long Heo immediately walked to a relatively open area on the deck. Thinking of the various situations that Zhao Yun told him, he felt annoyed in his heart. He wanted to take this opportunity to vent all his anger. By the way, let Chu Mingyao know that this Lu Chuan is just a piece of trash in front of him. Lu Chuan also walked over there. He was thinking that if he could defeat Long Heo, he could take the opportunity to take Long Heo hostage. Then he would have a chance to survive and escape this disaster. Chapter 124 Desperate Situation. The river was turbulent and the ship was running at full speed. Before they knew it, they had already passed the territory of Yancheng. Long Heo stared at Lu Chuan with a sneer and said, "Go ahead. For Meng Yao's sake, I can let you have a few moves." Lu Chuan curled his lips and rushed directly towards Long Heo without hesitation. The battle was about to break out. The two fought fiercely, and the men behind Long Xian'er were frightened by the fighting momentum of the two and retreated several meters, fearing that they would be affected. Lu Chuan did not intend to hold back, and he used all his strength as soon as he came up. Long Heo was beaten back step by step, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. "You barely defeated Liu King some time ago, and your strength should be at the 7th level. How come you suddenly become so strong now?" He guessed that Lu Chuan's strength had reached the peak of the 9th level, and even among the peak of the 9th level, there were few rivals. This speed of strength growth is an existence against the sky in the entire martial arts world. Lu Chuan looked calm and continued to attack Long Heo, saying, "People always have to make progress. If I stand still, how can I beat you?" Long Heo snorted coldly, struggled to resist Lu Chuan's attack, and said viciously, "It seems that it is a wise decision for us to attack you this time. Otherwise, if we give you some time, no one in the whole Yancheng can do anything to you." Long Xian'er on the side also narrowed his eyes. Lu Chuan's growth rate is really amazing, which further strengthened his belief in getting rid of this scourge. However, he still stood there and watched the two fight and had no intention of taking action. While Lu Chuan was fighting with Long Heo, he paid attention to the situation on Long Xian'er's side. He was worried that the other party would have a murderous intention after knowing his current strength and would help Long Heo. But what surprised him was that, although Long Xian'er's eyes changed, he did not mean to intervene and seemed to have great confidence in Long Heo. This made him a little confused. After all, Long Heo had been suppressed by him. If Long Xian'er didn't want to cause any changes, he would definitely take the opportunity to take action. Without thinking too much, Lu Chuan broke through Long Heo's attack and then slapped him in the chest. Great compassion hand. Long Heo's expression changed slightly, and his aura suddenly rose. A powerful force burst out and blocked Lu Chuan's palm. Lu Chuan frowned instantly. The power that Long Heo just burst out could only be controlled by a master of the transformation realm. He stared at Long Heo with his eyes and asked, "Are you hiding your strength?" Long Heo laughed and said, "Not bad. Originally, I thought that I could defeat you by suppressing my strength to the level of a 9th grade master, but your strength was really beyond my expectations. The attack of your palm just now was already close to the level of the transformation realm. I had no choice but to use my true strength." The reason why he postponed his return to Yancheng was because he entered the state of enlightenment during the trial in the mountains, which enabled him to break through to the transformation realm in one fell swoop. In order to stabilize his realm, he stayed in the mountains for a while longer. Lu Chuan's expression suddenly became solemn. He had always thought that Long Heo had returned from the trial, but he was only at the level of a 9th grade master. He could suppress him if he reached the 9th level of key training. But he didn't expect that the other party had directly broken through to the transformation realm. He underestimated others. "I always thought that I was a cultivator with outstanding talent and could improve many strengths at once, but I ignored that martial arts masters also had a moment of rapid rise. This time I was really overconfident." His mind was spinning rapidly, and he had to rethink how to get out. Long Xian'er stared at Lu Chuan coldly and said, "This kid's strength is very strange. Although he is not as good as a master of the transformation realm, he is far from being comparable to a 9th grade master, and some of his moves are even unheard of by me. If he is allowed to live, he will definitely become our biggest disaster, so we must get rid of him here. Long Heo nodded. Don't worry, Dad, I'm just playing with him. Even if he has special strength, he is definitely not my opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Lu Chuan again. This time he no longer hides his strength. The power of the Grand Master of the Transformation Realm completely explodes. Long Xiana's men are so frightened that their bodies tremble. Lu Chuan's nerves tensed up immediately. He dared not be careless and tried his best to resist Long Heo's attack. After feeling Shen Yuren's whip, he was very clear about the horror of the Grand Master of the Transformation Realm. If he was not careful, he might die on the spot. Long Heo had a mad look on his face. The power of the Grand Master of the Transformation Realm forced Lu Chuan to not even have a chance to fight back. You have the courage to challenge me. Is it because you think you have a good talent and have a chance to beat me? Let me tell you, my talent is not worse than yours, otherwise I would not have broken through to the transformation realm in one fell swoop this time. You are not qualified to compete with me for Meng Yao. He slapped Lu Chuan with one palm. The power on his palm surged, breaking Lu Chuan's defense and directly imprinted on his chest. Bang! Lu Chuan's body flew backwards and hit the container not far away, making a dent. Long Heo stared at Lu Chuan coldly and walked towards him. Grandmaster Elm, even the 9th level and the transformation realm are just ants compared to each other. Yet you can take so many of my moves. Your talent is truly terrifying. If I give you a few more months, let alone me, I'm afraid even my father will not be your opponent. So you will definitely die today. Lu Chuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up with difficulty. He stared at Long Heo with his eyes fixed. Suddenly he smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I have tasted Meng Yao. It's worth dying for." Do you know what Meng Yao tastes like? Long Heo was instantly furious and roared, "Stop fooling me here. Don't you just want to provoke me so that you can find an opportunity? Do you think I will be fooled by you?" Lu Chuan laughed, stared at Long Heo and said slowly, "I don't know if you will be fooled or not. I only know that Meng Yao very smooth." As soon as these two words came out, Long Heo completely lost his mind. He flashed in front of Lu Chuan and kicked Lu Chuan in the stomach. Lu Chuan's body fell 7 or 8 meters away, directly to the edge of the deck. He stood up despite the severe pain in his body, and without any hesitation, he planned to jump off the ship directly. The Ling River is turbulent. Although the masters of the transformation realm are terrifying, they are still mortals after all. If they fall into the river full of undercurrents, there is a high probability that they will be drowned. This is Lu Chuan's only chance to survive. He bet that Long Heo and Long Xiana would not dare to jump with him. That's why he aroused Long Heo's anger and looked for an opportunity to jump off the ship. If he took a gamble, he might be drowned, or he might survive by luck. But if he didn't do this, he would definitely die today. When Long Xiana saw Lu Chuan's move, he immediately exclaimed, "He is going to jump into the river, stop him." Long Heo narrowed his eyes, and the power under his feet suddenly burst out. With a bang, his body rushed to Lu Chuan, grabbed his clothes, and threw him back to the deck. 2 pits had appeared where Long Heo was just now, which was the damage caused by the full burst of the Master of the Transformation Realm. Damn it, do you think you can survive if you jump down? I'm telling you, I have to take your life, and no one else, even God, can snatch it from me. Long Heo looked at Lu Chuan angrily, already ready to kill him. He pinched Lu Chuan's neck and said, "I'll give you a chance to say your last words. If you admit now that you are not worthy of Meng Yao, I will take your body back and bury it. Otherwise you will be thrown into the river to feed the fish." Lu Chuan didn't expect the Grand Master of the Transformation Realm to be so fast. He was seriously injured and had no power to resist. He looked at Long Heo, with blood constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth, but he still forced a smile and said, "That day, Meng Yao took the initiative." Long Heo's eyes were bloodshot, and he had already lost his mind. The power in his hand burst out, and he was about to strangle Lu Chuan's neck. At this moment, a purple force appeared and bounced on Long Heo, forcing him to let go of Lu Chuan. Long Heo frowned and looked over, and found that it was a string of purple beads, protecting Lu Chuan. "What is this?" Lu Chuan said calmly, "This is called a magic weapon. Even if you are in the realm of transformation, this is something you cannot understand." Not far away, Long Xian'ai stared at the purple cloud bead in front of Lu Chuan and said, "Long Heo, this kid is too weird. Don't waste time with him. If you delay, something will happen." Long Heo nodded and was about to attack Lu Chuan again. At this moment, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, thunder rolled, and the entire river surface was shrouded in shadows. Long Heo had an uneasy premonition in his heart and rushed towards Lu Chuan in one step. His intuition told him that he must kill Lu Chuan immediately, otherwise something might really happen. However, as soon as he took a step forward, a silver white thunder burst out and hit him directly. Boom. Long Heo's body exploded instantly, and a big hole was blown out on the deck. Long Xian'ai's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "Son." Then he rushed to the direction where Long Heo was. His men were trembling all over, their legs and feet were weak, and they dared not move. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw Long Xian'ai squatting on the ground holding Long Heo. At this time, Long Heo's whole body was charred, and all his clothes were gone. He was dying, as if he would die at any time. The thunder just now came too suddenly. Not only Long Xian'ai didn't react, but even Long Heo himself didn't react. As a normal person, how could he have thought that Lu Chuan could summon thunder? On the other side, Lu Chuan looked at Long Heo, who was only seriously injured, and sighed helplessly. The thunder summoned by the purple cloud pearl can kill a master of the Grandmaster realm in seconds, but the transformation realm is a more mysterious realm after all. Being able to seriously injure him was beyond his expectations. The purple cloud pearl was suspended in the air, and the light on it dimmed little by little. Then, with a snap, the beads shattered into pieces and fell to the ground, completely losing their function. Chapter 125 Jumping into the river. Lu Chuan was hit by Long Heo's palm and kicked away. He was seriously injured and exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to get up. He could only lean on a pile of swimming rings beside him and gasp for breath. The last thunder of the purple cloud pearl just now consumed his remaining strength. At this time, even a weak person could easily control him. Long Xian'ai hugged Long Heo, his face full of grief, and kept asking, "Son, how do you feel? Don't scare your father." Long Heo coughed violently for a while, and then said weakly, "The thunder was very powerful. I was seriously injured, but I won't die." Long Xian'ai was relieved. He turned his head to look at Lu Chuan, and the many doubts in his mind became clear at this moment. Ko Xian was killed by lightning. It was not an accident at all. "Did you attract that lightning?" Lu Chuan laughed and nodded. "Yes." Long Xian'ai asked again, "Has Yunzong found you? Did he also die from your lightning attracting method?" "Yes." Long Xian'ai narrowed his eyes. He had felt that it was strange that Yunzong had not taken action for a long time, and he could not even contact him later. Now he knew that Yunzong had died at the hands of Lu Chuan. "Where did you learn this method?" Lu Chuan smiled and asked, "You want to learn? Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Worship me as your master, and I will teach you." He knew that he had no chance to resist at this moment. Long Xian'ai was also a master of the transformation realm. He would not survive, so he became open-minded and started joking instead. Long Xian'ai snorted coldly, "You only did this with the treasure you got from who knows where. I saw the bead was broken just now. I don't believe you can still attract thunder." Lu Chuan shrugged, "How do you know I don't have other treasures?" Long Xian'ai said, "If you really have it, you would have used it long ago, instead of chatting with me half dead like now." At this time, Long Heo said weakly, "Dad, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him quickly." Long Xian'ai nodded immediately. "Okay, I'll kill him now." He originally planned to put Long Heo on the deck and go over to deal with Lu Chuan himself. But then he thought, if Lu Chuan really has this kind of treasure that can attract thunder, if he goes over, he will probably fall into Lu Chuan's trap, and he will be seriously injured, and it will be troublesome. So he looked at the men who were hiding far away and ordered, "Go and kill him." The men were already trembling with fear at Lu Chuan's method of attracting lightning. This was a method that only gods could use. How could they dare to go forward casually? They would also be struck by lightning, and would definitely die. A group of people looked at each other, and no one dared to go forward for a long time. Seeing this, Long Shyanaya opened the aura of the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm, oppressing everyone's heart, and shouted, "Didn't you hear what I said?" The group of people were frightened and trembled violently, and then they did not dare to hesitate, and hurried towards Lu Chuan. Killing Lu Chuan might die, but not listening to Long Shayanaya's orders would definitely die. Lu Chuan looked at those who were walking towards him, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that he, a dignified cultivator, would end up like this. He was about to be killed, before he even reached the Foundation Establishment realm. If his father and grandfather knew about this, they would definitely regard him as a shame to the family, right? If I had known this, I should have made more trump cards for myself. It's all my fault for underestimating martial artists. I thought that I could crush everything, because I was a practitioner, but I forgot that there were also masters of martial arts. In the end, I was too arrogant. Lu Chuan summed up the reasons for his failure. As a practitioner, he originally had a lot of time to refine magic tools like the purple cloud pearl, or spend some time refining elixirs that could save his life at critical moments, or even directly make some small formations to carry with him and take them out to save his life in times of crisis. However, he did not do any of these, but just blindly improved his own strength. In the end, facing such a desperate situation, he could only do nothing. If there is another chance, I must increase my means of saving my life, Lu Chuan said to himself, but looking at those who were approaching him, he felt that there might be no such opportunity. Long Shayanaya's men approached Lu Chuan cautiously, holding weapons such as machetes and sticks in their hands. Seeing that Lu Chuan didn't react, even though they were so close, one person said, "Brothers, he should be at the end of his strength. The means just now were so terrifying that he can't use them again. Let's go together and kill him. Kill him." Everyone echoed. Then they surrounded Lu Chuan aggressively. The man who had just spoken quietly retreated behind everyone, intending to run away if anything went wrong. Long Shyanaya was also observing Lu Chuan carefully. He was basically sure that this kid had no other means to save his life. Damn it, I don't believe this kid can still resist after being injured like this. I'll kill him. A big man with a machete no longer hesitated, swung the machete, and was about to chop towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan closed his eyes, knowing that his death was approaching, and gave up struggling, just dying like this. For some reason, before he died, the figures of Mu Nanking, Chu Mingyao and Ning Xin appeared in his mind. No one noticed that at this time, a forklift parked on the deck for transporting goods started up, and rushed towards Lu Chuan at a high speed. Gu Hongseong sat on the forklift, staring at the big man with a machete with her eyes, and directly hit the big man with the fork of the forklift. The big man screamed, and his body was directly penetrated, looking horrible. The people surrounding Lu Chuan were also scared by the sudden rush of the forklift and fled. Gu Hongseong took this opportunity to get off the forklift and helped Lu Chuan up. Lu Chuan looked surprised and said, "Sister Hong, why are you?" Gu Hongseong looked at him resentfully and said, "I won't let you die before me." Then she helped Lu Chuan run towards the edge of the ship. She also knew very well that jumping into the river was their only way out now. If God is unwilling to favor them, then dying with Lu Chuan would be a very happy thing. Long Shyanaya was busy observing Lu Chuan at that time, and did not notice when Gu Hongseong came over and even started the forklift. When he saw Gu Hongseong holding Lu Chuan and preparing to jump into the river, his face changed, and he quickly and carefully put Long Hao on the deck and rushed towards Gu Hongseong. Gu Hongseong turned her head to look at Long Shyanaya. A mocking smile appeared on her face, and then without any hesitation, she jumped off the ship with Lu Chuan. Long Shyanaya was only 1 second away from stopping them, but unfortunately when he rushed over, Gu Hongseong and Lu Chuan had already jumped down. Damn it. Long Shyanaya slapped the guardrail with his palm, and the guardrail broke instantly. He looked into the turbulent river, where the waves were sparkling, and the breeze was floating, and there was no trace of Lu Chuan and Gu Hongseong. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.